and they are edging closer towards gaining that match point.
Tactical timeout, of course, no real surprise off the back of that round. I mean, that's the sort of round where now you've got to take that timeout, reset things, go over. You either have to go over what went wrong, but probably more than anything, just maybe look ahead. Or even just take a bit of a breather. Yeah, it's hard to envision, I think, forward for the Chiefs, how they get back into this one, because it's been that close tussle, Guz. It's been that back and forth, and now suddenly Knights got a bit of daylight. So how do you claw that back?
I think it's just a composure thing. The Chiefs, I mean, historically, and I know it's something that we bang on a little bit about, can sometimes get in their own heads, it feels like, and make some, you know, mistakes that just shouldn't be happening. I would argue that last round was probably one of those. I mean, don't get me wrong, 100% well played there by Josh, but the fact that it wasn't traded out is a little bit disappointing. Oh well, I mean, this happens, mistakes happen. Rounds like this sometimes just don't go your way. The important thing for the Chiefs is to realize that then, by no means, I mean, out of this, right? A couple of rounds, and they're equalizing their opponents. So all they need to do now is just link one attack together. No doubt these bans are making it really, really tricky, but I mean, you've got to throw everything you have at this. The Knights, they're also throwing everything they have. They're bringing the Chanka in this round. We're also going to see some Mira play, and that's going to spice things up.
So a 2-round advantage for the Knights. On the defense here, looking pretty good, looking pretty sound, and it's, well, the Josh show now on the Tachanka, as you said, 11-3. There's been some really standout performances tonight for Playday 4, guys. I mean, if you think about all of the matches, you know, you go back to Rafflecopter, it was like the Nate and Boydie show. Bliss had some big moments, Jigsaw going huge, and now it's the Josh show. So, I mean, I tell you what, MVP tonight is going to be a tough one to pick.
Yeah. This is going to be pretty tricky. I feel like tonight there's been quite a few players just stepping up. We also had Jigsaw in the last series go pretty big. Really fun to see. Fast. Rocking the new DZ skin. Looking pretty cool. He's going to try and get an entry point over towards the eastern side of the map. Now, again, with that Kaid on the board, opening walls will be quite tricky. Maybe Vast can accelerate that process by taking swift control of Garage. Needs to be careful of his flanks, however. No dedicated flank watch brought by the Chiefs. Instead, they'll need to be reliant on drones. Good control of Rafters now, however. The Chiefs will likely be able to work CC wall pretty swiftly, if they haven't already. And that can start to mount the attack.
That's one way to mount your attack. Easy kill for Vast Stage, just caught napping. Not suspected the push through Oil Pit will be his undoing, but it was. Chiefs with a man advantage. And now they can bring their attention back over to Gym Bedroom. Dino playing the aggressive position inside a cache, and that drone is being very, very pesky. As he has to finally get to 4 drones left for the Chiefs, minute and a half, and well, this is where we need to see Josh get involved on the Tachanka, because the down 2 players, Vast getting the kill onto Hayward.
Has been a sketchy start here for the defense, but maybe someone can step up here for the Knights. That grenade was precarious, but Dino will survive. These players now inside a cache, trapped, isolated from the objective. If the Chiefs play this well, they can cut off the con rotation and it'll make life very, very difficult as Josh and Dino try and get back towards site. Now, Josh has gotten unscathed, at least for the meantime, and that is potentially a misplay for the Chiefs to allow that to happen. That said, Dino is still isolated. If they get it to the 5-on-2, I mean, the round is surely theirs, right?
Well, I think Dino dies here. The question is, does he get anyone? The answer is no. Digital pushing in, he gets the kill, he gets the frag, and Gold Legion gets juicy, and it's down to the Tachanka. He's got them all in his sights. The Mirror obviously proving to be effective here, but he is the solo in a 1 versus 5. I don't care how good you are, it ain't happening. Flawless from the Chiefs as they come out of that tactical timeout, looking pretty clean.
Yeah, smiles all around there for the Chiefs, and they prevent the Knights from doing a round-the-world trip, and most importantly, prevent them from getting match point as well. So a pretty critical round there for the Chiefs. They managed to get the job done. The early round, really strong, able to isolate a couple of picks, which makes life really difficult on that extension on the defense. As I said, if you get isolated over towards Cash, it is, yeah, basically a case of you're going to die. How many picks can you find? And the Knights struggling to find any. In fact, of course, it was flawless for the Chiefs. Now, this is spicy. Fast, 6 picking. Oh, I thought he was going to 6 pick onto the Montang. That would have been awesome. We haven't seen any Montang play so far tonight, and Vast historically has been quite strong on the Monty, but maybe we'll have to wait a little bit longer before we see that.
Yeah, and this is where the Chiefs now can put a little bit of doubt into the Knights' mind if they can make this 5-5 here in the 10th round. Otherwise, 6-4 for the Knights. You get 2 match points on the defense. They'll be feeling comfortable. No tactical timeout available for the Chiefs either, so I would probably say if the Chiefs win this round, and I'm the Knights, I'd probably take my tactical timeout at that point to try and get all 3 points. That's the biggest takeaway that we have to remember here, is that there's an opportunity for one of these 2 teams at some point. Someone's going to get match point. To get all 3 points in this matchup for either team is huge. And we're getting closer to that point of the match.
Another extension here for the defense that the Chiefs will need to deal with. Now keep in mind, last time Vast was playing, the Jackal was taken down and made that process quite tricky. On this occasion, the Jackal not even being picked. Instead, Vast relying on the Geminis to clear out those locations. Again, assuming that the Chiefs are going to go for this roam clear, and early routing would suggest that will be the case. Cheeky drone placement there on the vent inside a garage. Gold Legion doing a good job at hiding that. I mean, obviously Hayward heard it, that's why he was looking in that location, but nonetheless unable to clear it. That can watch his rotation and the rotation of his teammates later on.
This has just been a really, really good game to watch from both of these 2 teams, and you know, minus a few little mistakes here or there, it's been pretty clean. And I think holds both teams in good stead as we get closer to the playoffs. You know, we're past the halfway mark. I think Hayward just got caught there for a second. Yeah, and he's going to get flushed out as well. Digital having a very good game, 7 of 4. Minus that mistake earlier at Logistics Hatch, and it was cast a curse him there with Josh getting the immediate retrade. Minute and a half. It's 5-4, 4 versus 4.
Now, there is a bulletproof camera actually in the western side of CC placed on the little cabinet there. Now, I'm not sure if the Chiefs cleared it, but nonetheless, it could feed the defense some pretty critical information here. Now, I couldn't quite see the scope covering it there, but nonetheless, Josh seems pretty aware that Gold Legion is here. In fact, knows it for sure, but Gold Legion still wins the fight, and there we go, bulletproof will be taken down. So it's a good clear from the Chiefs, positioning themselves very nicely to deny the match point from the Knights.
Yeah, tough to see the Knights winning it from here. Really, really good effort from the Chiefs to clear out this roam game from the Knights, and the fact that there's only 2 players left, one of them not even on site. Juicy trying to see if he can get an early kill and then go back through dirt over to the site. If he does find a player, if someone from the Chiefs does go towards dirt, he will die, and it will make it a 2 versus 3, but I suspect, it's just not going to happen. No one's going to make their way over there. Has to come back over to the site, and yeah, now they're going to be at that 2-4 disadvantage. Fast with the drone in. There's so many drones still available for the Chiefs as well inside the final 15 seconds.
They do have to be a little bit mindful of time. 15 seconds left as we enter the red zone, but the Knights with a strongman disadvantage, it's going to be tough for them to hold on. Sage sends it deep inside of Church, but gets taken down as he tries to cover for the rest of his team. I mean, only Juicy left to cover 4, but he gets cleaned up pretty easily there by the Chiefs in the end. Once again, the round was won at the start there. The early round clear from the Chiefs is strong, and you can see that they're happy with that result.
Yeah, as they should be. Digital looks pumped. He's having a good game. That's some big shots, some good stats, and the Chiefs obviously are a team that's not going to go down easy. Even when they've got a 2-round deficit, they fight back, they get 2 rounds themselves, and it's 5-5. Break point. Next round, we'll get match point and an opportunity to get all 3 points. And that's the thing I love about this format, guys, is that the winner of this round secures 1 point at least. Like, you get something for winning this particular round right now, here in round 11.
Yeah, 100%. It places really critical importance on gaining that match point advantage, and I guess the ball is currently in the Chiefs' court after that last round where they were quite strong. That said though, the Knights in their first rotation did a decent job in holding out the attacks, so we'll see whether or not they can replicate that form and match point themselves, but I'm sure we can probably both agree, I mean everyone watching can probably agree that this has shaped up to be a really exciting matchup, a really close matchup, and I guess truly deserving of that title of being the grand final rematch, and we are truly seeing two really good teams go at it.
Yeah, and I think you've put it out perfectly there, guys. This is what you would expect from a grand final rematch. I would have been actually very disappointed if either team defeated either team comprehensively.
Yeah.
So the fact that it's 5-5, 5 versus 5, round 11, this is what we anticipated. It's what we deserved, and yeah, no, credit to both of these two teams. This is really what they would want to see as well. There's obviously mutual respect between the two teams, and off the back of Stage 1's grand final, you can... Well, I was about to say you can say they're the best two teams in the region, but hey, the way that Team Bliss are going right now, they're in that conversation. But this has been so good to watch, and yeah, Digital looks like he's playing with confidence at the moment.
Yeah, and on Fight Digital can definitely be pretty scary. Now, we did have a pre-placed drone down below, and he can play off that confidently to gain control. No one from the Knights contesting that. Gold Legion posted up inside of blue as well, providing additional coverage, and the Knights willing to forfeit that. I don't think anyone's playing too aggressively off-site. Dino was roaming actually on the Vigil. He's on the western side over towards Bedroom, but doesn't really have a noticeable impact in the early phase of this round. The Chiefs from below can clear that Kaid. Electro Claw on the wall. Bisho able to pop that open for free, exposing Hayward on rafters.
Minute and a half, and as has been this best of one series, it's been close, but it's also been kind of slow early on in these rounds. No team wanting to put a foot wrong. Hayward needs to defend that top rafters position quite a bit better than he did last time. He honestly went down pretty easily and has actually been struggling quietly. 4 and 10. Josh though with the opening pick onto Worthy. That's going to help things for the Knights. It's been the Chiefs' show. Oh, perfectly placed nade from Bast. Hayward just can't have anything go his way in this match.
Really good utilities usage there from the Chiefs, who now have the advantage. Digital is on fire in this game, having so many impactful frags. That one gives his team the advantage with 35 seconds on the board. Now the Knights under the pump. They need to try and hold on, prevent this execute from coming through.
Oh, the nade just goes a little bit too far. Josh with the kill onto Fisher Guy. Digital still loitering around down below in Lounge. He's now going to look to push up red stairs, but Juicy's watching and waiting. I think he might have given his red dot position away. Doesn't matter. Digital pushed up. Digital goes down. Oh, Juicy, the timing. He would have been able to get the kill with the SMG-11 throughout the gas bay. Josh is down. 8 seconds left. There's not really that much time. Vast is going to have to stick to plant. Nitrocell from Sage. Oh, it's perfect. Vast is gone. He's been obliterated. 1 versus 1. Knights win the round. That was as close as it could get.
And that is so unlucky there for the Yana. I presume it was Vast playing her, runs right on to the Nitro Cell. Had he have planted in the default position, that wouldn't have happened. Now, that's not, by any means, a dig at Vast. That is just completely unlucky for him. That's just the way the cookie crumbled, but wow, such a close round, but the Knights do a fantastic job to just scrape on by.
Oh, what a Nitrocell. What a round. What a match between these two teams. 6-5, match point Knights. They secure 1 point. But we know that they want all 3, which would put them on 9 points into firm second place, and only 3 points behind the leaders, Team Bliss. But of course, Knights don't have the head-to-head. They lost to Team Bliss. So this is probably good news for Team Bliss fans out there. They want the Knights to win, because it's very unlikely that Knights will overtake Team Bliss unless they capitulate in the final 3 playdays. the Chiefs, on the other hand, guys, if the Chiefs can somehow pull through, get the 2 points, because they can't get all 3 anymore, they would go to 9 points. And obviously, as we know, Bliss and Chiefs still play later on in Playday 7, so there's a bit of the circumstances outside of the game as well that do come into the picture.
I guess the ultimate result here for Team Bliss fans and the Team Bliss roster would be if the Knights win this in overtime. That way they don't gain as many points as they would have liked, give Bliss a bit of a buffer, but at the same time they don't allow the Chiefs to get too close. So, I mean, I think that would probably be mathematically the best result for Bliss, but either way, I have no doubt neither of these teams really care about that. They want to try and get this next round, and Hayward, very proactive here with the Nitro Cell. Both of those drones go by, but he does eventually get spotted. Unfortunate that we probably won't see this play work. Hayward still uses the Nitro. Not sure if that was probably the play. I mean, it was a good attempt, but unfortunately doesn't hit the mark, and that's one less Nitro to use later in the round.
Who did you tip again, guys? Was it Chiefs? I think it was.
Come on, Didge. Go big.
He's been going big. Well, as big as 8 and 6 can be, it feels like it's been more impactful than that. Vast is actually the one with the numbers to back it up, 11, 6, and 5. Of course, it's kills, deaths, assist now for these scoreboards. It's been a rough one, actually, for both Juicy and Hayward. Fortunately for them, Josh is playing in a different stratosphere, 14 and 6. As Dino as well at 8 and 7. But yeah, the Knights, it's been a little scrappy, but same can be said for the Chiefs at times as well. Minute and a half, still 5 versus 5. Knights are going full turtle mode down below into basement.
Vertical being established here by Didge, as Worthy can place X-Kairos using the launcher on towards that kitchen hatch. Eventually that will be opened up. Lots of utility available to the attack, but only 3 drones that can be used in the remaining minute to gain critical intel. On the side of the defense, they only have 1 Nitro left to try and ignite that plant, but that bulletproof camera can no doubt provide some information, deployable shield, increasing some of that coverage as well down below. This is shaping up to be a close round to potentially decide what has been a close matchup. Now, it is often that we see executes on this side in a 5v5, but this will no doubt be pretty chaotic. Vast uses the last, I believe, of his Geminis, or one of the last of his Geminis, to gain a little bit of critical intel in towards blue, but still, no one has fallen.
Down to the final 25 seconds. Match point Knights. Chiefs looking to send this to overtime. Digital looking down that corridor, but yet to find anything. It's Vast with the opening pick, but it's a trade from Hayward. Sage, good pick. He's able to stay alive as well. That keeps Knights with the advantage. But now, Gold Legion, half health. Now he's dropped down. This is going the way of the Knights. Maybe only momentarily, though, but it's only 5 seconds on the clock. Chiefs need to get moving. Fisher Guy's going to be able to stick the plant. He dies for it, though. Worthy has the plant down. Sage has very little health, but he has already had his position be made whereabouts. Dino gets on it. He will get taken off of it, though. Worthy's playing this well. Under the pressure. Under the pump. Sage gets on it, but Worthy with a headshot onto Hayward. He's got 3 for the round. He only needs to get Sage for the quad to send this to overtime, and he's got 20 seconds. Sage has no health. 1 bullet will get the job done. This might be a moment for Xenox's Chop of the Week if they lose it from here, and they do! Chiefs go to OT! What a play! We aren't Worthy!
What a play from Worthy. The 1v3 post-plant clutch. It does not get much better than that. What a massive play from Worthy. We know he is one of the best in the region, and he proves it once again. The Knights, though, you have to send players above in that post-planning kitchen.
Why are they
You're not
all
going to
lining
from
up
below,
one by one to get on the diffuser?
I know things happen in the heat of the moment, but you very, very rarely see a post-plant 1 from down below unless you hit nutty shots up above. That didn't happen. You have to send bodies above. You've got 3. Just send them in. Like, oh,
Guz is losing it.
Oh, well, no, I'm not losing. I'm happy because I want the Chiefs to win for my prediction. But no, look, shit happens. That's probably the most polite way to put it. Ah, well, it was a great clutch from Worthy.
Well, we go to overtime, and this match is fitting of it. 6-6. deserved, but Knights will be left ruining that. And we've seen it earlier on tonight, guys. I don't want to remind any Order fans that maybe you're watching, but they themselves had a position that they were in that they should have got the 3 points. And you know what they ended up with? 1. Because they ended up losing in OT. Right? Like, this is the takeaway here. This is now the Chiefs resetting the momentum, and it's on their side now coming into overtime. They're on the defense. They go down to Church Arsenal. And boy, this has just been a fantastic game.
Sure has. It's been incredibly tight between these two. Very difficult to split them. Probably should be Knights claiming victory at this point, but Worthy going big. 13-7 so far in this match. Cannot complain about that. Back downstairs we go. The Chiefs now on the defense. They're the ones that need to try and drain down this clock. Now we have seen so far in regulation, the Chiefs committing to a pretty aggressive roam off site, trying to deny as much time as possible. On this occasion though, they are taking a pretty different approach, instead hunkering down in towards the site.
Yeah, and we saw the Knights do this as well in literally the last round that we just saw, right? 5-man turtle on site, and they basically offered nothing above. And Knights got the opening pick, and then trades went out, and as we know, they ended up throwing a 3v1, and the Chiefs will hope that the same thing doesn't happen here. Knight yourself fast. That's... Whoa! What? I was going to say that was going to miss, but it got Dino. Dino's down as well.
That's huge.
Well, I mean, it's going to reset his health a little bit, right? Like, I think he was even lower than if he gets picked up.
To more,
yeah, that's actually that is. That works out well. Still not ideal with a minute 20 to go, but hey, he's alive. He's fine.
Yeah, the Chiefs will be reaping at that opportunity. If they drop Habana, particularly on this attack, that makes it really, really difficult. So the Knights lucky to get away with that one. Nonetheless, they'll continue to go through their checklist. Only 1 minute left on the board. Now, the kitchen hatch has been electrified. That will need to be dealt with if they want to open that up. A lot of effort being put on the main church wall, which in itself has also been electrified, at least somewhat. Hayward, elsewhere, finds the first pick. That's Digital, taken off the board. I believe that was inside of church with a grenade. Nonetheless, Josh also finds one, and the Knights recovering nicely from that early blunder.
The earlier blunder being that last round, and more so than anything, God Legion gets the easy kill onto Sage. 3 versus 3, 33 seconds on the clock. If you're a numerology fan, you like your numbers, Josh. Maybe making a late play of things for the MVP of the night here. Juicy's down, out for the count. Worthy, Chiefs, they are brewing up a storm here. An upset maybe on Clubhouse. 2 versus 2, coming down to the wire. It's Vast taking out Hayward. God Legion and Vast, the loss of a live God Legion with the kill. Chiefs have now got overtime match point. Vast.
What was that?
I don't even know. 2 match points in the back pocket for the Chiefs, looking to steal 2 points away from the Knights in what would be a calamity from where they once were.
Oh, the Chiefs. Wow. They are absolutely on fire in the last couple of rounds, and the momentum that Worthy has instilled in the roster off the back of that clutch is no doubt carrying them now through this overtime so far. A good comeback in that round, and the Knights left a little bit startled. This game should be over. We should be interviewing Juicy right now, asking how they won that match. But
look, they look starstruck.
I don't know if they're startled or is this just the normal
I don't
Knights?
know. Is Dino's cam frozen as well? It has to be.
No, he's just shocked.
Oh, I'm just imagining him sitting there like that permanently with that face. Oh no. Well, if there's ever a time to have a tactical timeout, now is that time, and they've used it. And well, look, it's about trying to turn things around and find that happy place again. They've got to win the next 2 rounds in a row. Otherwise, not the night for the Knights in the end, Guz.
The Knights will dig deep, though. I have no doubt. They are the team of all in OCN that really, I think, embody that sort of mentality and attitude that it's one round at a time, or it's one game at a time, whatever the case may be, one stage at a time. They never look further ahead than they really need to, so I don't see any reason why they're going to feel too much pressure heading in to this next round. I guess the main thing would be trying to put aside what happened in the last couple of rounds and the fact that they did unfortunately falter a little bit and not allowing that to play into their minds. Of course, there's nothing you can do to change those results. There's no point worrying about that too much. Now you have to be in the present, try to convert this next round. When you have the defense, you statistically have the advantage. You're on a site that you've been confident on so far in regulation. There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to convert another result here.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. This is Chiefs' game to lose now. I can't believe I've said those words, but it's the truth. The Knights had a 6-5 lead. They had match point. They had 3 versus 1. That was the moment. Worthy stood up to the plate and honestly hit 1 for 6. I think I just combined baseball and cricket into one, but hey, it's been that kind of game. Why not? Fisher guy hasn't quite been able to have too much of an impact for an 11, but that's fine. He's got his different roles. And this is where, if the Chiefs can get this opening pick, I think the Knights might just honestly fall by the wayside.
Still 10 drones available as well for the Chiefs. I have no doubt that will serve them well later into the round. It is 9 now, 9. As I say that, so I did cast a curse that, unfortunately, but still plenty to work with. And if the Chiefs want to go for a western sweep across, those drones will be useful in making sure everything is clear. Dino, of course, was applying a little bit of pressure earlier, now resorting back to Con. Needs to be mindful, though, that he doesn't get cut off fast. In Logi could have posed a threat, but Dino makes it back to Cash, and now he can play behind that chassis for the remainder of the round.
Bomb located by attackers.
Minute 25, pressure now on the Knights. Hayward has not really been able to make that rafters position all too comfortable. He's been cleared out of there a couple of times now with ease from the Chiefs, but they're going to work through Con for now. Eventually, I mean, there's only a minute left, but you kind of suspect at some point they may rotate over towards Garage, but they've got CC wall open. It may end up being a CC wall and Con push. But no real action taking place at all yet.
Ooh, that's cheeky. God Legion knows that there is a player on the rafters now. I believe that's Hayward based on the helmet. It is Jaeger, of course, 8 and 13 so far. Hayward can step up though when required. In fact, he has been one of the best players in the region. God Legion. He's going to go for a solo play here. He could just sneak in, swing wide, find the pick, and he does. That is huge from the Chiefs. Doubles down for the Chiefs. Oh, it's completely fallen apart.
It's over. GG. Well played by the Chiefs. Knights have capitulated right at the very end. They get slaughtered. The Chiefs show up big when it matters. Grand final rematch, yet it's the same result. Chiefs winners. They will maintain second place. And that means Guz is the king predictor once again. And I will graciously bow to you, sir. I got this one wrong. And so did the Knights.
Never in doubt, never in doubt. Even when it's a 1v3, Worthy will push through. And then God Legion to just close things out. Oh, the big three, but massive, right? Fast as well, joining in on the action in the frag department. But again, another well-rounded performance from the Chiefs. And my word, they are looking pretty scary.
Order now at macros.com.au.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out of feeling so. I'm running out of time.
And now, it's all on the same. The player heroic. Welcome back to Oceanic Nationals presented by Samsung. We're here for a bit of an interesting night, I've got to say. I don't know what the viewers are in for. I'm a little bit worried for them, as you can see. It's Xenox in the middle, which generally means he's going to be the colour caster, and our wonderful Vast on the very end. Vast, I'll come to you first because we hear Xenox's voice all too often here, mate. How are things going, and what do you think of last night's performances, the first day of Stage 3?
Yeah, I mean, last night's games were pretty exciting. You know, there was nothing too crazy. Every match pretty much went as we all predicted. But with that being said, like, there were some really good games. The Overt Knights match, the Ruffle Order, even the Rhythm and Bliss had it, you know, some really good moments. And yeah, I'm really excited for tonight. I think they're going to be even better games. And yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of really good Siege tonight.
Hey Xenox, guess what? It's graphic time. Take it away.
It is. Yeah, it's my favourite part of the segment when the graphics show up and I get to pick my nose. Look, honestly, yesterday was not too bad. We had some pretty decent games where I didn't think we would actually have some. You know, Overt ended up challenging Knights. They put in a really good performance. Maybe even deserved a point out of it. That went to 7-5. Even Bliss versus Rhythm, that game going 7-5 as well. The big one, though, of course, and you can see it here on the standings graphic, Rafflecopter, a 7-2 victory over Order. That was by far and away the highlight of Playday 1.
Yep, certainly was. Let's have a look at what we've got in store for Playday 2. Of course, the Saturday night, and of course, well, I'd love to say Saturday for the boys, but Saturday is for everyone, and certainly so. We're kicking off with an unbelievable matchup, Order and Wildcard. Then we head into the, I would say, the highly anticipated matchup here, Vast. Chiefs taking on Knights. What are we expecting?
Yeah, I mean, this is the big game, you know, battle of the OCN Titans. I think we're going to expect a real back and forth, round by round game. A lot of aggressive plays and a lot of adaptions. It's, you know, it's really going to be a tight contest between these two teams. And yeah, I'm really excited.
Xenox rounding out Overt, Rhythm and Rafflecopter and Bliss. What's the potential here?
Well, Overt and Rhythm suddenly becomes a very, very fun game to watch, I think, coming up. When we look at Playday 1, Rhythm really took it to Bliss, Overt really took it to Knight. So I'm kind of expecting those two to be sort of around the same level. It does mean a lot, really, for both teams. Rhythm, they probably need to win this game if they're any chance of finishing far enough above wildcard to avoid the relegation. So it's a must-win game for Rhythm. And for Overt, it's a must-win game because it's, oh, to be completely honest, their best opportunity to actually win a game in OCN. I actually think they'll win it maybe a couple games, maybe 2 or 3 when it's all said and done. Hard to really say. It's such a congested stage, but nonetheless, that's a big one. And Rafflecopter Bliss suddenly also becomes massive off the back of what we saw yesterday. Rafflecopter dismantling Order, made them look second rate. They've got some absolutely amazing new talent in that lineup. Kaken, along with Weatables. Suddenly, there's now questions, what can Rafflecopter really achieve this stage? Bliss also looked a little vulnerable yesterday, losing out, well, not losing out to Rhythm, but almost losing out to Rhythm, right? The king of best of ones as we sort of perceive them. So I think we've got, honestly, maybe the best Playday of the stage here for Playday 2.
That is a huge call, so we'll have a look at the predictions and see what you think of this Xenox, because I'm sure it's going to be spicy nonetheless. But we will go to Vars first here, because, you know, Vars and I, we're on the same wavelength, mate. We just understand the game. Oh, and Medi as well. Rappel has gone for the exact same predictions here. Vars, do you want to try to maybe, you know, stake a claim to these predictions?
Yep. I mean, I think the only real difference where we will kind of differ is the wildcard and order match. Seems kind of quite even. I went for wildcard, not really based off of form. I don't know. I just had a feeling, and I just think that I'm hoping that they, you know, have improved and kind of fixed a lot of mistakes that have been happening over the past few play days. And I'm kind of, with this match, I'm kind of just more putting faith.
Xenox?
Yeah, the top one does surprise me a little bit, considering we also put in these predictions prior to yesterday. It really even surprises me more so, especially off the back of the way that Order was able to perform in APAC South. Wildcard, of course, still struggling. To see that many predicting Wildcard is a little surprising, but honestly, now off what we saw yesterday and Order's loss to Bliss, it could happen. In saying that, though, of course, for Order, they're a team that's always quite inconsistent, so they lose yesterday, they'll probably win today. The rest of them, the rest of the predictions looking pretty good. I did see a Knights in there, I think, from Sky. For Knights to win tonight, they're going to have to break a bit of a curse because they have really struggled against Chiefs in the recent history. The other one, of course, I saw One Rhythm. That's not too surprising, but a lot of love for the new boys in Avert.
I think that was Dev, right, who went for Rhythm, so
yeah.
Kind of explains the lack of IQ there. He's either going to end up on top at the end of the night or at the very rock bottom. But Vars, I do want to get your thoughts here on this Knights and Chiefs prediction, because it was all boys in blue. There was, I think, 6 or 7 of us predicting for the Chiefs. So do you think that's
and
valid?
girls?
And girls, sorry. Well, it's just the boys, you know? Yeah?
I don't think it really gives much justice to Knights because they're such a good team, but I just think historically Chiefs have proven that they're just really comfortable playing against Knights, and I wouldn't see why there'd be anything different in this matchup.
Interesting. All right, well, let's have a look at the first matchup, because that's probably where the attention needs to be here, Xenox. It's Order taking on Wildcard, and for most, this is probably the hardest match to predict.
Well, again, you say that, but I actually thought this was going to be one of the easier ones to predict. Order's a team that I look at coming into this matchup that I actually think should be pretty much comfortably favored. In recent history, they've had the number on wildcard as well, 3-1 Order. But honestly, this is a team that when we looked at their APAC South performance a couple of days ago, we thought, hey, with Erpe in now as the coach, this is a team that can maybe gain a little bit more of that consistency rather than inconsistency. And then they get absolutely belted yesterday by Rufflecopter, 7-2. Didn't even look remotely close to winning that one, which is very disappointing for a team like Order looking to try and get over that hurdle. You know, we can sit here all day and say these guys are inconsistent, because we can actually keep saying that. I don't want to say it, Manik. I don't want to say it. I love these guys. I think they're super talented. I think they could even have a limit as almost best team in the region. That's probably like sky's the limit for these guys. They just can't quite get there. You need to be winning games like this. And off the back of what happened yesterday, you definitely need to be winning this one.
Is he doing push-ups? Specker, oh God, what is these? What is this cursed bunch of cams? We've got Specker doing push-ups in the top right, Bailey down the bottom left, looking like a stone cold killer. Vast, is this team full of stone cold killers? What's the go?
Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, they claim that they are, you know, stone cold killers and an aggressive team, but obviously last night it showed that they still have that inconsistency about them, and yeah, I just think they need to prove themselves a bit more to show that they are the team that they, you know, think they are. Yeah,
for sure.
Ooh.
Well,
no, I'm just saying, that was some fighting words. Think they are? Jeez. I like it, Bust.
Yeah, well, Vast is on the desk now, so he can say whatever he wants and get away with it. Jack Daddy, Cool Daddy, that's who it is. But Wildcard is who they're coming up against. God, if we're talking about inconsistency, is this, Xenox, is this just battle of the inconsistencies tonight?
To a degree, but I mean, I guess Wildcard's also been quite consistently bad over the last few months, so how inconsistent really can they be? They've had some decent results. I guess in July, they knocked off Q-Confirm, they knocked off Knights. We kind of thought maybe there was a bit of a renaissance about them, but since then, they lost the Ruffle, lost the Knights, lost the Chiefs. Obviously, haven't really been able to even be remotely close either in those losses, 7-2, 7-1, 7-3. So they have just been taken apart. We actually sort of theorized yesterday on the desk that going against the Chiefs, taking them to bank, they won that map veto. That was where that maybe they could have a bit of a solace in getting a win. And really after the first couple of rounds, it was as one-sided as I've seen it for a while. This is the team still trying to find themselves and find a footing. They need to do it very quickly though, because, and we've spoken about it all stage long, stage 2, stage 1, now stage 3. This is a team that could find themselves in relegations, right? And the way that it has been predicted tonight, maybe a bit of 50-50, maybe they can get over it. Well, they're going to need to, because otherwise I'm kind of sensing Rhythm might actually end up being able to pull off the fairy tale if these guys can't find themselves.
I mean, Vas, we look at this roster and it's just full of absolute fraggers, right? Like, some incredible names, and they've shown individually that they can perform. What is it that's just holding Wildcard back at the moment? Do you know?
I can't really say for sure. Obviously, only they would really know kind of what's going wrong. I theorize that it's probably their roles, in my opinion. I mean, they have 5 really good players. It could be a matter of maybe the way they've got things set up, maybe the way they IGL, maybe, I don't know. It could be, you know, small things like that that we don't really get to see on camera.
Yeah.
But for me, I think a big issue was the roles. I would have liked to see Gio on a vert role. I think he's a really good vert player, and he's been playing that at the start of stage 3 so far, and he's looked a lot better.
Yeah.
So who knows? But I think, yeah, for me, it was roles.
Okay, interesting. Well, let's get through to the map vetoes, Xenox. I'll let you go first. I'm sure you've got DevMarter's stat tracker up there. We head to Chalet. What are your thoughts?
I like it. Love it. Neither of these two teams have played it since it's come into the pool, which is a fun little fact. So, and it's actually something we kind of spoke about a little bit yesterday with a couple of teams, in fact, about expanding map pools, for instance. This is probably a good thing for both of these two teams. A lot of the times, both of these two teams have actually had a lot of a history of maps like Clubhouse, for instance, or Oregon, or even Villa, actually. Both of these two teams like a little bit of Villa, but Chalet has been a no-go. So unless Dev's match tracker has missed out somewhere, neither of these two teams have played it at all.
Vast. Chalet. Unfamiliar territory for both of these teams. What are we thinking?
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't expect a Chalet. I thought that, I mean, both teams banned it yesterday, and I thought maybe they weren't ready to play it yet. I thought it was going to be a Calf or Villa, but I think Chalet is kind of even grounds for these teams. Typically, it's not a map that they've both liked to play, but maybe it's been a map that they've both been working on during the off-season.
You'd hope so. You'd really hope so at this point. Xenox, as we look to this one, you know, I guess you're on Order's side at the moment, aren't you? You've kind of went a little bit further into them. So I'll give you the floor here to back the boys. What are they going to do to get this across the line?
Well, they don't have to do anything. It's another fun fact with Xenox. Everyone loves them. Here's the little fun fact and as to why Order's going to win. We all know about their inconsistency problems. Well, how about this? In the last 8 games, they won, then they lost, then they won, then they lost. Then they won, then they lost. Then they won, then they lost yesterday. Well, guess what? You can see where the pattern's going here, man. They're going to win tonight because of that. Look, hey, they are the team that is always inconsistent. They lost yesterday. They looked horrible. Yeah. They will look like world beaters today.
World beaters, hey, that's a big claim. I don't think we can really give that the title to Wildcard either. But Vas, final thoughts before we head into this map.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what's going to happen in this game, to be honest. It's going to be interesting, but I think that's
why we got you on here, mate.
I think both of these teams are in a pretty similar situation in terms of like they're facing kind of a plateau, and they both are looking to break through that plateau. And I think, despite whoever wins this match, I don't think that it answers a lot of questions just yet. I think both of these teams really need to show a lot of consistent performances. We can't see the win one, lose one, win one, lose one. That's not what is going to put them into that top 3. They really need consistent performance week in, week out. So I'm hoping that maybe this game could be a turnaround for one of these teams.
Let's hope so, because it really the road has to start here. The stage-long campaign, Xenox, this is where it begins, surely. Surely this is where Order and Wildcard, one of them have to take off.
Yeah, I guess generally one has to win, one has to lose. That's generally how it goes, Rob.
God damn it, we're not even 5 minutes into the show and you're already ticking me off, but it's time for the first matchup of Playday 2. See you later, Vast, and thank you for joining us once again. We'll speak to you right after this one, but Xenox, this really does start a long campaign for either Order or Wildcard. Both teams riddled with inconsistencies, or consistently bad, as you put it.
Yeah, and I think for Wildcard it could be really bad if they lose this tonight, because you know what? They play Knights next week and play Day 3, and that, let's be real, they'll be 0-3 at that point. And then from there, how do you expect them to really make playoffs, right, with the final 4 play days? It could happen, but boy, it's not a hold you really want to find yourselves in. And for Order as well, I mean, imagine starting this stage 0-2, losing to Rufflecopter and Wildcard. No disrespect to either of those two teams, Rob, but it's not like losing to, say, Knights or Chiefs.
That's okay. You know what? You've already started out here with a bang. Now, I'm going to give you the floor, my friend.
Oh, here we go.
Generally, this is where you shut up and Guz takes over, but it's time, baby. Let's get into it, shall we? What are we seeing from these bands?
Well, the Flores is probably the only interesting one there. The Thatcher makes a lot of sense, but the Flores, as you can see, actually, with the attackers ban rate down the bottom, 13%, one of the lesser ones there. But I guess you can open up some sight lines. You can also clear out some of the sites as well, get rid of that utility. Mirror makes a lot of sense too, pretty much on any map. And then the Kaid, I guess 25% chance, Rob. The stats don't lie, surely will be the final ban.
Valk. It's Valk, 100%. God damn it, we're both wrong. Well, that starts us off on a great note.
Hey, it's not our fault. The stats apparently lied.
Oh, God, this is not the way we wanted to start tonight, Xenox, that's for sure. But we are getting into it. Round number 1, taking aways with Order on the defense. Look, Xenox, we've got to talk about Order, don't we? Because they have been quite defensive in the past 2 playdays that we've seen them.
Yeah, but just quickly with the Wamai, you know, what that can potentially do as well. Puts a lot more emphasis on the Jaeger, as we know. Certain sites, like if you're playing bar games and you're looking at that library stairs hold with the mezzanine, suddenly you don't have those Wamai discs there either, so you've only got really the ADSs. That does, I guess, open that up a little bit, especially with, you know, Flores off the board. So it's kind of like a tit for tat kind of thing, I guess. But Order defense, look, what about Chalet defense? This has been the interesting thing as well. We always thought that when Chalet came back into the map pool, it was going to be attacker-sided, but in the end, it's actually been pretty 50-50, even at times favoring the defenders. Yeah.
I guess we'll see if the stats lie once again for us. It looks after the ban phase. Please don't throw us under the bus. But one thing I do just want to note, obviously, the HP Omen. There we go. The community vote. That is... Well, that's actually as sharp as what it was for us on the desk as well. We're kind of split. It is 50-50, this matchup.
Yeah, and again, I'm going to keep repeating it. I'm a little bit surprised, but I guess Order's, you know, inconsistency issues are a reason as to why it is this close. It does probably say a little bit more about Order than Wildcard, to be honest. We all know Wildcard's issues and where they've been at the last few months, but for Order, where they probably wanted to be here for Stage 3 is a team that should be overwhelming favourites.
Yeah. Now, one thing that, like, I know you mentioned this last night because you stole my damn point, but we're seeing so much Nook, so much Tachanka just being played throughout these playdays with these OCE teams. And honestly, I'm not going to speculate. I'm not even going to try to figure out why, because obviously there are plenty of reasons why individuals would be taking this, or teams in general, but it's just something that we have not seen in the past, and I love it. I'll be honest with you, Xenox. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, I was actually going to do a quick little Control F, see if I can actually find what Guz said. He says, Nook free lurk and Chanka buffs IG. So, there you go. There's the hardcore analysis from Guz coming in here for a little bit of help there. But look, yeah, I did mention it yesterday. We have seen a bit more Nook, and it makes a lot of sense on maps like Chalet, where it's a little bit more free-flowing. And you are going to obviously want to try and rely on a little bit of that movement, which is exactly what Wildcard is going to do. They'll play into it with the Lion as well, with Emerin, and and see how they can do. But generally speaking, you know, so like bar games, we are just going to see this top library stairs hold, mezzanine with that shield. Makes a lot of sense. It means Order, though, probably aren't going to be moving around too much. Wildcard should get into position pretty quickly here.
Oh, Bailey surely is the ADS there to support. No, it's not. There we go. Vinny opening up the bank account here for Wildcard. And Bailey, no more. Geo adding to the issues so far. And there we go. Free lurk, Guz. Spot on.
Wildcard with the two-man advantage as well from here should be more than capable of really closing out this opening round. Geo down below, very low health, but oh, what an angled shot! Molosca just says, good night, Specker. This is a great start for Wildcard. It's only one round, but you can build a lot of momentum when you're playing well.
No, you can. Just one foot in front of the other, and before you know it, Xenox, you're out the front of the dub. That might be what Wildcard really need, let's be honest. But Nico, surely not. Okay, Vinny putting the nail in the coffin there. All they're waiting for is the hammer to drop in this round. But Nico, he still remains an ever-large presence up here in Library. Surely Wildcard just play this to perfection.
I don't even know how Guz and Dev actually do analysis when half the time they're filling in this spreadsheet. It is honestly very difficult. I can't sit back here and tell you exactly the reasons why Wildcard won, other than they hit their shots, Manic.
Yeah,
they won their ones. The thing that's interesting, though, is more so the time. Wildcard very efficient with their time this round. Imran's going to obviously get this diffuser. Nico unable to find him. In a 1 versus 2, though, technically winnable, and he does seem like he senses the positioning of Imran here. He's just trying to find like a pixel above, I guess, but this should still be a winnable scenario if Nico can hit the shot, and he does! He's got 3 for the round. Geo's very low as well.
This is not good at all. Wildcard, I believe it was a 4v1, something close to that. Nico hunting for Geo, but with only a lick of HP, he's only got to hit him with the sidearm. Geo, how do you play this one to perfection? Claws that back for Wildcard. Nico nearly clutches up massively in the first round on Chalet here, and that is certainly setting a tone for the rest of this match.
Yeah, really good, I guess, discipline there from Geo as well. Didn't just rush onto site immediately after losing Imran. It can probably be easy in that scenario to be like, oh, it's a 1 versus 1. I'm going to try and make something happen, but he held his nerve. We can actually see through the replays. They are wonderful, wonderful replays. A lot of it really did end up just coming down to sort of these ones at the end of the day, Rob, right? Yeah. A lot of these sort of 1v1 environments were created, which is a little strange because typically bar games, a lot of the emphasis is that top of library stairs, that mezzanine chimney area, trying to clear out those sort of positions, eventually then get control of library, drop down, and then maybe even a big window push as well. But no, it was actually around the map we were seeing these sort of fights break out. We do move away from bar games now and head over to office and bedroom.
Yeah, I guess that's the kind of beauty of those opening picks for Wildcard. It opens the round up a lot more for them to be able to take fights, and unfortunately, like you're saying, ones are, you know, it's such a dangerous game, right? You never really want to give, especially someone like Nico, one-on-ones. He essentially had every single fight then isolated without necessarily like the buddy system from Wildcard. So we'll wait to see whether that will kind of come back to haunt them in the end, but for now, I do like Order's decision just to keep moving. It's something that we talk about a lot when we cast, is like, you know, the kind of the duality of on one hand sitting there and staying on the same site, or moving on and progressing. And generally when we see a team stick, you know, there is something that they've clearly spotted could have fixed that. And to be fair, I mean, I'm no big brain color caster, but maybe Order could have played that better in the earlier rounds without having too much of a nuisance.
It's always easy to sit back and say, well, you could have played safer, but then you don't have the reward from that risk that could be at play. The interesting thing to note here, Wildcard, of course, they've got the same lineup. This does put a lot of emphasis on Pat, especially for what is essentially this master office site. There's going to be a lot of walls you're going to want to eventually try and open up, whether that be through Solarium or the office wall from the mezzanine. So if Pat goes down early, this is going to then be a disaster for Wildcard. So heavy emphasis on him staying alive here.
See there, I believe that's Molosca who's kind of cutting that rotate off all the way to Solarium. No, it's Emo in. There you go. Smack bang on there, Mandy. As per usual, that's allowed Geo to actually push directly in and take the stairs control. Kind of cuts Order off somewhat, but Milo taking a bit of contact, and it's somehow him coming out on top. I actually can't remember what I even just saw there. Blink and you miss it kind of thing, Xenox.
Yeah, it happens in Siege sometimes, I guess.
Once or twice.
Minute and a half, though. Wildcard again, though. 2 rounds in a row now. They've got this advantage. Specker rotates over to library stairs. Emerin watching from front yard patio. And he's got a good angle, but he's not going to find any kills onto Bailey if he continues to loiter around there. And that's one thing that's going to work out here for Order. On the clash, Bailey can buy a lot of time here defensively for Order.
Xenox, did you just look at the compass to say the front yard patio then?
Oh, no, 100% knew exactly
you already knew, didn't you? Yeah,
singular position he was standing
100%.
at.
Yeah, you know every map on this in this game, that's for sure. Bailey just being an absolute nuisance. This is going to be very hard to deal with right now. Vinny looking like I actually have no clue what Vinny was going for there, but I'm sure it was a big brain move for this small brain caster. And 50 seconds, have they done enough here?
Well, if they haven't, they need to get a bit of a wriggle on. It seemed like Wildcard still hadn't maybe had full control of Bathroom just yet. Obviously still trying to get to work on the Solarium wall, which is where the heavy emphasis right now is for Wildcard. Doesn't seem like they've got enough time to rotate over towards the office side of things. So this is very much now full commit onto a Solarium push, which they have got the wall opened up now. But, as I said before, Bailey is going to be the hindrance.
He will be. Oh,
Caster
unless
curse.
Pat does that. Of course, it's the caster curse. Of course, it's you opening your schmoz once more. Nate, though, could he start to do a bit of damage? No, Milo playing consistently well from round 1 into round 2 here. And Specker, eat your heart out, my friend. This is going to be some kind of clutch. 40 seconds. Diffuser is already...
Yeah, this has been an interesting opening 2 rounds right now. Order's defense hasn't really offered much aggression. They haven't really been offensive at all with it. It's mainly just like a sit back, lose your ones kind of scenario that is playing out. I mean, I don't think Wildcard's done anything too amazing in these first 2 rounds besides, honestly, some really good angles. And they're hitting these shots when they've got these angles. Bailey on the clash was kind of working out okay. Saw him over in Bathroom earlier on in the round, then eventually fell back onto site. They dealt with him, though. So Wildcard's playing this well. Order just needs to offer a little bit more.
So Xenox, I've got to ask you:
Yeah,
are we flexing here? Are we going like hybrid? You know, half color, half play-by-play, the both of us, or what are we?
Well, I think you're not flexing. You're just like full play-by-play with the little quip here and there, and I'm trying something. What that is, we'll find out later on.
I thought you were play-by-play. Hang on, you're not color. What? What's going on here?
No, you're the play-by-play, Manic. You're the host. Come on, you should know this by now. We could just do, honestly, you know what we should do is just full color, both of us. No one would have seen it coming.
Bang, let's do it. We are going to show these Xenox, we're going to show our worth tonight. I tell you what, I hope Ubisoft EMEA are watching, because this right here, this is the SI performance that they've been looking for.
Jeez.
They need 2 Australians to stand up, and we're about to show them what we're made of, Xenox.
Guz and Dev are sweating right now. They know they're out of a job.
Yeah, they're stressed. They are absolutely stressed. I mean, I think the viewers are more stressed than we are.
Yeah, hide away from that one, man. No, turn away from it.
All right, Xenox. Round 3, and look, here's my color. Here's my analysis.
Yeah,
Wildcard are absolutely slapping Order in the earlier parts of the round. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Don't bring it back to us.
Oh no! I'm not ready. Hang on.
Just gotta make myself look pretty. Hang on.
Hey, you know what? Yesterday we had only 1 HUD bug. So
only one?
Yeah, only 1.
Well, you know that you've just jinxed it for us and for literally every other viewer here.
Oh, sorry.
What? Jinxing, or what are you sorry for? Are you sorry that we're coming back to our faces, or
both? Maybe. Unfortunately. You know what? Let's do some magic. Let's bring it back to us.
Let's do it. Hopefully so. We'll wait and see. Wait and see if our
For those who
faces
might have
come
missed
back.
it, by the way, there was the HUD bug called in the chat. That's why, obviously, this is all happening. We're having some laughs here. We also have Vast back with us too, and I've just taken over the host role again.
Look, to be honest, it's just to be expected, Xenox. I mean, like, you know, you've already casted 2 at the end of rounds, and there's only been 2 rounds, so I guess, you know, you just take over everything. But Vast, have you had a good read on this, mate? Like, we're sitting here like a scrambling bunch of idiots, pretending to put some thoughts together. But, you know, what are we seeing so far from Wildcard? Is this impressive at all, or Order playing into them a little?
I think it's pretty impressive. They have some really fast entry from like Geo and Vinny, and even Milo, and they're just right now they're hitting shots, and I think they're kind of feeling it, which is some pretty good signs. I think Order are kind of feeding a little bit. It seems like a lot of the kills Wildcard are getting early. There's not really trades happening. Seems like the Order players are kind of caught off guard a bit solo, and there's no real teamwork and whatnot. So I'd like to see Order kind of maybe change the way they're playing, maybe kind of roam in duos, and maybe just try to stall Wildcard a bit longer.
Oh god, Bailey just terrifies me, man. Honestly, his shoulders are so damn big as well. Oh yes, the Bailey point of
was that a hair flick?
That hair. That was a hair flick. That 100% was a hair flick. I love that. But Xenox, let's break it down a little bit here. Are we worried for Order at all? I mean, it is just the first 2 rounds, but things are certainly looking quite comfortable for Wildcard.
Yeah, well, you said it right there, Manik. It's only the first 2 rounds. So yesterday we had a couple of games where within the first even 3-4 rounds we're sitting back. Avert was up 2-1 against Knights. Obviously, what was another one? I think Rhythm also started pretty well against Bliss. Wildcard was also up 2-1 against the Chiefs. I think they even might have won the first 2 rounds or something. Actually, no, Chiefs won the first one, then Wildcard won 2 in a row. So it's that similar sort of thing, right? Wildcard started well yesterday, couldn't quite hold on and finish strong. Will that happen again here? As Spec is that a duel or something?
Surely not.
Puffing away, jeez. But yeah, like we've seen this sort of story before. But is the ending going to be the same, or is this time Wildcard going to be capable of actually finishing the job?
I guess that's probably a better question for Vas. You do know as the colour you're meant to answer the questions, not ask more questions there, Xenox.
Oh.
Xenox answers questions by giving more questions.
Well, technically answer it and then ask a new one.
It's the host life. There's no doubt about it. Vast look, we're not so much worried about, I don't want to say we're not worried about wildcard relegations, but it is going to be something that is talked about, especially as we get toward the end of this stage. I mean, really, we're looking at a team that just has so much potential here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even potential as well. Like, these are really good players that have proven that they, can be on top of OCN. I mean, look out the, golden years of, Pat, Emo, Geo, even Vinny, these guys were, a part of that wildcard that was really successfard.
Yep. It's kind of terrifying when you think about that. Like, Emo has essentially, been on since day dot of the wildcard supreme leader kind of vibe. They really took control of 2020, and unfortunately, it just hasn't gone all that well for them ever since. And look, I guess we can blame it on a multitude of factors, but now it's time for them to show up in the server, and I'm sure that they would agree with that. This is not something that they'd be sitting back by any means, kind of disagreeing with. But Xenox, I guess we can probably turn this into a bit of a podcast now, can't we? Because I don't know how long these rehosts go for, because of course I've only been hosting the past couple of nights. Where do you see Wildcard in the scheme of OCN right now, or in the scheme of OCE?
Like bottom 3 OCN.
Yeah. Is that it?
Well, you asked me. I didn't want to do what I did before and finish your question and present another question. So I just answered your question.
No, that's.
Did you want me to expand on it a little bit more?
No. Look, no. By no means do I want you to expand on a point that I've asked you, and hope that you'd throw a lifeline out after I just said we're turning into a podcast. But Vast, I guess on the flip side of things here, we had such high hopes for Order after their first Playday in APAC South. Were you able to watch that match?
Yeah, I was. I mean, I was kind of the same as everyone else. I thought there were a lot of positives in that game that. They weren't really doing last season. And it generally looked like, they worked really hard in the off season. But, I think it's too early to say, especially, just one game. I don't think we can have that fair statement of the team.
Yep. No, well, that's fair enough. I guess they've got plenty of time to prove their own worth. So we are heading back into it. Thank you very much for accompanying us once more, Vast. It's always a pleasure to have you on, giving us your thorough insight, which Xenox and I have about zero between the two of us. So heading into the third round here, my friend Xenox, much of the same for order, do we expect?
I would hope not, because if it is much of the same, this will be a pretty quick match then if it is, because they look. Yeah. I think Vast said it right. They need to actually get a little bit more aggressive, start roaming a little bit, you know, and trust themselves. Have that buddy system if they really need to, but just do something. Because if you're just sitting on site, consistently losing these 1v1s that continue to happen pretty much everywhere. Well, it's 2-0. It'll be 4-0 soon.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to actually ask you this question because it's going to be open-ended, and look, you can jump around it if you want to, but I was mentioning in the second round how when we see a team go back to a site which they've just attempted, it kind of leans into the thought process of they figured out what they've kind of done wrong. Can you, for the life of you, remember back to that second round and pick apart anything?
Not now, because we had a rehost. If we didn't have a rehost, sure, I would have. The main thing was, fair. Honestly, I mean, we had, Bailey on the Clash, and it was okay without being too amazing. More than anything, though, the fact that they've got now Bailey on the Valk, I do believe that they may end up being a little bit more aggressive actually off the site, maybe trying to hold Solarium a little bit better than they were able to in the last round, where they basically gave up Solarium control pretty easily. There was a little bit of bathroom presence, but that was about it. You can see basically where Bailey's sort of positioning himself now. This actually should end up being a little bit better. They can control bathroom a little easier and still get control of piano and put a bit of pressure on Solarium. So knowing if Wildcard sort of do the same thing that they did last time, which is a Solarium push, then they should be better equipped for it this time.
Yes, that's the big decision from Wildcard right now. It does look like they are setting up across there. Geo and Pat on the rappel, while the remaining Wildcard members start to poke and prod a little bit further. And speaking of, really quick trade from Nate. I mean, that's what we've needed to see from Order, right? A quick response without really hesitating.
Yeah, I don't think they were they... So Spectre was down below roaming, if I'm correct.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Which, I don't mind that, right? Like, that's probably what you want, rather than Spectre dying sort of on site. There's only a minute 20 seconds left as well, so Wildcard, they did get one kill, but as you said, was immediately traded back. But they haven't got any walls open up here as well from Solarium just yet. Still trying to clear Bailey from that shield position to get this bathroom control.
That is absolutely massive from Nico. The double C4. It looked like Wildcard was starting to get their ducks in a row. Very quickly does he shut them up. And now, with only two remaining members, it's Emorin and Vinny, both players who are more than capable of getting this done, but they've got to get a move on.
I didn't see, but was that pre-placed? I actually hadn't checked, and when we actually did scan over to Nico, he wasn't really close to the area, so unless he threw it and literally sprinted away, it may have been pre-placed. 30 seconds left, but yeah, from here, Order's got that two-man advantage, should be able to close this one out comfortably on the defense.
That you would hope, and look at those long lines all the way from Fireplace. Okay, Vinny, fair enough, I guess. 20 seconds left, 15 seconds left. Time is starting to... Oh my god, could you imagine if Vinny hits that? It would have been on like Donkey Kong, but I couldn't imagine they're going to amount to much now. 5 seconds left. Vinny has to get in there, completely isolated from each other. Emo's coming all the way in from Mezzanine, and Order are quick and swift in their response. 2-1. They finally bite back.
Yeah, and probably answers your question as well, you know, when you sort of repeat a site, fixing your mistakes. Obviously, there was a bit more pressure on Solarium. It made it way more difficult for Wildcard. The double C4 kill from Nico pretty much is going to attest that, right? Like, they had those C4s there. You could see the bathroom shield as well. So, good adjustments from Order. Obviously, losing Specker early was not ideal, but at least he's roaming around, trying to be annoying, try and be a nuisance, and try and do something a little bit different. And Order just adjusted really well. And it goes back to sort of what I was saying in the rehost, that, you know, this is why you don't get ahead of yourself after 2 rounds. Wildcard started well yesterday, and then they fell off. Is it going to happen again here? Great round from Order. If they continue to play like that, I definitely back them in to finish this off.
Jeez, you almost sounded like a color caster for a second then. Goodness me. know how far we've come, Xenox, and you know what? I'm not even going to add to that because I couldn't agree more with you. You're an absolute bloody genius. Now, are we in bar at the moment? Or have we gone down to basement? I think we're back at bar, right?
Yes, we are.
There we go. Just wanted to make sure. So I guess this now leans into that same conversation, which is, you know, do Order have that ability to kind of, you know, look back in time and figure out what kind of went wrong? And I think Vast had mentioned it early on, and so did you, you know, trying to either, you know, stick to those roams and not die immediately, or roam in two, make yourself tradable, because that's what really, if you think about it, for Wildcard, it's what gave them the opening. It's what gave them the look in. There was no pressure after they found the opening 2 picks. It was just lucky from Nico that he went absolutely off. Jack Daddy, what are you doing down here? I love it.
Well, this is probably the extent of any sort of roam, I think, on this site. It's going to be pretty Jack Dad around Snow and the stairs position, because that's really going to be a site where you're going to want always 2 players from a stuck top of library and then around Chimney. Then there's sometimes 1 player in library, then 1 sort of around bar stock or bar itself. So there's not too much room to really roam. You maybe have 1 at best. And Jack Dad's going to be the annoying one, I guess, over in Snow.
Wonder if he can find this timing. I do not imagine he will be able to, and surely that's just him falling back. That was very, very close, but perfectly timed from Wildcard to get that open. It just kind of forces him back, and I guess, you know, the first mini game from Wildcard is successful, and it's within the first minute, so, you know, they haven't lost too much time here as Milo starts to close in, kind of pints from the backside of Snow.
Yeah, but it's a par for the course, right? Because obviously Jack Dad's already forcing them to commit time and utility to open up that wall, try and get, you know, control down below. Jack Dad's really just being a nuisance here, buying a lot of time. It's more so the fact that Vinny has found a kill on Bailey somewhere. That's not ideal. C4 gets ripped, thrown out, misses completely, but this is really good play from Jack Dad right now, and they're sending over Molosca through blue to try and deal with him.
This is exactly where, I think it was, maybe Nate lost his head last time as well. Milo with the sharp shot. This is looking so damn good from Wildcard. Order's minigame at the start, maybe they were looking to play to waste time, but unfortunately sticking around a little bit too long gets them caught out in the end. And Wildcard are really punishing, I'm not even going to say mistakes, just punishing the playstyle from Order here. And it's looking very good as that minute starts to close in.
Yeah, it's the downsides though, of course, when you try and hold those sort of positions down below, off-site. If you don't win those shots, then your defense on-site is going to be reduced down to 2 or 3 players left, and Wildcard with the 2-man advantage, which is actually pretty similar to what we saw in the earlier couple of rounds, really, besides round 3. So this is actually more of the same from the first 2 rounds, more than anything. But Nate's going for a play here through blue. He's trying to flank him from behind, see if he can find a kill or 2 and even things back up, but there's only 30 seconds left.
What is the timing on that? Gio just comes up the staircase, but it's Nico again, and Specker starts to chime in. Milo, he may well be the linchpin for Wildcard here. You'd have to hope so. Emo Rin holds strong, and my goodness, it looked like Order were back on track. How quickly Wildcard were able to dismiss that. And man, this is, I'm not going to lie, this is looking really good on Wildcard's attack.
It's an interesting thought process here for Bar Games that Order is putting more time defending off-site than on-site, which is fine, but you obviously run the risk that if you lose 1 or 2, then your on-site defense is just basically already not even going to matter. And this I like, going over to kitchen dining. They're going to extend above, obviously, in Master and Office, which is where we tend to see it. And if they can, again, I mean, the fact that Wildcard are just running around with the 1 hard breach as well, this is going to be another similar predicament to Master Office. If Pat goes down early, suddenly things are going to be very difficult. We saw, I think, Chalet yesterday. I can't remember the game off the top of my head, but the defense above was very difficult to break down, and then it forced the push into dining, which was way too one-dimensional, and it just never worked out. Can't remember who, can't remember the game, but that's basically what played out. So it puts emphasis here on Order. Probably don't have to do too much roaming. Hold above, hold your angles, win your shots, and then make it very difficult to get this vert control.
So that's the aim of the game from your coach Xenox. Glad to see you've unleashed the play style there, mate. Nico on the drone hunt, and Milo not moving that drone at all, so he can't hear. A little bit of wasted time, but I guess it's tit for tat. There we go. That's it. It's all worth it. That is all worth it at the end of the day. But it is only 1 drone that's gone from Wildcard. However, they do not have any kind of information in Garage. And I'd love to see if they just send it in to try and take a fight, and that's exactly what Milo and Gio are looking to do.
Yeah, and right now I kind of just back in whatever Wildcard's doing right now. They're obviously feeling it. This is kind of like the Wildcard we've expected throughout Stage 2 and coming into Stage 3, and they're actually playing and showing it right now. And I think maybe losing to Chiefs yesterday on Bank doesn't really give us a good gauge as to where this team is actually at, because let's be real, it's the Chiefs. It's also a new map. It's a different map. Coming over here, though, I think you can clearly see they've put a lot of time into Chalet in their scrims. I could be wrong there, but I'm going to just hazard the guess that they've been doing it.
Yeah. How was it? Oh, look at that information. Oh, this is absolute Kobe. Oh, love that from Nico. Gets away by the skin of his teeth, but you know, staying alive is more important at this stage. Wildcard now starting to take that top floor control that you said was going to be so crucial for Order.
Yeah, and they're doing well for time here as well. Minute 50 on the clock. They've already got Pat over towards Trophy Stairs, so they can start to get to work on the Solarium Wall eventually. They've also got presence down below. I mean, we saw, obviously, them being able to sort of shuffle Nico around. Wildcard's got a lot of pressure right now on Order. It is still 5v5. They do have to still be careful of the clock. This is where they could get stalled out. And if they do get stalled out, then the top becomes a no-go, and they'll have to just push onto site. Order will still have the vert control, and that means Order should then be able to win the round.
Much information do they have on Milo right now? It looks like he's going to get into position to be able to take an opening fight, but it just depends on what angle he's approached from first. Right now, he's sitting pretty comfortable. Oh my God, that is so damn sharp. That's twice we've seen from him in this match alone. It's technically a 3 versus 5 with a minute left. Wildcard looking to put the pressure on. Is this flank going to pay off though?
Yeah, it's more of the same, again, from what we saw in the earlier couple of rounds. Wildcard just finding these nutty angles, hitting these shots. Gio gets Specker, and of course Nico's still down, right? So it's technically a 4 versus 2, Rob.
This is an absolute massacre, a bloodbath from Wildcard as Bailey looks to retake. He's been spotted in Trophy. What a shot that was. Milo very quickly puts him to bed, and good night for round number 5. Wildcard looking so damn hot.
Wow. Yeah, I'm a little taken aback right now. It's 4-1. This was a match that was 52-48 split on the HP Omen community vote, and obviously in the predictions it was basically a 50% split. This is not playing out that way. I will say this though, of course, we never can get too excited. It is only the opening half. Maybe this is going to be an attacker-sided Chalet. Order's attack could, I guess, sort of replicate what Wildcard has been able to do, but honestly right now, full credit to Wildcard. This is the best I've seen from them in a long while.
And Xenox, correct me if I'm wrong, but you did say that neither of these teams have shown Chalet, right?
Well, apparently, again, unless Dev's tracker hasn't worked, yeah, no play days at all on Chalet for either of these two teams. They're both banned it out. In fact, Order have banned it out aggressively since it's come back into the map pool. And honestly, I think they may have to go back to banning it.
I find this really interesting, right? Because if that is the case, and let's just theorycraft and say that Wildcard and Order have not been scrimming, and no one's been leaking scrimming notes on Chalet. Okay, let's just say that as if it's a fact. Wildcard are just looking like they're reading everything the Order are trying to do. Every roam that they're trying to hold. Again, I know that you mentioned it before with the top library stairs hold. You know, it's quite common on that bar defense. But they've just dealt with all of the roams from Order so damn well. It literally looks like Order plays this every week and Wildcard have read them and they just, you know, haven't adapted. But that's not the case. That's what's crazy to me, is both of these teams are playing this for the supposed first time, depending on Dev's match tracker.
First time in the competitive environment. Obviously, scrims, we got no idea.
Yeah, of course. But, you know, like that just shows to me that Wildcard are here to play. And now, for me, Order have to step up to the plate.
Yeah, and honestly, I would be completely flabbergasted if Wildcard haven't put too much time into this, because it looks like they have. It looks, the way they're playing, like they've been scrimming this for a while, and they've got some sort of an idea as to what they sort of want to do here, a game plan, if you will. But still one round to go here for the first half, and if they can make it a 5-1 lead, I mean, geez, Wildcard are looking amazing. And this can really launch their stage. I mean, I think you mentioned it in the pre-show. Manic, someone's got to get going, and the other one's going to stay behind.
Yep. The going gets tough, the tough get going, and maybe it could be a turnaround stage for Wildcard. Maybe this could be that fairy tale story that we talked about with IG. I know for some of you who watch OCN, you might not watch APAC South, but it's kind of been a similar storyline for Invictus Gaming. They have shot back up the standings, up the rankings, and I really think of them as the team that they were in 2020. This could be the start for Wildcard. I know it's one game. I know it's a best of one, but you have to take the positives. And right now, that is all Wildcard are showing us.
Yeah, and I got to say as well, having tipped Order, if they lose this game and it continues in this fashion, I don't know if I can tip them for the rest of the stage.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's really disappointing too, because coming into this stage, I really wanted to back Order in and say, that's it. Derpay comes in, they're going to put aside their inconsistencies, but
yeah,
it's same old right now here. But still, minute left, 4-2 half would not be impossible to come back from. 2 players down below in kitchens. That's going to, of course, still provide a bit of vert control for Order from down below. Another EE1D goes out, but so far, it's shaping up again. Wildcard, this is where usually they strike and they find their kills. Geo gets the heads on it.
Oh my God!
It's old Geo that's shown up. 2 quick kills. They establish control down below. This round's over.
Just literally just put it in the books. Xenox, just write it in the books.
Yep.
We're done. We're dusted. They've got so much control right now and only looking for more. Milo's going to be able to deal with any utility on this wall, or so you would bloody well hope so. Just hard to find that Kaid Claw. There it is. The Electric Claw gets taken care of. Although, Xenox, 20 seconds left. This could still be doable.
Could very well be. EE1D is going to be deployed. If Order are to win this round, though, Rob, they need to find a few picks before Wildcard get even more control. Vinny with the nade kill onto Nico makes this virtually impossible. Nate jacked at the last 2.
Oh, Pat turning the corner. That was a decisive fight, sorry, I should say, but it doesn't make a goddamn difference. Wildcard have turned up. That's 5-1 on the half.
Yeah, by far and away, the best first half we've seen from Wildcard in months. 5-1, they're making Order look completely ordinary, Rob, and we'll see whether or not that can continue now onto their defense.
That's the big question. Are they going to be able to do so? I'll tell you one thing. Wildcard are speed running right now, and if you want the ability to speed run as efficiently and as effectively as they are, do not look any further than Samsung's NVMe SSDs if you want to find out more of their latest range. Type !SSD in the Twitch chat. Let's get into this because honestly, I think before we blink, Wildcard are going to take this.
Just quickly, by the way, from one play-by-play host to another, that was an 11 out of 10. Well done, Rob. Well done. That was great. Loved it. Loved the interjection of the speed run. You brought the game into the advertisement as well. It was a perfect pitch. But look, they definitely are speed running this. 5-1 Order on the attack, and we'll see. I think you actually said Order's a team that's usually, defensive orientated? Well, that's why you're not a color caster, because you're completely wrong.
I'm not going to lie, I never said that, but I'll cop it, you know? I'll take that. I think what's crazy to me about Order, and I hope we don't see any kills or anything important in the first 30 seconds of this. I'm going to very quickly speedrun this. What is crazy from me is how polar opposite Order are acting now that Derpay's in the roster. They are not doing those incredibly crazy plays that we saw from them in Stage 1 and 2. They've refined their game style so much, which worked incredibly well in APAC South, but in here, in OCN, they're getting taken to town, Xenox. It is a little bit worrying for me, and I hope that they're able to find that last little bit of spice, that little, salt to flick on to kind of change this OCN season or stage. Because right now, they are looking down the barrel at Wildcard, who is a team that we're kind of iffy about, absolutely demolishing them.
If we're going on little tangents here, I'll quickly go on one as well. But improvement is never linear. It's not always just a straight line up. Of course, Derpay comes in. He may want to shuffle a few things around. That can take a few games. Hey, that could even take a whole stage. If you want to try and change the identity of a team, it's not going to happen overnight. You're going to have some tough losses. You're going to have some growing pains. That could be what we're seeing from Order right now. I still kind of want to give them the benefit of the doubt and say they can turn it around sooner rather than later. But these sort of performances, they got demolished 7-2 by Rufflecopter. Now they're getting demolished 5-1 by Wildcard. It needs to change sooner rather than later.
God, I hate this part of the job. I'll say that, Xenox. I hate it. I don't like being that bloke, but it certainly is time to become that bloke. Order now facing a real, like, if you think about this is a significant loss, but that is an incredible way to start back out. Emo Ring gets taken down. That is, of course, a Frost, but potato, how low are the IQ on these Frost mats? Because that's really what I'm going to be looking at.
Yeah, but what's interesting is they haven't really done anything to dismantle this wildcard defense yet. I mean, you can see Vinny right here still playing this chimney position on the mezzanine. Top of library stairs is still up. Bailey actually just now dealing with that shield, and there's only 40 seconds left. So as this gets down to the final 20 seconds, the old 20-second meta may approach here, and it should still favor wildcard even despite being a man down.
Oh man, I'm so grateful we don't see that 20-second meta anymore. It's great when it pops up every now and then, but boy oh boy, it's nice to have a break from that. It looks like we're going to be revisiting old times. Geo, that's the linchpin. That may well be a huge issue for Order here. It's Jack Daddy down. Nico follows.
Jeez.
And my goodness, Wildcard are putting on a goddamn clinic. 5 seconds left. What can Order do here? They're looking to try and bite back, but so quickly are they shut down. It's Bailey left. He'll try to stick the plan. You know, valiant effort. He's saving the KD. Save that damn KD.
Oh my god. 6-1, Rob! 6-1! No one predicted this scoreline.
No.
Emphasis on the scoreline because there was actually a lot of people who did predict wildcard, but no one would have predicted it to happen in this fashion. In fact, I think when you look at the predictions as a whole, the 50% sort of quota, a lot of that kind of suggests almost overtime or 7-5, close, back and forth, a tight tussle. No, this is like a high schooler beating on a kindergarten. Like, this is...
that mental imagery. Hell no. Hell no.
This is as one-sided as I've ever seen wildcard produce in OCN.
Oh.
They are bashing them. This is horrible to watch.
Oh god, yeah. Yeah, it is really quite rough right now, and this tack timeout, this has to be a saving grace. You like, something needs to come through right now, Xenox, because honestly, this is looking so solid. Like, you know, yes, Surface play-by-play cast up doesn't really know what he's talking about, but it is the overarching picture of what is happening right now. It is from the macro to the micro. It is wildcard through and through. Oh, God.
Well,
what a scoreline.
This is where, you know, is it Orders playing bad? Wildcard's playing really good? Bit of both? It's probably both. Large degrees both, because Wildcard have actually, I think, been playing really well. Right? You can sit back and say, oh, and this is something Guz would probably say, Wildcard haven't really been doing anything too crazy. Order is just playing bad. No, I actually think Wildcard have actually been playing very well. Their positioning, the angles they've been able to find, their time management, I mean, just everything they've been doing has been good, right? And Order, on the other hand, have just been the polar opposite, basically. Yeah. I mean, their time management there at the end was quite poor. They hadn't even gotten key positions really opened up. They're not able to hit their shots. They just look abhorrent. This is the worst I've seen of Order in a while. And if they want to... If they're sick of hearing the whole inconsistency storyline that's been put on them for stages and stages, well, it's staying. It's not going anywhere. In fact, it could actually go... and be even worse, Rob. You can go from being an inconsistent team to being a straight-out bad team. They need to seriously work on it. They've won 3 rounds of Siege since we've started back for Stage 3, and we're heading into Playday 3 next week. That's not good.
No, that's a really concerning sign. And, you know, like, here's the thing. They know this, right? That, like, they will admit this 100%. And right now in this meta, it kind of feels like back to school. You know, it's like we're going back to basics. So many teams are saying how important communication has become, how important just the simple winning your ones has become in this game now. Whereas previous to this, last year, it was a completely different game. The meta was all util dump. It was all, you know, structured approaches. And now it kind of got thrown out the window a little bit. And it just feels like Order, for whatever reason, are not hitting those basics. And It's something that Specker said in his interview in APAC South is, yeah, we're back to basics. We've nailed it.
Yeah.
Right now, we're just not seeing it. So this OCN is where they have to prove it as well. It can't just be an effort in APAC South.
Well, that's the other thing, right? And this is where maybe I should just pull the foot off the pedal a little bit on the bashing order train, because their APAC South performance the other day was absolutely amazing. And I think that's why I'm being extra critical on them tonight, because when you show us how good you are, and then you show us yesterday and tonight, well, that's when I get really confused, and I'm like, well, which one am I supposed to believe? Now, obviously, if they're putting all their eggs in the APAC South basket, which, remains to be seen, we'll see how they go next week. If that's the case, then that's obviously the case. But until we actually see that and can determine that right now, this has been very disappointing.
Don't need to add anything to that right now. It looks like Wildcard have kind of conceded from the office control. However, still one. It still looks like two roaming. One toward the piano bathroom area and one at the very back of Solarium. I guess you don't really need to be in the office or the bedroom itself to take those fights and to make Order feel uncomfortable. It's a minute left. I mean, it just feels like Order are trying to catch flies right now. They're trying to chase butterflies, and Wildcard are just getting away with it.
What have they actually accomplished right now? Maybe a couple of sight lines into Master Office, but this is a kitchen dining site. There's 40 seconds left. I think at best what maybe happens here, which they haven't even cleared out Vinny. Does he have info, though, on the player inside a bedroom? That's the real question. In bathroom. Bailey actually just outside, so he's not even inside bathroom. Yeah, this is horrible. This is really bad. I mean, Order... They haven't even got hatches opened up. I just don't understand the play. Nico's only just getting started. There's 20 seconds left, and you're opening the wall now?
Zero comment. If they win their ones, it could completely turn the tide here.
They can.
10 seconds, Xenox. This is where go time initiates. And oh, that's beautiful. That is Nico opening things up, but he can't find his second. Pat's now given an opportunity to Milo. It comes down to the 1v1. Jack Daddy will stick the diffuser, and now he's given an opportunity. That's unreal from him. A crisp shot.
Okay.
And that will send us to another round.
Look, that was very messy. At the end of the day, they just basically swarmed onto site. Nothing crazy there from Order. They didn't really open up a whole lot. They just ended up rushing onto site. Pat did a really good job at the end finding a double that eventually made that 1v1 reality, which Jack Dad hit an amazing shot. But you can see it there, 8 seconds on the clock there. Nico, Bailey both hit their shot. That's the main thing. From that point onwards, Order are playing with the man advantage. And even then, Wildcard, because there was not that much time and because it was such a hurried approach, were able to kind of bring it back slightly. But credit to Order. They hit their shots. They got onto site. They could have much needed round win. And we have seen crazier things happen in terms of comebacks. I don't sense it's going to happen. I think Wildcard have just got too many rounds. But Order need to at least make this a respectable scoreline. Honestly, even if they don't get any points from it, Rob, they just have to for the sake of, momentum they can maybe take into next week.
I would agree. I would very much agree. And, we've seen teams start with a very rocky start. I mean, how many times, Alex, have we seen just this year alone where a team in APAC South or OCN have started out in a rough couple, like the first couple of matches are so rough. Think back to Knights in Stage 1. Their first 2-3 opening games, we were really questioning what on earth was happening. And then out of nowhere, they kind of flipped that tail. They just completely turned on. They ended up coming first, I'm pretty sure, or second, something absolutely absurd in terms of the regular stage. And it could be the same for Order, but it's just, I don't know, it's still that inconsistency label that I hate. I absolutely hate it. It burns my soul because we know how good these guys are. That's the thing. And it's the same thing for Wildcard. I can't sit here and say that about Order and not say that about Wildcard. It's the same damn thing. It just feels like there is this constantly just this one little piece of the puzzle that continues to miss.
Yeah, and I think the difference between these two teams is Wildcard have probably struggled the last few months in being able to highlight their best on a bit more of a regular basis compared to Order. I think Order at times have been able to really show us what they're capable of. Sure, they're not able to do it every night, but I think they've just been able to do it more regularly despite the inconsistency label. That's why you give them that label and not Wildcard per se. Specker, easily going to be able to find that kill. Does he know there's another one inside of that blue hallway, though? Now he does. Now he has been tagged out. He's going to lose that fight to Jer. Nice trade in the end here. Really well done from Wildcard. That buddy system in play, you can see it right there.
Yeah, well, it's exactly what VAR spoke about for Order's defense, and now we're seeing it shine through from Wildcard. It's the perfect point to make, right? You go in that buddy system, you go in your duos. At the very least, you're going to trade, or you're going to... You're not going to win or lose the round necessarily, but you are going to even the odds, and that is just so crucial there. If Specker gets away, it's 4v5. Things look a little bit more uncomfortable for Wildcard, so it's good to see them bunker down a little bit more, and Order... Now they need to start getting a move on. You don't want to see them getting down to those last couple of seconds and having these final rounds just be so chaotic, because that's just, I mean, let's be honest, that's going to give us a heart attack, let alone the actual boys.
Well, look at this already, though. Nico's a whole minute quicker than the last round, a minute and a half or so, a minute 20 to be exact. He was about 20-second mark of the last round when he started to open up this dining wall. Now he's going to get to work on it a little bit earlier. Still not entirely ideal, but you want to at least create sight lines through dining, even into kitchen. Create those sight lines. If there's drop downs or if there's swarms on the site, that's fine. But then you've got someone who can watch that site the whole way. Imran cautiously placed himself over towards Trophy Stairs still, but Wildcard may have to give up on this solar position. He's just wanting to make sure that Order don't get vert control above the site. He'll eventually then rotate over and help late in the round.
I was wondering what Nico was doing there in the Maverick as he, tried to go for that first line, and it obviously went a little bit too high, so he's gone back down and fixed things up. 30 seconds left. This is looking much more structured from Order and a little bit dangerous. There's no doubt about it. Wildcard now, they're going to have to fall back to site. Oh, you hate to see that from Pat. What can he get done as he sticks back behind the deployable shield here?
Vinny's going to really be a pain in the butt here. He finds one onto Bailey. That's going to give Wildcard the man advantage. 12 seconds left. Pat gets the job done. Rob, I think this is going to be the match.
Oh, this is it. It's all but Nate left in a 1 versus 4. No kit, no clue, no opportunity back into this one. And Wildcard, they get the job done. They've shown us an incredible performance today, and they well and truly deserve that 7-2 victory.
Yeah, they certainly do, and unfortunately for Order, it's yet another 7-2 loss. They lost 7-2 to Roffelkopter yesterday. Now they lose 7-2 to Wildcard. They are stuck on 0 points. Wildcard get all 3. And boy, what that can maybe do for their stage, Rob. It really can launch them ahead. They got a tough one next Playday against Knights, but hey, who knows? Sky's the limit here. Maybe Wildcard are showing that they're back.
Goodness me, could they be? Could they be? A performance like that, if it was any other team, I would probably say Vast, they're back. But the fact that it's Order, the fact that we saw Order yesterday, I mean, we're not going to discredit that victory at all, because Wildcard have absolutely popped off. But is there an element that maybe Order had played into that a little too much?
I think the way Order played and their playstyle really favoured Wildcard. It seemed like what Wildcard wanted to do, it seemed that Order's playstyle really enabled that.
Yeah, and I'm gonna stick with you here and shut Xenox up so we can have a second to think about this. But Vas, when we come back to you here, is this something as a player that you're looking at thinking these two teams have scrimmed before and Wildcard have kind of picked out what Order were doing? Like, how have they been able to do this with no background knowledge from what we can see in terms of competitive matches?
Yeah, from what it looked like, it just seemed like Wildcard were just playing their own game, and a lot of things were just going their way today.
Okay.
They had a lot of really fast entry that kind of gave them a lot of success in the first few rounds.
Yeah. It's an interesting one to talk about because, you spoke about the buddy system, right, on that roam.
Yep.
And then we saw Wildcard kind of utilize that. I'm not going to say is that the difference, but can that be the difference in a game for a team on their defense?
It can be a difference. I don't expect roamers to always be in buddy systems, but I think it was definitely a much needed adaptation since Order's solo roams were just not working.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And Xenox, I mean, we're looking at these stats right now. We don't always necessarily have to talk about them, but it's just so obvious. It's day and night, and I'm not talking about Kid Cudi. I'm talking about the performance between Wildcard and Order.
Yeah, you can see it in the player ratings, really. Like 1.9, 1.8, 1.6, 1.5. I mean, that is... And do remember we had the HUD bug, I think it was after the first 3 rounds or so, which was still predominantly on the side of wildcard. So it honestly could have even been even better than that. Whereas Order, not a single player at 1.0 or above. It really does tell the entire story. Really, that entire graphic just says it all. 7-2, you can see it in the timelines, you can see it in the player ratings, and honestly, just full credit to Wildcard, the way that they played here on Chalet. I'm definitely going to ask the question as to how much that they've practiced on that map, because it looked like they've put a bit of time into it.
Well, I guess that's it, right? The prep that we have leading into these games, Vast. Unfortunately, as casters, I mean, you might be different because you are technically like an ex-player and you've only just come onto the desk. Maybe you have a bit of insight, but it is hard for us to know, what kind of experience a team has in terms of scrims or even scrimming each other. But one thing that I think was kind of blaringly obvious was the starter rounds for Wildcard were just phenomenal.
Yeah, I didn't really expect them to play Chalet the way they did. It was actually really good. It was kind of textbook Chalet, but yeah, they're really fast entries. To me, it seems like they have really good pre-placed drones set up because they're enabling, Milo, Geo to get in the map really quickly and get into these like powerful positions where they're both able to make plays and get picks.
You know what? We might be able to find out whether they do have good drone placement because we got Vinny up. Let's bring him on in. Vinny, congratulations on the victory, mate. That is an incredible sign from you and the boys. I mean, from the outside, it looked like an incredible performance, but from the inside, how did that feel?
Well, g'day, guys. It's been a while, but it felt really good. It's good to get a win on the board and, kind of show the hard work that we have been putting in over the off-season. It's just kind of hasn't really come together to begin with, but we're hoping that this is kind of that turning point.
Vinny, firstly, congratulations on the win. It was probably the best game I've seen you guys play, maybe the entire year, to be completely honest. I do have to ask, and without maybe going too in-depth, but it definitely looked like you guys had been playing a bit of Chalet maybe in scrims?
I mean, we're in today's in today's meta, and at this high level of comp, you need to be able to play every map. Not necessarily very well, but you need to be able to play every map, and we definitely put a bit of work into Chalet because we knew that a lot of APAC teams either stray away from it or are very good at it. So we knew that we had to be fairly strong on it, and we've been putting a lot of work into the off season, and we had a feeling that Order probably weren't as well equipped as we were to play that map. I think it kind of looks like Consulate in the way that it plays out, which is something that really favors our kind of playstyle, and I think that showed tonight.
Yeah, I guess want to touch on a bit. Was there anything in particular you felt you guys did better tonight compared to last night? Obviously, it is only one day, but maybe a shift in your mindset or maybe confidence?
I think, the confidence thing definitely came from what we kind of spoke about over the last few days. We definitely had to reflect on what really went wrong, and we saw that it wasn't even so much our strategy or like our gunfights or anything like that. It was just the way that we played together. I think tonight we definitely made a conscious effort to make sure that people were, refragging off each other and making sure that, every kill or every death went accounted for and could be refragged. And, that's kind of the way the game goes. If you're killing them and they're not killing you back, then you'll be pretty good.
Oh. Now, Vinny, it's pretty simple, right? It's a simple game. Look, we haven't had you on for a little bit, so I do want to get a general consensus as to how, the morale in the team is going, because, from the outside, we're always trying to gas you up and gas the boys up, but it has looked a little bit dire in Stage 2. This might kickstart things, so how are things feeling?
I mean, coming into this stage, APAC South and OCN, we were very confident in the way that we'd kind of prepped over our off-season. We put a lot of work into maps that we kind of struggled with, and we knew that, obviously we had a fairly hard beginning to both comps with Chiefs and Knights and stuff like that. But we knew that it may not have started as well as it has, and that it only takes one win to kind of kickstart the season. And I'm glad that we got it very early on against a team like Order, who are kind of our bogey team sometimes, and definitely have shown some good performances against us. So it was really good to get that win on the board.
Yeah. All right. Any final questions from Xenox or Vast here?
No,
from me.
just best of luck for the rest of the stage, mate, because we definitely like to see you guys performing like that. Keep it up.
Thank you, Xenox.
You know what? We'll wrap it up on that. But any final words before we let you go? Thanks, Xenox, for being the host as per usual, mate. You've absolutely lost the plot tonight. You can't be anything but a host, can you? You're just a straight line up and down. There's no curves.
It's better than Guz, let's be real.
Let's not talk about Guz. Let's not bring Guz into this. But Vinny, any final words before we let you go, mate?
Just as always, thank you to the fans for continuing to support us, and we hope that this is the first win of many this season.
Beautiful. All right, mate. We will see you hopefully next week.
Thank you, guys.
Xenox, you don't want to take over the hosting role, mate?
Do your job, mate. Come on.
Oh, goodness me. No, it's all fun and games, but it does vast look like Wildcard might be on the up and up. It's certainly showing some good spirit at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's even like Stage 2. They had a few performances like that. I think what's really important is that they use this momentum. They look at, okay, what was working for us today, and they really try to build off that. And from what Vinny said, it seems like they did make quite a bit of an effort in the off-season to really make sure that they're prepared. And he is right, like they did have Chiefs and Knights as their first 2 games. So,
yeah,
you know, that is a tough start, but, you know, it is early in the season. And, yeah, I hope that we see, you know, a lot of consistent performances from them. If they keep playing the way they played today, I'm sure we'll definitely see a lot more performances.
Let's hope so, because they're in dire need of some points for the overall season standings. We will find out whether they do a little bit better in later days. But, of course, it is coming up, of course, none other than the match of the stage. It's Chiefs and Knights. We'll be back after this.
Oh, yeah. Dev actually do analysis when half the time they're filling in this. This should...
Seconds remaining. Attackers bomb diffuser has been dropped. 10 seconds left.
I'm Patrick Gleason, I'm the coach for Chiefs, but what you don't know about me is I'm a trained lifeguard. I always just used to love going to the beach, having a swim. I've always been, as my parents called me, a water baby. And me and a few mates when I was about age 8 or 9, started the competitive lifesaving, go out on the beach and race against other lifeguards. And eventually just sort of be good doing some money there while I'm in high school, and became a trained lifeguard who worked the beaches, and eventually transitioned into working the pools. Pools, it's a lot less freedom, a lot hotter, and a lot more people in a confined space, and a lot more to go wrong. I'm actually pretty lucky. Most of my rescues have been out of water, so I've actually had to save a person who had a spinal injury and a heart attack at the same time. Got out of the sauna, had a bit of a slip, fell over on the ground, hit the back of his neck. I was the only one on, had to deal with that. That was a bit fun, 5 o'clock in the morning. As a lifeguard, I see a lot of people do cannonballing. As a kid, I used to love that, but once I became a lifeguard, you know all the dangers and risks around it, something you don't want to deal with, so you try to stop it. But as a kid, very fun. The siege operator, which I think I'd have to save the most in the water, would probably be Clash. You know, that big hefty shield, probably not the best thing to be taking for a swim. As a lifeguard, I'm obligated to save everybody, but occasionally there's that annoying kid, and you just think about it just a little bit.
My name is Mark Angelo. I'm a flex player and I play for Pittsburgh Knights. But what you don't know about me is I love to cook, but I suck at it. I learned cooking from my mom. My mom used to cook more dessert type of stuff, so pancakes, waffles, cakes, whatever. If I want to impress someone, I make sushi. It takes a long time to make it, with the sushi rice, the salmon or tuna. It shows that you're caring about the person. You just put love in the food. But if they don't like sushi, it's not gonna work out. My worst cooking disaster that I've ever had is I was trying to make Italian sausages and I was keeping them warm for the family. I put a glass plate on the grill itself. I went to grab the plate to serve it to them and it just popped everywhere and my hands were all full of blood. My parents ended up getting fast food, but I got stitches. If I had to pick one siege operator to be a cook, it would be Maestro because he's Italian and he would make the best Italian food. My best cooking tip is patience. When I'm trying to impress someone or go quick, I cut myself, literally, with a knife. So that's why slow down, take your time. And also don't put a glass plate on the stove.
It's time for what could be the stage of the match of the stage. It's Chiefs and Knights after we saw Wildcard. Absolutely. Boys, you ready? Are both of you ready to be on camera? Bloody hell.
Hang on.
Oh, God, here we go, Xenox.
Wait.
What is it, Xenox? What's your bid?
No bid. I was just writing something. I wasn't ready.
Okay, fair enough. Well, you know, we just saw Wildcard absolutely spank Order. We won't dwell on that too much because we have a bigger and better matchup to talk about. It's Chiefs and it's Knights. And as Vast put it himself, it's the Battle of the Titans, right, Vast?
Yep. You know, both really consistent and strong teams. I think they're pretty similar in ways, but they're also polar opposites in other ways.
That's fair enough. I'd be keen to kind of extrapolate that from you a little bit more and get a bit more of a gauge, but we'll do that after we talk about individual lineups because it is very important. We are headed to Chiefs first. That picture up the very top scares the bloody bejeebus out of me. Xenox, how have you been tracking with this roster?
Yeah, look, they are going along swimmingly right now. I don't honestly think there's been any sort of a blip. The only thing that was kind of like a little shaky was yesterday at the start of Bank, but it made a lot of sense. And we spoke about it pretty extensively. This is a team that's always comfortable to jump into a new map, a new environment, learn from that early, and be one of those really good teams. Add a new map, for instance, like sort of Vinny was talking about. Either you play it and you're really good, or you don't play it at all. These guys play it, and that's why they've got such an extensive map pool. It's why they're the back-to-back champs, and it's why I've got them beating Knights. They've had the Knights number for a while. I will say, though, one thing they've got to be careful of, there's been a lot of curse breaking in the last couple of days, and Knights will be looking to do that.
They certainly will. The Ethan coming in to replace a bit of a washed-up pro, wouldn't you say, Vast?
No, I wouldn't say. I think Ethan replaced like a really handsome, funny, insane pro player, I heard. Sheesh. I don't know.
Don't know about that funny or handsome bit, but, you know, he was a pro player nonetheless. He is a back-to-back champion. Of course, we're talking none other than Vast himself. Now, I mean, I don't know if you got a chance to really talk about them yesterday, but I guess it's a little bit biased. You know, what are your thoughts on Chiefs heading into Stage 3?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard not to be biased, but I generally have a lot of faith in their pickup. And yeah, I mean, so far they have had a really good start to South and OCN, which usually in the past Chiefs always have a rocky start. So already it's kind of looking a lot better.
Good. Well, we'll have a look at their guess their competitors for the night. It is the Knights themselves, a team that hasn't made any changes whatsoever, Xenox. And I guess the question is, you know, do they need to replace a washed pro? Sorry, I've got to get it out as many times as I can in the first show.
Certainly not. Look, these guys are going as good as they can, honestly. Yesterday was a little bit concerning, right? If we go back to the overt match, it was 7-5 and honestly should have gone to OT. Juicy and his play on the Clash was basically the difference maker, but that's fine. Knights have shown us in the past that they're more than capable of maybe having a few iffy moments during the regular stage of OCN, but they still get it done in APAC South, and they're still thereabouts come playoff time. But this is a team that I always hate saying it, you know, whether like OCN, APAC South was the better product, where you should put your time to. Obviously, they're going to want to focus on APAC South. Obviously, they're still doing very well over there. This is a team that competes internationally, if they can actually go, but I haven't been able to recently. And so therefore, sure, Playday 2 of OCN may not be where they put all their eggs in their basket, but against the Chiefs, they're still going to want to play really good Siege, and they're going to have to if they are to win this game. And who knows where their mindset is. It could very well be the mindset of trying to overcome what has been largely a one-sided affair between these two teams. They might say, hey, tonight's the night, let's stop this.
I'm so glad that we got to hear Vast's opinion on Knights before we got into the veto process. Wait, Xenox just talked for the entire graphic. We're going to go to the veto process, and I'm going to let Vast break this one down. Certainly two teams that can go head-to-head, and we go to Villa. And that look on your face, Vast, I'm interested to get your opinion on this.
Oh, what was that? I did. I did kind of think that it'd be Coastal Villa. Yeah, I mean, looking at Chiefs bands, pretty standard. CAF, Oregon, and the same with Knights. I thought that they would ban Club and Bank. So, yeah, it's not really a surprise. I think Villa, even though Chiefs have beaten Knights in the past during Stage 2, I still think it's quite an even map. It's not one of Chiefs' best maps. They do know how to play it, but it's definitely no clubhouse for them, or no coastline, whatever. So yeah, I think this is a pretty even ground map for both teams.
Xenox?
Yeah, Vasta said it perfectly, and as I sort of glance between the program here and the match tracker, yeah, this is basically the best outcome, I think, for both teams involved. This is as neutral as it can get. Had it gone to Chalet, I think I would have favoured the Chiefs. Knights haven't necessarily been that proficient on Chalet, haven't played that much. And obviously, Knights banning out Bank. I think Chiefs may have actually let Bank go through had the Knights not actually banned that one, and it may have come down to sort of like a Chalet or Bank scenario. But nonetheless, yeah, Villa being the map, the neutral map for both teams, doesn't really change my thoughts on this. The last time these two teams played on Villa, it was a 7-5 victory to Chiefs. That's probably where I'd maybe put it for this game as well.
Fair enough. All right. Well, as we start to get our final thoughts, Vast, we'll come to you first. How are you feeling about this? Final predictions before we get underway, I should say. Underway. Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident in my choice. I predicted the Chiefs to win, not being biased.
Big shocker.
I just think they're just really comfortable versing Knights with their, ability to adapt and their, late game aggression that can sometimes catch Knights off. I think it'll definitely be a close game. There'll be a lot of rounds traded. But yeah, I'm pretty confident that Isworthy is going to run around, have a bit of fun, and pretty much kill everyone in the lobby.
It's the best way to do it, right? We're all on the Chiefs bandwagon too. Well, we are going to get underway, Vast. Once again, thank you very much for joining us and giving us your thoughts without any biased opinions, which we all know is a bit of crap. But anyway, underway with the proceedings. Could be the game of the stage. I've said it 3 times now, and you say something 3 times with the lights turned out into a mirror, and I'm pretty sure it appears, Xenox. So is this the one? Is this the game that we are hoping it's going to be?
I really hope so, because if it's not, that's obviously going to be very disappointing. Whenever you see Chiefs and Knights on the calendar, you pencil that one in, you give it a circle, and you think that's going to be a great game. And look, I guess recent history between the two teams, we've actually seen generally some pretty good games. I'm going to quickly look. 7-3, 7-3, the last 2 games played. Chiefs ended up winning both of those 2. Before that, though, 7-5, 8-6, 7-5. So it really does sort of highlight, obviously, Chiefs and their dominance in this matchup. They're 1-0 on Villa against the Knights, and I think it'll happen again, but I think it'll be, yeah, that sort of 7-5 or maybe even OT.
Alrighty, looking at the bands now, I guess I'll do your job.
Yeah, no, go for it, mate. All yours.
Yeah, I mean, nothing is blaringly obvious right now, right? Like, well, maybe the Lion ban, I guess, isn't common for OCN in terms of the ban, but it's got a very specific purpose, you know? You want to shut down those roamers as soon as humanly possible. I guess for both sides, it could be incredibly dangerous if you're not able to keep an eye on that, keep a watchful thought around what they're trying to attempt on their defensive side. And as Chiefs are kind of set up first, maybe it might hinder them. Knights, it might hinder them. But I just don't see it really playing that big of an impact. Personally, I just don't see Lion being an insane ban. But again, my brain, Xenox, I don't have 2 IQs to rub together.
Yeah, I probably just don't even have 2 IQs, let's be real. Look, honestly, Chiefs coming into this one are by far and away the favourite team. They're back-to-back OCN champs. But more importantly, it's the fact that when you include Ethan and the way he has been able to slot into this roster, without coming in and trying to be like the star man or the man that's going to try and do everything, he's just honestly looking like a player that's fitting into the system, like fitting into the team. It's a 5-man team, and that's what it still looks like for the Chiefs, and that's why I favour them. 74-26 though, I don't know if I would agree with that sort of large of a discrepancy, but it does highlight the Chiefs and their dominance in this matchup.
Yeah, I guess the HP Omen community vote is done by the wonderful populace that is our audience. Now, if you do want to go ahead and join that conversation, just go to R6 Esports OCE on Twitter, and you can go ahead and jump into those polls. Look, I don't know how I really feel about that. I am a Chiefs fanboy all the way. I don't think there's anyone that would question that. But, you know, I would agree with you, Xenox. Kind of dismissing Knights by that much of a margin, that is extremely dangerous. And Knights are a team that'll certainly do some damage to you. What is Worthy going for here? Surely not. No, not to begin with. That's 2! Oh, what a way to kickstart the match. Good night, Knights.
Oh, yeah, that's not what you want. That's a tilter nice and early. Courtesy of Stage 1 MVP Worthy himself. Welcome to Villa. Yeah, the round's over, Manic. Look, we've got 2 minutes and 18 seconds. I don't know what to tell you. This is over. Can we just skip to the next round?
That is fantastic. I absolutely love that Vast has prefaced that the reason why Chiefs are going to have an absolute ball is because Worthy's going to pop off. He's going to jump out. Oh, he didn't necessarily say he was going to jump out, but literally the first play, the first 20 seconds, my man jumps out a bedroom window and gets a double kill. Surely that's not default cam left up that's allowed them to do that. Surely that's just timing, because if it is, big questions. Xenox. Oh, Knights are in trouble.
Well, for the round, yeah, but it's one round.
No, for the entire match, mate.
Oh, yeah, no, that's it. We might as well just forfeit, wave the white flag.
Mental's in the bin. Mental's in the bin.
Honestly, mine probably would. Well, look, Knights have got very good mental fortitude. They're a team that's probably not going to sweat this round too much. It's only 1 round. And now we just kind of have to waffle on for the next minute or so with Sage and Josh. I don't even know what they try and do at this point. Obviously, Siege is a game. There's no sort of give up feature or save a gun sort of feature. You kind of just may as well see what you can manage. Technically, if you're in that position that they're in, you maybe want to try and force like 1v1s. If you can find 2 1v1s, suddenly 2 versus 3 becomes a reality. But look, Chiefs are too good here. They're not going to allow this to happen. Josh, though, hello. Yeah, that's a head. You can just tap away at that one, but he somehow misses. I believe on the God Legion. 45 seconds left, but yeah, this is over.
Yep, certainly is. I really just don't see this panning out. I would be absolutely stunned if Knights walk away with anything more than a couple of kills, and it looks like 30 seconds left. Chiefs still have denial. You know, like it's just absolutely absurd from this point. Sage left 1v5. I mean, at this point, you just start talking about the next round, because let's be honest, it's only a matter of time until he meets his maker. And I guess it doesn't matter how long they can talk for. There's only 10 seconds left, but he has to try and stay alive for. That's Fisho underneath, into the drone hole, trying to find himself a cheeky kill. Sage, I mean, hold on to that KD as long as you can, good sir, but that's all you're going to be given. An extra kill. Xenox, I said before, the worst part about this job is that, you know, sometimes you've got to make the comment about a team being bad. I take that back. The worst part about this job is casting a 2 versus 5 after 10 seconds.
Yeah, I'll agree with you there. I'll agree with you. Look, obviously for Knights, they just brush that one aside. It's nothing. It's whatever. It's one round. But for the Chiefs, I mean, like, this is the thing as well. That whole round in a nutshell is basically just like null and void. It just doesn't matter. You don't take anything from that if you're Chiefs. Worthy obviously sits back, has a bit of a laugh. He found a double, whatever. He's not really going to be able to do that every round, right? Like, it's not something Knights need to sort of look out for too often, but it's a funny one, I guess. But nonetheless, we move into the second round, and now it feels like we just sort of start this match over again. Like, we just, now this is like the real round one.
Yeah. It's a clean slate. It is a clean slate, but I guess for one person it wouldn't be, and that is Worthy. He's been an absolute menace. But I guess it's time to take a step back and to talk about one of our wonderful sponsors that have come on board for, God, I don't even know how long it's been. I think this is the 5th stage in a row we've had them on board. Livin, who are absolutely incredible, a mental health organisation that's really are just trying to break that stigma, right? We're trying to spread that word. It ain't weak to speak. You, of course, can join the army, if you will. You know, join the gang of the OCN casters and getting some merch from the wonderful company that is Livin. Just type in !mark LIVIN, and if you want 15% off at checkout, use code OCN15.
I'm actually a little bit surprised you can just spell that out that quickly. I would have.
No, I had to look. I had to look.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say that's a little bit suspicious, but good start for the Knights. They haven't lost 3 players yet, so it's already an improvement on the first round. I think the biggest thing from this matchup, right, I think if you're Knights, you definitely can't get too embarrassed here. You can't have a 7-2 sort of scenario against the Chiefs. Obviously, when you look at this matchup, you look at APAC South and you say it's Knights. You look at OCN, you say it's Chiefs. Well, we're in OCN tonight, and right now it's looking like that is very much the case. Worthy's found yet another one. He's got 3. He's shaping up maybe for an MVP kind of night, at least the way it's sort of starting out.
Wouldn't be surprised, would you? It's Worthy and MVP. Name a more iconic duo.
Worthy,
My
just
God,
stop.
mate, taking them to town, to absolute town right now. Worthy, honest to God, Worthy is one of the gnarliest players in Siege. I don't care. Internationally, domestically, this man is an absolute beast. If they're, all right, I know Chiefs are going to hate me saying this, but if there are international orgs out there looking for an unbelievable player...
Are you selling him?
I mean, like, surely you would not look past Worthy. He is outrageous.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, what am I going to say? He's not. Obviously, he is. The Chiefs as a whole, though. The Chiefs as a whole, I mean, that's the thing, though, right? It's easy to sit back, lavish Worthy with praise, but it's because it's a team environment. Now, yes, in this case, these 4 kills have been mostly individual kills. I don't think we have seen too much of a setup from, say, teammates, but 90% of the time, you're seeing guys like Fisher guys set up, you know, and support. Digital's a great, you know, anchor on site, for instance. Gold Legion's always going to frag out. Obviously, they had to get rid of Vast. Ethan comes in, and he's going to be able to provide a bit more stability, but yeah, they're on another level right now in this game here on Villa. It's only the first 2 rounds, but it's been very, very clinical. Oh, ditch.
There's one thing that's a really concerning sign for me, and that is whenever Digital's positive in the old KD department. You know, that's when you know things are really dire. Round 2, my man hasn't died yet. Who knows? Who knows what is the possibility? What the limit for Chiefs are, but certainly. Oh God!
Oh,
don't
just do it, Worthy. Just do it.
Oh, sure. Oh
no!
Xenox, what was that?
Oh, well, it's easy for us to have a bit of a laugh and a giggle. We understand what's happening there. He doesn't quite have that info, but yeah, no time obviously left on the clock. 12 seconds in red time. Sage dies anyway. Gold Legion finds 1. Fisher guy as well. A little bit of stat padding here for the Chiefs. 2 rounds in, and honestly, not much of a contest, which kind of brings us back to our initial discussion of this matchup Rob, which was we were hoping this was going to be, you know, the sort of match of the year. It's Knights, it's Chiefs. Well, right now it's Chiefs versus the caster stack.
You know what? I think the caster stack would have a better chance. You know,
I don't know.
Caster stack in OCN, let's go. We're gonna take it over. I'm telling you right now. No, we would have absolutely no chance. Maybe that's a piece of content in the future. Who knows? And I guess just to make matters worse right now for Chiefs, you can see them picking up the Mozzie, or sorry, rather for Knights, you're seeing the Mozzie and the God Legion on the Vigil. However, it is swapped out for a Mute. It's still a lot of intel denial, and God Legion is... I genuinely think, I was saying this with Dev and Guz the other day, I think that God Legion is one of the most consistent players in OCN. And that doesn't mean... Yeah. I don't mean consistently unbelievable. I mean he is consistently a performer for Chiefs throughout nearly every stage that I've watched. I can't even remember a time where I wasn't saying God Legion's name in a stage of Siege. That's what I'm trying to get at. He's just one of those players that consistently puts in for Chiefs.
Yeah, and I think you could say that's a trait that the entire team really embodies, right? Is that the Chiefs as a whole have been so consistent in pretty much everything that they've been able to do in the last couple of months. The only thing that's been somewhat of a blip was their playoff run in Stage 1. That was probably the only blip, and even then, you know, it was like I think it was like an 8-7 loss to Fnatic or something, right? That was mainly the takeaway. They also pushed Cyclops, right, at the time, so the playoff run, it's not as black and white. It's easy to look at a couple of L's, but when you actually dig deep into the details, you know, like they had some tough opponents there and actually fought really, really well. It's just getting back there obviously proved to be difficult for Stage 2. I think for Stage 3, though, the way they're playing in APAC South, the way they're playing here in OCN, this could actually be the best iteration of the Chiefs we're going to see all year, and that's kind of scary as a prospect.
Hashtag Vast was the problem. That's all I'm saying. Sorry, mate. Absolute unbelievable back-to-back stage champions. Not much more you could ask from Vast, honestly.
And to get better, though, for the Chiefs.
Yeah, no, seriously, the Chiefs as an entire roster just strength to strength throughout 2021, and I think that's what's most scary, right? That's why we keep talking about them so much. But let's talk about this round a little bit more. So God Legion wasting a hell of a lot of time over toward games and aviation. Unfortunately, it did get spotted on the way back, so it's kind of allowed Knights to progress with a lot more comfortability, which is afforded at the hands of Dino, who's really spearheading this attack. It does kind of fizzle out for a second as they've taken a little landing control, continue to push in further.
Minute and a half remaining in the round, and again, well, I can't really say similar to the first two rounds. This has actually been the best round so far from the Knights. They haven't lost anyone at all. I know, just knowing that there's a player down below being a bit of a pest. Of course, this is Kitchen Dining, and they haven't really gotten too close to it. There's the push from Digital. It probably got a little too antsy there. Didn't necessarily need to actually peek out. Ethan does get one back onto Josh, though. That makes it a 4 versus 4, and then that can now fall back to site with a minute left.
This is the problem, isn't it? When you're allowed to kind of waste so much time up top and then fall back to even more comfortability, which of course is afforded by that roam early on. However, it still gives Knights plenty of time. Sage not wanting to lose his life too early on. He's still got business to attend to. The old hammer. And, I mean, this is just where the lull kind of falls right now, because Knights aren't going to peak, right?
Well, this is the thing, though, is that there was actually a decent amount of time with Knights being able to get vert control above sight. So this is not too bad for the Knights, considering it's also 4 versus 4. And now you can see them throwing those nades, trying to get pressure, trying to push the Chiefs off of sight. Juicy now comes in through storage. He's trying to get one, but Worthy was waiting for that jump and gets the trade.
That's in a perfect position from Worthy. Not only can he shut down that vault in, but he can also stop the players coming down red stairs. That rotate is no longer an option for Knights, and it's going to be a little bit more uncomfortable. They're going to have to funnel through, but Worthy gets caught out, tries to pull the sidearm, but it's not going to be enough. Now pushing in, God Legion tries to stand strong. He finds one. Ethan coming up on the flank. It's a 1v1. He just has to stay alive at this point. Sage can't find him, and Chiefs once again are walking away with another round. It's 3-0 up for the boys in blue.
Much better, though, from the Knights, at least. They were able to establish vert control at some point in the round. There was about 30-40 seconds left when they were able to do that through, like, Astro and Bedroom. So that was not so bad. They obviously didn't lose any players inside of 10 seconds. That's also a big thumbs up. And this red stairs control as well from Dino got the kill onto Digital. That was the opening pick. It was Ethan, though, That did catch them off guard at the bottom of red stairs. He was able to get at least that trade. And then from there, it just becomes this, 3v3 fiesta on site. Who hits their shots, who doesn't. It just ended up Ethan with that big hold at red stairs. That continued on late into the round, and then time in the end was the difference.
Have you ever thought about becoming a play-by-play caster? You talk very effectively and with quite speed.
Well, you know what? It was the other day I went shopping and I picked up an NVMe SSD, and since then my speeds have just been outrageous.
Well, I guess you can say you're living it up, mate.
Yep.
You're living it up. You've really focused on the macros this season, and I'm really, really grateful to have someone like you on board as a color caster.
Yeah, and I took a nice drink yesterday. My HP was restored as well. It was an omen blessing.
Yeah, I guess what you could say is for Chiefs moving forward, Villa may be their omen, right? They've already taken down Knights 1-0 on this map before, and now they're looking quite red hot. This is really concerning. Could we be speedrunning tonight?
I think we're running out of sponsors. We need more sponsors.
Yeah, we're running out of sponsors, and the problem is we are starting to run out of time in this stage for sponsors. But it's just like clockwork. Every single stage just gets better and better.
Yep, like that one. I think you can say we're heading a bit north in the right lane.
That's right. That was the best one. That was good. That was too
we
good.
have fun here, and the Chiefs have done the world tour. 3-zip. Jesus, yeah, it has. Look, all jokes aside, this has been a very quick one, which is not ideal for the Knights. Obviously, the first 2 rounds were just completely one-sided. Much better in the 3rd round. Might give us some, some hope here for the Knights that they can maybe pull it back. I think 2 rounds really is the goal in this first half. Try and make it at least 2-4.
Yep. I guess that's the problem, right? They're going to start somewhere, and right now they've got nowhere to start from. It has to be round number 4 that they find some kind of success. And with Fisho Guy so low, it kind of makes things a little bit more comfortable for them. However, the second he falls back to site, he is still as viable, if not more viable. He's still got all smoke bays, right? He just runs back upstairs, which he's actually not doing. He's still stuck down on that first floor. But he can just continue to waste time when push comes to shove, which there are so many choke points on this site, Xenox. You've got so many single doors that you have to try to make your way through. An individual like Fisho can win a round with no HP.
I do wonder, though, especially on a site like AVG, which can have certain walls opened up, that low health, could he get, sort of just a random wall spray at some point that does sort of finish him off? I don't know, could happen. Still, a minute 20 seconds left. Chiefs have already probably bought enough time, and they've still got Ethan roaming down below inside a piano, so this is fine. Right now, if you're Chiefs, honestly, you're pretty happy with this. Even as you said, despite Fisho losing quite a lot of health, he still has all those gas babes.
Yep. Minute left. Question really does become, what have Knights achieved? God Legion. Now, who was it? Was it Bailey who was in that position? Or Cutie, I think it was, for Order some time ago. Bailey, Cutie,
that's just the same.
Crazy?
That's just the same
I'm
person.
going crazy, aren't I? I meant to say Nate. I meant to say Nate or Bailey. God damn it, they've absolutely thrown me in a spin there. God damn you, Bailey. God damn you. I think it was Bailey under the alias Cutie. God, I'm losing my mind. But this is looking much better from Knights, Xenox.
So they catch Ethan, who I imagine was still roaming around. This is where it can get a little bit hairy, though. 30 seconds left. Fisho's low. Worthy's low. Knights have an opportunity here. Can they capitalize?
Gonna need to. Fisho Guy whips out the shotgun. Still got one more smoke left. And there's only 15 seconds for Knights to really try to do something here. That's a choke point that he's going to be able to hold off. He decides to throw it out to the balcony, of Study. Digital now trying to hold him. He's going to find the kill through the wall, but Dino trades quickly. It's 2.
Time.
Just like that. God Legion. What can he get done? Plant's going down. I don't know if they can deny it. Underneath! It's God Legion! And it's 4 on the trot for the Chiefs.
Oh! Just when I thought that Knights had it, that he was going to be able to stick that diffuser and they would then win the round off of that. He could... I mean, I tell you what, if there was not a hole in that floor, I'm actually not sure if he would have just shot immediately. He runs over, he just catches a glimpse of the head of Dino, and then therefore shoots. We'll have to watch it again, but yeah, like there's that little split second as he's running over. He probably has an idea of the spot, but still, regardless, 4-zip, to lose like that, that's heartbreaking and tests the mental fortitude even more so now of the Knights.
And it does. And like, I swear to God, we're going to speed run through tonight. We're going to blink, and it's already going to be over. Dare I say before 11? Dare I even utter the words? We're rehost.
Can't wait for the 1 o'clock finish now.
OTs. No, I'm telling you, there is something about this right now. There is, maybe it's a full moon out tonight. I don't know. There is something in the air, and teams are turning on. Wildcard, now Chiefs. They have denied them everything. Absolutely everything. And it's only looking better as the rounds go on.
Well, this is where Knights either have to decide, they dig deep, they fight their way back, they win the next 2 rounds, make something of this, or they just brush it off and say, we don't care. And it's just a random play date. This is not playoffs. This is not APAC South. This is not some sort of finals matchup. You know, this is turning into a hoodoo, though. Whether they want to break that or not, completely up to them, but I just don't think it's in the wheelhouse of honestly caring at this point. I mean, it's a play day too. You could just shut up shop a little bit, just pretty much revert to full standard stock Siege. You don't have to show anything. No. Just allow the Chiefs to run away with this, because it's maybe too much to get back into this one.
The worst part is you really can't disagree too much, and Worthy just continues to make matters worse. Knights, they're in the bin. Where are they going to find anything? And I guess Coach Xenox has come in with a great point. Just enjoy the rest of your night, because you're not taking anything away, I'll tell you that much.
And again, similar to the first couple of rounds, it's the Chiefs with the 2-minute timer, now a 2-man advantage. This has been by far and away their win condition of this whole map. The ability for the Chiefs to find these early picks consistently over the first couple of rounds, and basically now the entire half, as the way it's continued to play out, has been the difference maker. Whenever Knights have been able to actually maintain somewhat of a 5v5 or a 4v4, they've actually looked a lot better later in the rounds. But nonetheless, the Chiefs, their ability to get this advantage, it's been by far and away the difference maker.
Worthy, the opposite of 007. Tell you what, how much are you cheering? Not a single death. What? God damn it. You gotta hate that. Like, there's just no other way to put it right now. This is Knights trying to throw everything but the kitchen sink at Chiefs. They're gonna need to find a freebie. What? How? How has Ethan done that? I swear to God he was not even looking at him then. And now it's Haywood and Sage trying to claw something back. Every time they turn their back, every time they look somewhere else, someone is pushing them. Someone is finding the kills.
Can we just go to Avert Rhythm? Is that a possibility? Can we just do that now? Are they ready to go?
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
I'm ready.
I think I saw Cakin in the chat before.
He's just watching. He's like, hang on, boys, hang on. Come back. Don't eat dinner yet. We might have to be on soon. They'll kick him back. They're like, oh, this one should go to OT. We've got a bit of time here. No. 5-0. Gee. I mean, that's... What? Josh should be getting that kill. And I think it just then says everything about where this game is at for the Knights. I'm actually going to say this. I will be more surprised if Knights find a round.
At this point, yes.
At this point.
No, I mean, like, it's more than fair enough. There's been one round that they looked like they were in it, and it was the one round that God Legion clutched up. You know, came in to deny from underneath. There was nothing that Knights could do it. They did not have that vertical presence, and I guess it's hard to when things get a little bit too down to the wire. Push comes to shove, you start losing players, you start losing space. And honest to God, Xenox, I don't even know what to say right now. This is just a masterclass that Chiefs are putting on.
Yeah, it is. We're the 8-zip, by the way. We've gone 5 rounds and the man hasn't died. That's kind of crazy, because you can compare him to the actually, his other teammates who have all actually died 2, 3 times, 1 time. This is...
5 seconds to go.
I'd love to break it down for you, Rob, obviously.
Attackers must locate
Team, you'd love to do your
team
job.
Shoot good. Other team not so good.
What did Vinny say in the interview before? Shoot the others while you don't die.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just make sure you shoot the others and you don't die, and you win the game. Honestly, it's as simple as that. No more util dump. See you later. It's all just about your ones. God, if only it was that simple. Maybe we would have a career as colour commentators. Oh my goodness, is that someone already peek? Of course it's God Legion trying to peek out straight through the study balcony. And, I mean, they're not going to be able to punish him yet. Or maybe if that smoke wasn't there, Hayward wouldn't been able to do something a little bit dirtier, but Worthy is looking to be the rat in the smoke, the snake in the grass. But he pulls away for just a hot second.
Well, can we maybe see somewhat of a controversial comeback? I don't think so. But I'd like to see it. I'd like to see this match maybe live up to the billing we thought it would be. But look, at the end of the day, what was the snowball predictions? I think everyone bar one said the Chiefs.
Yep.
And maybe makes a little bit more sense now. Even the HB by Omen community vote was like 75% in favor of the Chiefs. And it's played out that way. Though, for the first time in what feels like the entire match, the Knights have found the opening pick through Josh. Minute and a half remaining. This could be their way forward. This could be a reprieve.
Still half the round left to go. They've got a lot of work to do before they get there, but certainly with that vertical presence, it makes life a lot more difficult. Seen Ethan time and time again so far in this match just play a massive pivotal role on that lurk. You know, on the roam, if you will, finding the positioning, finding the flanking. That is timing, right? If you can put yourself in the right position at the right time, granted the rest of your team have to be incredible at anchoring down on site so you don't lose that control, you can really dismantle a round. Juicy at the moment trying to poke and prod in and around Laundry, and once again, Worthy is not afraid to take any peeks whatsoever.
50 seconds remaining. Final round of this opening half between two heavyweights, if you want to believe it or not, for those who maybe don't watch too much of the Oceanic region. Josh, though, finds his second for the round. Nice assault from Ethan. Yeah, bang indeed. That one's spot on, but still, two-man advantage for the Knights. 30 seconds left. They've got this one surely wrapped up.
The two best players, though, or at least in this round, the two best players, 5 and 1 and 8 and zip. Ethan goes down and now it's on to Worthy. We've seen some insane things from him before, but Josh doubles down and that is at least one round in an insane half.
A quick little halftime break and, well, I guess what's been a quick little match here. 5-1, Knights at least on the board. They've got one. Who knows, Rob? This could end up being a defender-sided Villa.
Well, I'm sure there's Knights fans out there praying to God that it is. Praying to God that it's going to follow the trend of what we saw in the first half. Now, I mean, look, I'm going to say this very quickly. I wanted to say this when we had the player cams up, but I wasn't quick enough because you spoke throughout the entirety of the time. But that's okay, you know, no digs toward you. I love the Knights' new player merch. I reckon it is absolutely fantastic. So maybe that might be the driving force here to get them back into this one. Because honest to God, Xenox, I don't know what will. There is no one on this earth that can save you from what the Chiefs are doing.
No, but I think going on to the defense here is definitely going to play into the side of Knights because the Chiefs, I say that, but this is the thing, right? The Chiefs on the defense were actually the ones setting the tone. They were the ones peaking. They were the ones that were doing runouts. They were the ones looking to find kills. They were the ones that were basically playing on their terms. Going onto the defense, that's fine for the Knights. They can kind of huddle up, play defense, hope the Chiefs makes some mistakes. But if the Chiefs keep kind of playing this way, where they're the ones setting the pace, then you would imagine that on the attack, they should be the aggressors once again. They should be the ones finding these opening picks and being too difficult to stop.
A little calm before the storm. Quite thankful for me as well. Don't mind a little breather, a little break for half a second while Chiefs start to marry up with what they're trying to attempt on this attack. I have to imagine with little progress made thus far, they're going to need to get a move on with 2 minutes left on the clock. They'll start to take a little bit of that vert control. Very curious to see what their approach is going to be here, because Knights are really not showing any face whatsoever, which not polar opposite to what Chiefs were doing, but certainly early on, Chiefs were willing to get up in the face. And I actually think I see someone down in the roam all the way in basement. Yeah, they're getting pinged out at the moment on the 5 ping. So whoever that is for Knights, they've already been spotted and they'll be dealt with.
Minute and a half on the clock here. Obviously not too much has happened. You would expect that now with the Knights being on the defense. It's really up to them if they really want to roam around, try and find kills, get in the face of the Chiefs. I can't imagine they would want to do that considering the way this match has played out so far. Which then kind of plays into the hands of the Chiefs though. And saying that, I think if you're the Knights, the best way forward here is to probably try and create an environment where you're not giving away kills, and you're trying to have a 5-on-5 fiesta with 30 seconds left. That will then play into the hands of the defense.
Smoke bay's being used early on here. Hear the noise coming from Juicy, and he's going to be taken down. Worthy once again, just... Man, he's the spearhead of this team. Defense, attack, it doesn't make a difference. Look how much room he's made for the rest of Chiefs right now. They've taken 90 control. Well, not 90, I should say long control. And Study will surely come next as God Legion looks to push up red.
God Legion getting completely peppered to the bottom of red stairs. Hayward, nice shots. 24 seconds left. That's now going to reaffirm this 4 versus 4, which should now play into the hands of the Knights. I think they've got this round wrapped up. Ethan, though, says otherwise. In fact, actually, the Chiefs getting quite control over towards AVG. It's really opened up the site.
It certainly has. They've got no control. No one's anchoring for the Knights. They're looking to play the long lines, but it's not paying off. They're getting shut down left, right, and center. Ethan, my word. Welcome back to competitive Siege, my friend. You're putting on a clinic, and the Chiefs are just looking out of this world.
Yeah, match point, 6-1. This is a belting. Maybe we did cast a curse this one in the end because we were sitting back at the start of this game saying, I really hope this is going to be a close game, blah, blah, blah. Well, it hasn't been at all. I mean, Worthy getting that kill onto Juicy there kind of highlights. I don't know how Juicy's losing that fight at red stairs, even with a gas babe in front of him. Maybe it ended up actually hindering, but nonetheless, the fact that the Chiefs are just being able to win all of these fights, obviously full credit to Ethan there at the end of that round, but I mean, they've just won just everything, whether it's the fights, whether it's on site, whether it's off site, they've just been impeccable. And it's just really damning for the Knights, right? Because to get first place, you need to beat the teams that are contesting for first place. And I don't sense that they can now actually probably achieve first place in OCN. That means you're not going straight to the grand final. So obviously I'm getting a little ahead of myself here, but you're kind of expecting the Chiefs to win most games. So therefore, you need to beat the Chiefs. They haven't even got remotely close. And the other thing, Avert yesterday took the Knights to 7-5. Have the Knights maybe regressed a little bit here in OCN? Because, you know, if they're getting belted by the Chiefs, they had a close game against Avert, where are they really at?
I would say one thing about the Avert game, and that is I think they surprised everyone in OCN. I think that they genuinely came out to play, but what I can't excuse is what's going on right now. You know, there's nothing that I can really say to comfort any Knights fans out there. They're just being taken to town. They've been caught with their pants down, and Chiefs really aren't, you know, they're not holding back. Every single round, they're finding their way in. They're getting their foot in the door, and then they're just slamming it open. And right now, again, just look how effective the early rounds have been for Chiefs on defense, on attack. It doesn't make a difference. Look how much of this control they take.
The other thing that's interesting as well, you know, you look at, say, like MVP talk for the end of the night, Worthy's only like 9-1. But he has to be up there, even if it was, say, someone else later on goes like 16-5 or something. Which one's really better? Because Worthy has almost single-handedly gotten the Chiefs like 3-4 rounds in this game. Maybe the stats won't say, I mean, technically he's got like a 9 KD. Oh, Worthy, hang on a second. Buddy. He obviously had the ping and he's playing off of that, but still, like the reaction time to shoot that sort of shot shows how sharp he is.
I'm telling you right now, Chiefs' intel game is absolutely insane. If you don't believe me, look at what they've done in this last round. They took the control of basement and then slowly but surely crept up and continued to push back Knights. They almost find a kill through a wall. God Legion's making matters even worse. Knights are just being... They're being handed to... I don't know why this is happening or how this is happening, because we genuinely talk about Knights being one of the, if not one of the best teams in Australia.
Minute 25 remaining. Chiefs, once again, like they've done the entire map, dictating and setting the tone and the tempo. Dino's just getting bombarded right now here. And all Knights can really do is just sit on site here for Stat Trophy and just hold on and see whether or not the Chiefs make a mistake at some point.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I guess you could hope. You could hope for it, but that's all you're going to be given. Once again, Chiefs pushing and Knights not responding. It seems to be the theme of the night. Oh my god. Josh will find something, but so quickly is it stamped out. Haywood left to try and claim something, try and claim back some dignity that Chiefs have ripped away from them. Xenox, this is absolutely absurd. But Haywood still has an opportunity. He's just going to be taken down, and I'll tell you what, I see it, but I do not believe it. The Chiefs 7-1 Knights. What on earth was that?
Yeah, I just don't know. That's a little embarrassing. You can't have that happen if you're the Knights. If you're a team that's supposed to be this international level roster, one of the best teams in APAC South. You know, we at times on the APAC South broadcast, Rob, we make comments like this is the best team in APAC, or the best team in APAC South. And they just got absolutely destroyed. I would hate to hear some sort of excuse like, oh, it's only OCN. I would certainly hope that's not the case. Full credit, quickly though, to the Chiefs, because they were amazing. They're led by Worthy, of course, who basically kickstarted it, right? Those first 2 rounds was the Worthy show, single-handedly. The rest of it, we saw Ethan pop up at times, Digital hit a few shots. I mean, as a team, we always expect the Chiefs to do well, and they did it once again. But by far and away, that was so disappointing from the Knights. Like, I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed.
Vast, I mean, this is a clinic from Chiefs, but I mean, surely you have to talk about Knights here.
Yeah, I mean, this game, it's really hard to talk about with the Knights. I don't think that there's any glaring issues. I don't think right now there needs to be discussion, you know, is this maybe a turning point for Knights? I just think, honestly, Knights just have been way too comfy in OCN. Maybe not taking it as serious as they should be. In my opinion, regardless of, you know, how comfortable they are in OCN, you know, they're not facing relegations. I still think they should be trying in these games because, you know, you can still get a lot of value out of these games, in my opinion.
Yeah. Do you think that it's a lack of trying there, Vast, or do you genuinely think that Chiefs are just on another level? I mean, like, I would not say by any means that Chiefs are that far ahead of them.
I would say, I'm not too sure. I think maybe Knights prepared differently for the way they prepare in South to OCN, and maybe they lean on that preparation to win them games. Yeah. So to me, it looks like maybe without that prep, then they kind of struggle to figure out the other team.
Juicy Bond, we call him, or at least one away from 25% cost. How on earth, Xenox, is that even possible?
Yeah, I just don't understand. The thing is, well, for Juicy yesterday, he was the reason why they honestly beat Avert, right? So I'm not going to dig too deep into it, like -4, 0.08, whatever, 0.6. I don't care, because yesterday Juicy's the reason why they got 3 points against Avert. I think Guz might have even said as far to say that without Juicy on the Clash, they may have lost to Avert. I definitely said without Juicy on the Clash, they would have at least gone to OT. You have some good games, you have some bad games, whatever. You don't have to worry about that. And at the end of the day, you could look at Juicy, but it was a whole team capitulation from the Knights. And at the end of the day, even beyond that, it was because of the way that the Chiefs played. So, you know, you say full credit to the Chiefs, 7-1. We didn't get our fairy tale grandstand match. We move on, and the Chiefs once again stamp their credentials as the best team in the region.
They certainly do, and I can't wait to see the big smile from Digital himself. Let's bring him on in. The ultimate Frisbee professional this time. He's got Cookie Monster on top, mate. It is incredible to see you once more. I mean, okay, before we get under any questions, is that you or is that Knights? What's gone on there?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, that was just a little bit too easy. Didn't really feel like I literally didn't even see anyone, bro. Like, just Worthy, God, and Jake on that first line of defense, and they're not even making pass. So, you know, I'm just on site with Fisho flicking cams, and yeah, they're just killing them all. So, yeah, at least from their perspective, it felt a little bit too easy. And I like what Iz said. I think they aren't taking it maybe seriously, and I think they should just maybe put a little bit more effort. But I mean, that's their attitude, and that's how they're going to do it. If they don't want to put all their eggs, if they want to put all their eggs in one basket, that's, I mean, they did better than us last season in South APAC, so I can't really talk much on that. So yeah, I just feel like they were giving it 100%.
Did I just have to ask, what do you guys actually gain as a team for yourselves from that sort of performance, from that sort of match? Because you guys played amazing, right? Like, obviously, it's easy to sit back and say Knights didn't give 100%, they didn't play that well, but I thought, you know, Worthy at the start was just on fire, and then as a collective, as a whole team, you guys sort of followed him. But what do you gain from that sort of game? Is it just move on 3 points, or is there something that you guys did well that you can take from it?
Yeah, not much. I mean, it's just another match of experience, I guess. Yeah, like from any game, you just sort of gain a little bit of experience. Like you can never really simulate a match. It's hard to. So, I mean, the more matches you play, the more experienced you are, and I feel like that's what you gain. Yeah, just a little bit of experience.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of want to talk to you about the Finker pick. I think it's really interesting. You guys have been playing it for the past couple of days. Ethan's been playing the Finker. Obviously, there has been changes. She has got her nades back. What do you think about Finker, and how does she kind of slot into your lineup?
Yeah, good question. I mean, she got the buff, she got nades and that health boost. And with a lot of other operators and their guns getting nerfed, it's leaving, you know, fewer and fewer, you know, comfortable ops. So yeah, I think it's just like next in line, I guess. Like, she just got buffed, she got good guns, and that health boost is actually kind of good, and 2 nades. So yeah, I don't know. She just slots in if you need some with nades, and no, she's definitely a viable operator that you can pick.
Yeah. Well, lastly, the last question. How hard is it to find kills when you have Worthy, God Legion, and Ethan on your team?
It's difficult. It really is difficult. We're literally just bro, they're just farming everyone. It's good. It's good. Yeah, it's hard to answer your question.
I'm going to call you out. I'm going to call you out here, Digital, because you know, me and Xenox asked some pretty good questions, but then the second Vars asked about a Finker question, you know, that's a good question.
That's a good question.
I reckon there's no. That was a terrible question, mate. We could have asked that on reload. I'm throwing both. No, this is just bias. This is teammate bias. You know what? I'm bloody sick of you. No, Digital, an incredible performance from you and the team. Again, we're going to give you the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you everyone for watching. A lot of matches coming up, so yeah, I'm just excited to play a bunch of these matches. I'm really pumped for this season in our new squadron. So yeah, just for watching and just the support. Thank you to Chiefs. Thank you to you guys for casts.
Thanks for playing, mate. We'll see you next week.
See you guys.
Good question. Get out of here. I tell you what, Xenox, we don't get enough bloody credit.
You know what the best thing is? When we say, like, oh, we'll see you soon, or we'll see you next week, you actually know you're actually going to see Digital next week. Yeah. Like, it's not like a question. You know, when we say goodbye to Vinny, it's kind of like, well, we hope to see you again soon. But when we actually say goodbye to Dig, we know we're going to have a chat with him next week. He's a regular on here.
Oh, God, that's a bit of a strange one, I'm not going to lie. Well, we've gone from a top of the table clash, and now we're going to head down to a potential bottom of the table clash. It's Overt and Rhythm after the break.
now at macros.com.au.
Hi, I'm Wedables from Rufflecopter.
Hey guys, I'm Kakin from Rufflecopter.
I'm Molluska from Team Wildcard GG.
My name's Vincere. I play for Team Wildcard.
And today I'll be playing Quick as a Flashbang.
As quick as a flashbang.
And I'll be playing Quick as a Flashbang.
Today I'll be playing... I forgot what it's called.
Throwing flashbang!
How observant would I say I am? In game, pretty observant to my surroundings. Outside of the game, could care less.
I would say that I would be a pretty observant person.
As the hard supporter of Rufflecopter GGs, I think I need to be pretty observant, so I'm always able to spot the little details, especially when I'm ironing my shirts as well.
My eyesight's not great, like, to be honest.
I think my eyesight is pretty good. My carrot intake isn't exactly amazeballs.
My eyes are perfect both for looking at and looking with.
I think Kakin's a really good player. He might crack under pressure, not know what he's looking at.
I'd say I don't crack under the pressure, not like an egg.
During the season, I trash talked a bit on Rufflecopter, and it came back to bite me. So I'm gonna be very humble this time.
I think me and Vinny have it in the bag.
The game we'll be playing today will show exactly why I put you as a D-rated player, Milo, on my OCN player tier list a couple of weeks ago.
Throwing flashbang!
So it's very, very white at the moment. Can't see much.
I see all white. I can't see anything but white.
Definitely still white.
Very unaware, cannot see. That's a painting, I think, on the right.
When does this flash effect go away? I think I see circles, but I think that's because I've been flashed IRL.
Looks like broken glass on the corners.
I actually have no idea that I cannot see at all.
Awesome. Oh wait, oh, it's receding. It's receding. I see like a school photo looking thing in the bottom left.
Looks like a door of some sort.
Is that a shielder? Is that Blitz? Nah, that's the new op. That's Osa.
Maybe Osa's new shield?
Is that a Tachanka shield? I have seriously... What is... I see a wheel? What is this? Oh, it's Osa. It's Osa. It's Osa.
Is that, it's like the shield operator? I think it would be the new operator. Oh, I forgot her name. The one that puts shields down on windows. I don't know her name.
Throwing flashbang!
Alrighty, here we go. I've been flashbanged once again. This looks like the changes after the new TTS changes on the flashbangs. I can't see anything for a solid 40 seconds.
Still whites.
I'm starting to see another door. Looks like a barricade, maybe.
Is that Vigil on the left?
This kind of looks like my room. I'm not gonna lie. I see a regular show poster in the background.
I would be very surprised if people could work out it at this point. Something... C4 being thrown. That's a C4 nitro cell.
Oh, that's a nitro. Is it nitro?
A nitro cell. Yep.
That kind of looks like Ella. That is not Ella. It's a nitro cell. Okay.
Round 3.
Round 3. Here we go.
Can't see a thing. It's still pretty much full white for me.
Still not much at the moment. Very white. The brightness of my monitor may be too high as well.
I really don't have anything to say here because it's still completely white. So, maybe we just pop a little bit of iron.
Again, nice and white. Sort of like when you open up your phone in the morning.
I got nothing. I can't see anything, so what else can we do?
Oh, that's the thermite from the Halloween event, the Muppets or whatever.
I think that's the Muppet headgear for Thermite or Ash.
This is that deathmatch event that I never actually really played.
Being puppets. Oh, they're being puppeted. They're puppeting the recruit.
I see the Muppets puppeteering a recruit.
Oh, it's the recruiter being puppeteered by the puppets from the event.
What is Thermite's face? This is a puppet game mode. I'm in Muppets. This is Muppets. Where's Kermit when you need him, man? This guy's gonna complete the scene. Wow, that's spectacular.
I think I did pretty well. I think I've put up a good challenge for the Rockcopter guys.
I feel like some of my times could have been better.
Definitely went a bit shocking on the first one.
It might be close. I don't know. I don't know how good their settings are.
Oh, there's no way I lost.
Oh my god, I can't believe we just lost a wild card. This is absolutely humiliating. You know what? It's alright, we'll show them on the server.
Two absolute stomps to kickstart Playday 2. We've only got 2 more games to go, and Over Rhythm are up next. I've got, of course, rejoining me, the wonderful Xenox, and of course the ever incredible Vast. Vast, what's your take on tonight? Is it a full moon? What is going on with these teams?
I don't really know. It just seems like a few teams really want to be here, and it seems like a few other teams just want to go to bed early, so I don't really know.
That's probably a good way of putting it. But Xenox, as we start to hone in on our next matchup, Rhythm and Overt, both of these teams currently in terms of season standings are down the very bottom of the ladder. However, Overt have given us a bit of promise, and you know what? Got to give credit where credit is due. Rhythm had a pretty decent game against Bliss last night as well.
Yeah, I mean, both of them actually played pretty well last night. Both had 5-7 losses, but against 2 teams that we hold in high regard. I think this is actually going to be the game of the night.
It's fair enough. Now, I'd love to get your opinion on this. How much pressure would be on Overt shoulders coming into OCN here, Vast? Like, is it that big of a step up into Tier 1?
Usually I would say that there'd be heaps of pressure on them, but I think knowing that they're kind of already going to relegations, that relieves a lot of pressure for them to perform, and it just gives them an opportunity to kind of just learn from every single game.
Now, I believe these are some young gunners that we have here, Xenox. So are we expecting big things of them out of this stage, or is it just going to be a stage where they kind of get used to punching it this way?
I think this stage, as we sort of put it yesterday, it's all about just training, really. It's like almost treating each game like a glorified scrim and what they can gain from it, and use that to sort of better themselves as players and as a team. This game, though, in particular, you know, no disrespect to Rhythm, but this is going to be their best opportunity to find a win. Or at least this sort of matchup where we look at this and say, actually, this is a pretty close affair. So this may give us a little bit more of a gauge as to where Overt's really at. But I mean, a 5-7 result against Knights yesterday was great. Knights didn't really do anything too crazy. They played pretty standard Siege. I don't think we'll see the same from Rhythm. I think Rhythm will obviously try their absolute hardest in this game because they must, right? Wildcard actually winning the other game changes things a lot because Rhythm must win this game.
Speaking of Rhythm, they are the opponents, and it is a worrying sign, no doubt about it. They were the team that actually got eliminated back at the end of 2020, and they were given a lifeline as Maloncat disbanded coming into 2021. Vast, have they done enough to prove that they deserve to be here?
Definitely not, but look, we have talked about Rhythm a lot, how, you know, they do have potential, and a lot of their games have always, you know, come to OT. They've always put in a lot of, you know, strong performances against some top teams. But with that being said, this tonight's game is very important for them, and you know, this is a game they cannot be losing if they want to avoid relegations.
if they lose this, Xenox, you know,
Yes.
there's a lot of and ifs or buts. Yep. You already know where I'm going.
I know where you're going. If they lose this, are they going to make it to relegations? Then the answer is yeah. I don't see a world in which they lose this game, Rhythm, and still finish above wildcard, especially the wildcard that we saw tonight. If that continues to foray into the rest of the stage, then yeah, I don't think Rhythm have much of a shot there. But, you know, for those unaware, Rhythm basically need to finish above wildcard. Of course, wildcard just got 3 points against Order. So they've got to be able to beat the team from OCL. They must win this game. And in essence, this is almost like some sort of promo relo match already.
Yeah, no, that's actually very fair. It could well be that these two teams are fighting against each other, with each other, however you might want to put it toward the end of this stage. But of course, we'll give you more details on that later on. However, this roster can do damage, right? Like there is a sense that they will be able to do something, but it just never, I'll be honest, it just has never felt like they've been able to click like we'd hoped for them.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that is they really fail to switch things up. Every time I watch them, they're always kind of sticking to their game plan, to their play style. I don't really see, you know, hyper-aggressive plays from them, taking risk. And I think that that's just something that they are lacking and I think should work on. You know, when you're versing teams like Knights, Chiefs, you know, Bliss, these like really heavily coordinated, methodical teams, you're not going to beat them in having, you know, decent strats and, you know, decent teamwork. You know, you need to go above and beyond, and I think they're lacking a lot of that in their play style and whatnot.
No, that's fair enough. Now we'll have a look at the veto. Xenox will come to you first. The wonderful DevMata stat tracker should bed you. Oh my goodness, we're going back to Villa. Fair enough. What are we thinking, Xenox?
Yeah, I actually don't even have the match tracker up because we were so quick getting into this game from where the Knights Chiefs game was to be. Obviously, we don't have a whole lot on Avert coming from OCL. You could obviously look at OCL performances and statistics, but it's really hard to sort of gauge that against Rhythm. One thing to note, and I brought this up yesterday, is Rhythm's loss record, which I think is up to 8 now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, sorry to count it out like that. That makes it seem worse. But 8 losses in a row. Of course, they'll be looking to turn that around. The last time they did play Villa was against the Chiefs, 7-4 loss. The time before that was actually against the Chiefs as well, and it was an 8-7 win. So there's a bit of history here, at least from Rhythm's side of things on Villa. Avert had the final say, either Villa or Chalet. And look, obviously I can't sit here and say how this went for Avert, but I think for Rhythm this actually ends up being all right.
When you look back at, you know, Rhythm's stage 1, stage 2, they weren't, I mean stage 1 more so, they weren't actually that bad. They were very competitive for a lot of teams. Maybe it was a different stage altogether. We had different teams in there. But certainly things have heated up throughout this year, and stage 3 I think is now showing that with these kind of performances. Vast, what are we thinking Villa? Like, you know, Rhythm, we've seen them on it before. Are they going to be able to hold the candle, or are Avert going to be able to do something that maybe might upset the balance here?
Yeah, I kind of expected Villa or Club.
Yep.
Both of these teams had the exact same identical bans last night, and I thought it'd probably go to those two maps.
Yep.
That being said, I do predict Overt to win this game. I just think from what we saw last night with their aggressive play style, their ability to make, you know, explosive, coordinated executes on site, I think Rhythm's playstyle will really favor Overt. I think Rhythm haven't really been putting much pressure against, you know, last night's game. They weren't really putting much pressure on the entry, and I think that will be a big part. I think Overt showed that they can take entry really quick, and I think if Rhythm allow Overt to take entry really quick, Overt will dictate the game and be able to, you know, make those really explosive executes on site. From Rhythm today.
Yeah. Now, before we let you go, how convincing is this going to be?
I'd probably say a 7-4 for Overt. I think it will be close.
Yep.
But yeah, just based off yesterday's game, I don't know if Rhythm have kind of identified their issues.
All right. Well, it's time to find out. I guess it's the best way to do it. To jump into the server, Xenox, I'll let you take the floor here. Are we going to see it? Are we going to see Avert crack the egg and find their first 3 points?
Well, maybe for both teams to find their first 3 points, right? Because Rhythm haven't had a three-pointer since Stage 1. They'll be looking to do that in this match, and obviously for Avert, they'll be looking to find their first win in OCN 2, although they've had a few less chances at doing so. Yeah, I think I said it best, to be honest, earlier. Not to pat myself on the back, Rob, but this is basically like a promo Rallo kind of prospect that we probably may have actually seen had Avert stayed in OCL. I don't actually know, of course, the format and how all that works. Could still happen, I don't know. But basically, it's as close as you're going to get to seeing it happen before the promo Rallos even begin.
What an interesting band to kickstart things. Nook. We've seen Nook being brought time and time again so far from OCN teams, and it has been banned out. I guess this is a kind of map that can lean into a lot of cheeky plays on the attacking side, especially if you're able to go on a lurk undetected. You could really dismantle and dismember defense, but the Zofia ban as well, and now the Malusi. This is a very interesting ban phase, Xenox.
Yeah, we did see Nook yesterday as well from Avert, I believe, on Oregon. Jeez, you know what? Am I right? Was it on Oregon? No, it was actually on... yeah, it was Oregon. Yay, me, for brain working. Yeah, so we did obviously see it there. Maybe Rhythm looked into that a little bit and thought, let's get rid of that. And obviously, as you've sort of alluded to a couple of times, Nook has become somewhat a little bit more favorable from some of the OCN teams. And yeah, Villa's a map where you're going to see quite a lot of that roam potential up, down, and below, and everywhere in between. We saw that with the Chiefs in the last game and their ability to basically catch Knights off guard so many times over, especially through Worthy. So Avert on the attack, Rhythm on the defense. We head back to Villa immediately, and hopefully this time we can actually get a proper game.
I mean, you're not wrong, are you? Now, I don't know if we brought this up just before, but you said that Rhythm haven't found a win since
Stage 1.
Stage 1. Here's an even more damning fact.
Oh,
I'm fat. They're not fat, I'm fat. Fact is that Rhythm have not won in regulation this entire year. They have not taken 3 points away from a game in what is now coming up to their 16th match.
Are you sure?
Yep.
I'm looking at them beating LFO in Stage 175.
Well, to be fair, I'm just looking at Liquipedia on Stage 1, and it's got a 0 at the front of their record. So it goes 0, 3, 1, 2. But you know what they say, Xenox.
Yeah, I think that's Liquipedia mistake there.
Oh,
my old friend.
Well, hey, we've been baited both way too hard recently. By the way, the HP Omen community vote has gone in the favour of Avert. I feel like there's a lot of fans out there for Avert. They've got a lot of love coming from OCL into OCN, and there is a real feeling about this roster that they're going to do some pretty incredible things in Tier 1 Siege once they start to get comfortable. No, Bayix! Oh, anything you can do, I can do better. It's a mini-me.
Oh, God. For those who maybe didn't watch the last match, that was basically a complete replica of Worthy's run out in round 1 on Villa. That was actually to a T as well. Yeah, and look, I think the one thing I always love about Siege is when we get sort of back-to-back maps and you can kind of compare the teams and the different styles and maybe even different operator choices, the way things are defended or attacked. And obviously we won't have much to go off from the Chiefs-Knights game, but little things like that where it's like, hey, maybe the way that Avert are going to play on the attack or Rhythm on the defense, for instance, right? Like, a Rhythm going to play kind of Chiefs-like and be aggressive, get in the face of Avert, or are they just going to sit on site? Remains to be seen. We'll see how we go. Right now, Drax sitting over towards red stairs.
Been given anything just yet, Xenox? My color caster. I just like saying that. That's cute. You're my color caster.
Yeah. Also, apparently some guys said I need a haircut. I wish I could get one.
We all know that.
I wish.
That's not news. That's
been
not
3
news.
months,
That's
man. Like,
Mate, just do what me and Guz did. Just shave it off. Please?
Nah.
What if Rhythm win this game? Surely.
Well, that's not worthy of a bet, really, because Rhythm's quite capable of winning this game.
Okay, what if Overt win? Surely.
Well, they're also capable of winning this game.
God, you're just not game,
the bet
mate.
would
I'll
have
tell
to
you
be
what.
the bet would have to be something like if Avert make playoffs. That's the kind of thing you'd be like, if Avert make playoffs, I'll shave my
Okay,
hair.
okay. Flip it.
No, I'm not actually making that bet.
Oh my God, you're so lame.
Because by
You're
that point,
so
I
lame.
probably will be able to actually go out and get a haircut.
The self-proclaimed king
Hopefully.
of content won't make content. How does that work, mate? How does that work?
Yeah,
Well,
focus on the game, mate.
I would, but I'm working with you, so it's kind of hard to, you know? You're meant to be the color caster here.
Well, I'll say this, Avert have basically just got the site surrounded, but haven't really done too much with it. Not really too many sight lines opened up. There's a few here and there, but for the most part, it's almost like they haven't quite decided which way they want to attack this from. Although I'll say that now, Edpan is looking to stick at Ghoul, trying to deny from Vault.
Attempting to. Not successful. It is going to be stuck, and Edpan has been able to stick that diffuser. Now Rhythm trying to bite back. Are they going to be able to retake? It's going to be a bit of an awkward one. They've already got study control here from Avert, and all three together for Rhythm. It's always better when you're together. Elements tries to run directly at the players, reviving. It's not going to be given a chance. Twit will be able to find one. A triple so far for Novaics, and Edpan has to step up massively. The retake has been well and truly successful. And AFX, he just sticks this here. He absolutely sticks this. Oh, Edpan, this makes things interesting. AFX gets off it for half a second, and all Edpan has to do is sit and wait. What a play. Overt opened the bank account in the first round of Villa.
Oh, perfectly played. Obviously, at that point, unfortunately for AFX, the guy that's covering you dies. And he still had, I think, about 11 seconds. So he actually made the right play by getting off to trying to get the kill. And you could actually see how close he got Edpan. I think it was like a sliver of HP left. Had he actually, of course, got that kill, he would have had enough time, I believe, to get back on the diffuser. So you can see it here, 12 seconds, in fact. So right play made, he would have had 10 seconds. Yeah, so he actually made the right play. It was just an inch of health off.
That's all it takes. Just the small decisions that you make, the seconds that you lose, the unfortunate pixel that maybe the bullet flies left of. That's all it takes at the end of the day, and that's what's really given Overt the dub there. Of course, an incredible plant, by the way, and a really nice post plant from Edpan. Rhythm a little bit unfortunate there. However, they have moved away completely from AVG. Now, of course, across the trophy and statuary, where they will stake claim in round 2, but how confidently so, that's going to be remained to seen. I don't mind this lineup on the defense, by the way. I don't mind the Alibi, the Mozzie, and the Valk.
Yeah? Why's that? You want to take it a little in depth?
Yeah, of course I can. I mean, it depends. It depends what you're doing with the alibis. I genuinely thought maybe it was going to go and sit on the windows and make things a little bit more difficult for Overt to try and open angles up and try and take fights. But instead, he's got them across toward the southern side of the map, across towards study. So that kind of initiates maybe a bit more of a roam-heavy strategy alongside with that Mozzie that'll be able to deny intel going into those angles. It kind of makes a little bunker, if you will, on this side. So I'm really liking it.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Do you believe any of what you just said?
Nope. Well, no, actually there. I saw it. I saw the Mozzie pest. I saw the Mozzie pest on the door, and he got away. And now he's going to be absolutely fine. Watch this. Cairo absolutely tries to shoot that. Damn it.
Sometimes you almost try to actually speak it into existence.
Sometimes.
Has he actually seen it, though?
I think he wide swung it. They definitely have the intel there.
Now they definitely know. Either way, it's all fun and games. In saying that, though, Avert doing pretty well to at least, I guess, sweep through, take control of AVG, get closer to stat and trophy. 2 minutes on the clock. This is pretty standard.
Yeah.
It also does, I guess, suggest right now that Rhythm's not going to put too much pressure over towards that AVG area. They're just going to play this Vert hold.
Excuse you. We don't use that kind of language here on OCN. This is a family-friendly product, and Leb has been able to find a kill onto Twent, who, for the second time, is just a little bit unlucky. And the rest of Overt, however, can start to make a little bit more of an ideal approach to this site. Just one man down.
Kind of back Avert in here still, though, because of the fact that what we saw yesterday and their ability to win a lot of the fights, that's how they were ever sort of overwhelmed Knights yesterday on Oregon. They sort of just can push on and swarm the site. Drex up close inside a trophy, and he just catches Elements, who tried to be a bit of a sneaky boy. Obviously, that shield makes it very difficult. Now he can play the Gas Babe game, buy some time. Shield gets taken down, and Pen as well. For the most part, I would say this round is over.
I would probably agree with you, honestly. It's the better part of... Oh, okay, that was Sawyer. I thought that was Cairo. That was going to be an early flick, but a 2 versus 4. There is time left on the clock, so there is a small little hint of belief from me. Sawyer making his way back around to Astro. Cairo could absolutely pop up here, which he's starting to do, and I'm starting to believe both players in Astro, but it doesn't make a difference. AFX will put the nail in the coffin, and that is a nice little clap back from Rhythm.
It's one thing Avert tend to do well from what I've seen in the 2 matches that they've now played, one of which is still obviously only 2 rounds in, but they actually create a lot of 1v1s. They did it against the Knights yesterday, where they can actually, and therefore, you know, you create those 1v1s, you win those, and then you've basically overwhelmed the site and you've taken it over. And they can do that generally pretty well. Credit to Rhythm, though. They stuck to the fat. They had a game plan. They obviously just wanted to defend site and down below. They did that. They put very little presence over towards AVG. I mean, we saw what, like the 1 alibi, and that was about it. So credit to Rhythm defensively, looking good. And now they head back over to AVG, and we'll see if they can correct some of the wrongs that we saw in round 1.
Chunky Boy coming out to play again. My God, you just can't stop it. Now, Xenox, I'm gonna give you an offer you can't refuse. Do you want to go play by play, and I'll switch to color for you?
Jeez. No, I'm good.
Fair enough. Thought I'd give you a break from using that brain too much, but we'll give it to you. Honestly, I'm really liking seeing Tachanka used a lot more now. It is such a good swap for smoke. You know, I guess the area of effect isn't as much. The damage, I actually don't know what the damage conversion is in comparison.
See,
to
the color commentator would know that.
Okay, what is it?
Well, I don't know. I'm not a color commentator.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
I'm sure Dev and Guz definitely would have had that one up their sleeve. You know, that's just the kind of caliber.
That's a Guz thing, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Color. That's the caliber color.
The caliber.
That's the Jacob caliber. Wrong scene, mate.
He's also an analyst, so it works anyway. But look, you know that you can also still do your own color, Rob, you know, especially at this point of the game. What are you going to play by play? Twent's walking over to the wall, and now he's opening up the barricade and Elements. Like, come on.
Believe me, Xenox, in my earlier days, I could commentate the paint drying. I would literally commentate the paint dripping down the wall because I could not add any kind of color whatsoever to the audience. So many might remember that one. It's been done before and it'll be done again, mate.
Yeah, look, early days here though, and it definitely looks like this one's shaping up to be a bit closer than the Chiefs-Knights game, which is great. It's 1-1 early on, and we're also seeing a lot of back and forth. At times of finding these sort of picks, courtesy of Ed Penn onto Leb, and Rhythm, of course, in that last round looked a little bit cleaner. This is going to test them, though. AVG in round 1, they got overwhelmed by Avert. Now they're already down a player as well. So AVG not shaping up to be Rhythm's kind of site.
Not thus far. Some good evidence you've put forth for your color there. I'll give you that. But the good part now is this is where Rhythm can actually fall back to site and kind of bunker down. If Novaix decides to stick red, that is, you know, that's a do or die position. It looks like he's going to be stuck. Ghoul, I think, is so fortunate to find that kill. Really like that from Ghoul. Knows that Novaix has fallen down. Quickly pops the back. And Vulcan Shield pops. So
I wonder if he got the call there on Twent, who's obviously holding those stairs, and whether or not he thought that the Vulcan Shield explosion would be in range, because Twent got literally lit up, as you can see, very low in health. And then immediately after, we see Ghoul blow that Vulcan Shield. So maybe could have had the call, like, yeah, blow it. Obviously, there's also a time thing. There's only 50 seconds left. So just does also deny Twent from pushing up there, especially low in health.
Oh, I'm gonna love this from Drex. So Drex can essentially deny Skull for an absurd amount of time. I would actually love to just watch how long he can do this for. And the fact of the matter is, it's 30 seconds left, Xenox. He's got 13 left in the pocket. He's going to be able to deny plant no matter where it goes.
Yeah, and obviously for Avert, their players are low on health too. They're not going to be able to walk through this. Elements, Twent both low, and there you go. Edpan dies as well. The other two, by all means, are not going to be able to contest this. This round's going to rhythm.
The floor is bloody well lava at this point for Drex. He doesn't even have to take these fights if he can sit back and just launch across the fire, raining down from the hells. Oh my word. Never mind. He's going to put it on his back and just steamroll through Vault. Twent will not be able to do anything about it, but Elements is down. Could he waste enough time? Nah, I'm just trolling.
He's going to crawl over and just suddenly get up. Nah, look, that was pretty well played. You pointed out Drex, obviously, and his impact on that round perfectly. Rob, maybe you should end up being the color, because that was colorful. In the end, that was probably the difference maker. I don't think, if Drex didn't hold that position, I actually think Avert probably win the round, to be completely honest. They sneak in, they get the default plant behind the door, and then they get Vault control. But Drex has made that virtually impossible due to his positioning and his control over the site. So well played, especially considering, remember, Rhythm was down a player for the majority of that round.
Yeah, that's actually, that's a valid valid point to make, because the fact that they were able to hold on for so long, again, I think we will see Tachanka used as a good smoke replacement when choke points are so tight like that, right? Like, you've really got 3 doors that you can worry about and deny those plants, especially when you've got a safe place, for a default plant behind the Vault door. That will just burn so much time off. I think that it is 100% site specific, because the smoke will really only be able to. What'd you say?
I said that was a tricky one.
Yeah, it's a tongue twister. I'll tell you that much. I won't be saying that one again on broadcast. But no, seriously, like, the smoke can only deny for 30 seconds in one place, whereas Tachanka can literally just shoot as many as he wants. I can't even remember what the name of the gadget is. I don't even want to attempt to try and say it. Oh God, I can't remember it. How do you pronounce it? Oh no!
Don't ask me.
Why not? You're the color caster.
Oh God. This is where you meant to just move on, right?
Shimikar launcher? Shimikar launcher? Is that right? Oh God, that is.
What did you say? Shimikar launcher?
Yeah, Shimikar launcher. Isn't that? I think that's how you say it. Shimika? I didn't go to school for a long time, okay? You can no, I finished my year 12 and then I bounced. That's all there is to it. I passed year 12 and that was it, so you can see. But my point is still valid. It's very specific swap on certain sites. It bloody well is, I'm telling you now.
Oh God. Oh, you're a mess.
Yeah, we all know that. We all know.
No, this game certainly isn't, though. It's all fun and games during the prep phase. We can have a few laughs, but this one's definitely got that serious feel to it once we get down to the mid section, especially late in these rounds. Avert definitely have been, again, aggressive with their playstyles on attack at times, maybe less so than last night. But in fairness, Rhythm themselves have been able to position pretty well around site. Nothing too extensive with, like, heavy roams, for instance, Rob, but I mean, they're also not exactly just turtling on site either, and at times able to find these sort of picks. Drex catches Edpan on site as well. 20 Memorial, if he can find his pick, suddenly could open up the site, although he is the one that is getting beaten by Drex. There's another player as well. Drex is looking for a third. He will find it.
Oh. The auto shot is absolutely demolishing right now. Sawyer hoping to God he can get this diffuser down. Leb trying to make something happen.
Okay.
That's a quick 1-2 to finish out the round.
I was going to say, I apologize for taking some of the play-by-play there, but yet, because of the round ending so quick, you still technically covered the end of it.
Yeah, no, hey, but you got to understand that. I'm a giver, you know. I love love my co-casters. So, mate, you can take whatever end of play-by-play you want. Look, you know what? I'm going to say it. I trust you to take the end round play by play.
To do some play-by-play, I appreciate that.
I trust you to do the justice. You know, remote SI caster, there's not much more I could ask for. I couldn't have asked for a better co-caster.
Yeah, you have to add in the remote. Look, in terms of that round, though, Vert pretty clearly had a goal in mind, and that was basically sight. Like, they were just like, let's send it straight for sight. If Rhythm try and play above, we can try and catch them off guard. Push straight in on through Memorial into Dieting, see if we can get that quick plant down and play off of that. But Drex basically said no. And that was the round.
That's some great analysis.
Yeah, no,
honestly, that's so deep. I think
he got his shotgun out and he just said no.
The audience have a newfound respect for your knowledge of this game.
Hey,
and sometimes,
sometimes it's that easy, Rob.
You know what? I will say I am really enjoying the way Rhythm are extending because, you know, generally when we talk about an extension, you are looking at, let's just use Stat and Trophy as an example. You'll see an extension all the way over to AVG to try and waste some time in the early parts, you know, play a bit of a roam and then fall back. Whereas Rhythm aren't playing as, you know, spread as that. Take the AVG site, for example. They had the player on red stairs, which is eliminating a fair bit of space. It's cutting off half of the map. But at the same time, if he dies, it's not a loss because you're not losing that ground. You've already got someone still sitting back in games. So I'm genuinely enjoying how Rhythm's extensions are more compact than what we're used to seeing.
Are we seeing library living?
Are we? There you go.
Yeah, okay. I'm not sure if I've ever cast a match with Library Living in the rotation of the sites. I was about to say that technically Rhythm have done the World Tour, and I was expecting it because as you were talking about, you know, the extensions above Stat Trophy, AVG, and then I was looking at the bombs, and I'm like, hang on a second. I did a Rob, but internally. I honestly have no idea about this site. All you, Rob.
I mean, like, you can make this a death box if you play from the bottom of red and you open up the wall that looks directly through to mud entrance. It's a little bit more, I mean, it's a lot more complicated than that. You can see the half wall that kind of cuts it off there. But especially with the clash, you can slow that push down onto the site and force players into the crossfires as well. The vertical is going to be incredibly important. You can see how deep that line actually runs. So that's from Vault all the way through to the bottom of mud, which is just the entrance outside of really the little dog leg between China and what? It's China. Settle down, mate. It's all right. You're laughing at me. What's going on? But it's such a long line. It's such a long line. It's incredibly dangerous to even cross in there, especially when you've got a clash in your face.
No, it was absolutely perfect analysis. I'm going to beg the question here. But is there any chance at all that Avert a little bit surprised by this site and may just not have much of an idea as to what to do?
I mean, with the caster stats?
Not necessarily like, oh my god, we don't know what to do, but more so, hey, we weren't expecting this. Like, I mean, like, Library Living is not exactly a hot commodity when it comes to Villa, especially in this region. So, I mean, we got 40 seconds left. Nothing's really happened right now. Besides just the fact that they're trying to obviously deal with Novaics. Cairo's taken very low. They've already lost Edpan. Drex again. He's got 8 now for the entire match. Sawyer, though, still goes in for that plant. Still 3 versus 3, 30 seconds.
Yeah, the big thing for me right now is the clash is still up. It's going to allow Drex to aggress as much as he wants, but just like that, it's now on to Novaics. He's the only player left. He's got his back turned, and no matter where you go, that is not a fun situation. I thought maybe in the 1v2 he might be able to deny plant for long enough, but it's just not the case. Things are really kind of flipping on their head here. Rhythm are, you know, they're showing us some innovative strats, right? Like I don't think that we've ever really seen, like you and I am talking about, not the audience, but we have very rarely seen Library and Living.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, well, there you go. And I've probably seen it once, maybe twice in the 2 years that I've been casting, and I think that it's pretty much played out that same way. I wasn't able to see.
I should mention I've never seen it competitively. I've obviously seen it before, but yeah, I 100% get your point, and I don't mind it though. I do question it slightly, only because of the fact that we had just seen Rhythm get Stat Trophy, then AVG, then Kitchen Dining. Most times when a team does a world tour, especially on a map like Villa, which, you know, those are the 3 set sites, you kind of just rinse and repeat, right? You go back to sort of where it all began, everything's opened up again. But they go library living? Like, I don't know if that was to try and throw a curveball to try and catch Avert off guard. Full credit to Avert, though. They ended up playing it pretty well. And the one thing I'll say is I actually think it plays into Avert's playstyle of trying to swarm the site last second, because that's, again, what they basically were able to do.
It's a bit dangerous at the moment as it hangs in the balance. Overt looking to even things out as we head to the defensive side of Villa. And I would beg the question what a Rhythm's attack's going to look like. But thus far, Xenox, this has been an absolute banger of a match. I've genuinely enjoyed watching this. Yeah. And I mean, look, all right, let's very quickly take a second to have a look at the stats on Liquipedia. Let me make sure that I make that comment very clear. On Liquipedia, it's currently a very defensive-sided map with only, I think, one map played. It's 62% is defensive-sided, but again, please take that with a grain of salt, because I'm pretty sure the only time we've seen it is the absolute shellacking that Chiefs gave.
You're literally just talking about the last game that we just saw.
Yeah, quite literally just tonight.
do you want to like maybe look at stage 2 where there could be a few more games?
I'm having a gaze at it right now. Yeah. I appreciate you buying time. It's even. It's 16 rounds to 14. Oh, no, Vaix. They're trying to play handicap.
Oh, they certainly don't need to be doing that, though, because Avert are more than capable of challenging Rhythm. We've seen that already. 2-3. Final round of this first half. I was going to say AFX. It's what happens when you combine AFX and the Vaix. But, hey, Avert will happily take this one-man advantage.
Yep. Puts them in a good position now to even things out as we head toward the last round of the half. It's an important one at that. You really don't want to be going down the deficit. I mean, yeah, sure, defensive side might be more comfortable for Overt, but nevertheless, you don't want to be 2 rounds down as you head into it, and it doesn't look like they're going to give Rhythm the opportunity. Bit by bit, they're taking this round for their own. With only 2 players remaining between 4 Overt members, this is surely undoable.
Yeah, and Avert have really now established a lot of control. They've got demand advantage. It's difficult to see where Leb and Avax could bring this one back. Main control. Elements are able to still now track the Avax. Minute left on the clock. Only a one-man advantage now, but still, this is a position where Avert should be capitalizing from. The only downside is Twent and Elements both low on health. See if they're able to push in and capture these kills.
45 seconds. Jeez, this round is actually taking its time. I thought that we were already down to the wire, but not even close. They can sit back now. Again, no smoke bays for Novaix.
Well, they've stalled out a little bit here, and that's actually have now allowed Novaix, because of this stall, he's now found 2 picks in 1v1 scenarios.
This is quite dangerous. This is really dangerous. Novaix might start to pop off here, and if they're not dealt with properly, my God, what is going on? Sawyer,
your turn.
Isn't it just 1v2, isolate your fights and try to take that, not by flashing yourself, especially with the new update. That is not what you want to be seeing, but he will be able to make his way in behind bar. 2 players to find. He can't even find one at the moment. He'll be given a freebie, and very quickly will he be shut down. That was very close in the end, but that is going to be a 4-2 half for Rhythm. Well, that's a pretty good showing from Rhythm. Now, very quickly, Xenox, I don't know if we have Vast ready and waiting in the wings, but I might give Prod about 20 seconds to bring him in if he's not. So I'll go to you first. Is this a good sign for Rhythm?
Well, obviously, I mean, you're up 4-2 in the first half. It was a pretty decent defense, especially considering Avert is a team that was able to attack well yesterday against the Knights. They've got actually a pretty profound attack, very proficient. So right now, great signs for Rhythm. Avert, we'll see how they go on the defense.
Vast, hoping you can give us some professional insight because we were absolutely waffling on in that half. How are things looking at the moment?
I think things are looking good for both teams. I mean, that is Overt's attack half, but Rhythm are playing quite well. Although I still think Rhythm should show Overt less respect, contest more map control. But I mean, it's been working for a few rounds. I think Overt don't really look as confident and aggressive as they did yesterday. So I'm not really sure what's going on there. But yeah, if Rhythm kind of keep playing the way they're playing and Overt allow Rhythm to play they want to play, I think Rhythm will probably come out victorious.
Do you think that maybe, Vast, after the dust has settled from yesterday's game against the Knights, coming into OCN, the hype around it, maybe things have settled down for Overt and this might be their actual playstyle?
Yeah, I mean, I think Oregon's a really good map for them. Yeah, Villa is a really good map for Rhythm. Yeah, I definitely would agree with that. Like, I think Overt are going to come across different playstyles, and their playstyle might not work against every single team, and they need to be, less one-dimensional.
Yep.
And they need to be able to adapt to every single team.
Yeah, a bit more vigilant in their approach, maybe mid-game that might change some things. But there's one thing that's for sure, Xenox, and that's that Drex has been popping off.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for Worthy and his performance in the previous game, I would have had Drex sort of as the MVP of the night. Could still happen, but by far and away the MVP of this game. I do have a question, though, for Vast. I'm going to go host Xenox here for a second, but I just quickly want Vast's thoughts on seeing Library Living. We were debating about it on the broadcast. I've never seen it. That was the first time I've seen it since becoming an R6 caster. What was your thoughts on it? Do you think they should have just gone back to Stat Trophy?
I've actually versed Rhythm's library before. I don't know. I think if you understand how to play it, I think it is viable because it's not a bomb site that everyone sees, and you can kind of catch teams off guard. I don't expect Rhythm to go back to it. Obviously, they can't because they're attacking. So,
Potato. Well, before we let you go, Vast, any final thoughts as we head into the second half?
Not really any final thoughts. I think Rhythm might actually win this. And that's it.
A bold decision of you with them going into their attacking half.
That's all I can really say. I don't know.
It's a bold move, Cotton. All right, mate. Well, you know what? We'll chat with you after the match has come to its conclusion. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. And for the audience, you do
maybe
too.
Not. Maybe not.
Nah, maybe put us on mute now. Vast is gone. Oh, wait, never mind. Yeah, I thought you said or not, as in like, don't enjoy your time kicking back. So you know what? We'll get Vast back in here when we're ready. But Xenox, man, you can probably shoot the breeze for a second here. Would you kind of agree with the sentiments that Rhythm are looking good and are probably going to take this one, Xenox?
Yeah, I think Rhythm are looking good, and I think they're going to take this one.
I hate you. Vast, welcome back. Thank God I've got someone else here to save me. But maybe you can expand upon a little bit more for Rhythm as to why you're feeling like that is going to be the dub for them. Are they just looking like the better team at the moment?
Yeah, something I did note that a lot of the rounds was coming down to the late game, and I think the way Rhythm are playing the late game, it seems like their experience over Overt, they're making all the right decisions. Overt are kind of making some really small mistakes that Rhythm are able to punish from their experience. I'd like to see Overt try to kind of get ahead of Rhythm in the early mid-game.
Fair enough. Xenox, you got some thoughts?
Yeah, look, I don't want to count Overt out of this one just yet. I've seen good signs from them, similar to what we saw yesterday against the Knights. Obviously, we also need to see what the second half is going to look like. This might just end up being a case of, a difficult sort of defense to break down from both sides. Over on here on Villa, obviously last stage, you can say attacker side or whatever, it's basically 50-50. But I think even on a map like Villa, if you actually keep it pretty contained on site, don't do anything too crazy, no very difficult, hard, heavy roams, it can be very difficult to then break down. And I don't think Rhythm, and I think Vast said it as well, didn't give Avert that much respect because they weren't really extending out too much. They weren't going for that much map control. Therefore, they were keeping it pretty contained. And Avert just had a bit more of a difficult time breaking that down. So if Avert actually played pretty similar to Rhythm, then maybe there's a chance Rhythm will actually find it difficult to break their defense down as well.
How do you feel Villa plays out from a player's perspective, Vast? Is it kind of like stock standard? You know, I guess in a similar approach to how we talk about Clubhouse sometimes in the mini games that you need to play?
The mini games are pretty stock standard. I think Villa can be played in different ways. You can play in a really aggressive Villa, a loose Villa. You can play real structured, util heavy Villa, like what Rhythm are kind of doing.
Yeah.
I do think in the mini games though, such as clearing brown, clearing red, it does become a bit more stock standard.
I guess it's an interesting talking point for us because right now, from everything that it looked like, I'll put my hand up and say that I was enjoying watching Overt kind of approach the rounds. However, Rhythm are just a different beast at the moment. In this server anyway, in this particular night, this could be a good little glimpse into the future. But do we see Rhythm taking this any further than the match against Overt, or do you purely think it's just because of the lack of experience, Vast?
Yeah, I think lack of experience, to be honest. I feel like Overt probably don't really know what the best call, what the best decision is when they're in situations where they can't really do what they want to do. We saw that 4v2 when Novax just kind of brought it back. It seemed like they weren't really sure what they wanted to do, kind of decisive on their decision, and they just gave Rhythm enough time to let Novax, get the picks back.
Yeah, too much respect. Too much respect. All right, Vast. Thank you once again for joining us for that rehost. I don't know how Xenox and I would have gotten through that, but we will chat with you at the very end of this match, unless we get another rehost called, which I'm not going to hold my breath right now, because who knows, it could possibly happen. But as we look forward, Xenox, we are going to Aviator Games, and it is Overt now on their defense.
Yeah, and as I was saying before, this is where we can gauge Overt a little bit more and get to see whether or not this is maybe going to be a defender-sided Villa, if they're going to keep it rather contained on site, make it difficult for Rhythm to sort of break them down, or maybe Overt could end up playing a little bit like the Chiefs in the last game on Villa, where they do extend out a bit more, where they do have a bit of that sort of heavy roam style about them. And Overt's probably the kind of team that I think would still actually just take the game on, try and get in the face of Rhythm, be aggressive, try and find those kills early, get that one, maybe two-man advantage, and then go back to site.
Alrighty. Let's have a look at the approach now, whether we will see similar from Overt or not. It's really just going to come down to a matter of time, Xenox, and this is the fill part. Look at Edpan go for it. Surely, oh god, I would have loved that 3 times in a row. We would have seen that run out from the in the starting round of the defense. But this is a really good extension from Overt. At the very least, it's going to burn some time for Rhythm as they start to approach. Oh, that's dangerous.
It actually can happen here. Elements is in position, so you can obviously see that they've got vision of it. So if Elements does get the call, he can make that run out.
There it is again. Kind of feels like maybe he doesn't have the info on whether there is someone in there or not, but he's certainly got the information there's someone outside of the window. It's been spotted, and as such, just fall away to a little bit more safety. This is really good from Overt. Look at the time that they're already burning. They're coming down to the minute mark. They're starting to burn through some of those drones. Again, they've only shot 2 of them, I think it is. But nonetheless, it's kind of stalling Rhythm out here.
Yeah, and that black guy as well, it's not so much also for the run out, but also even towards the mid portion of the game now. So at some point, Elements can then fall away from there, which I think he already has. And now he doesn't have to worry about that position, anyone coming from behind him, because they've got that vision courtesy of the Valkyrie. So I think Overt right now are playing it kind of like that ladder portion that I said, where, you know, they play it out a little bit aggressive, get into the phase of Rhythm, get into those sort of aggressive positions. So they push out towards like Stat Trophy for a little bit, then you fall back. Minute and a half, haven't lost anyone, wasted a bit of time. Now Rhythm, as the attackers, have to slowly start sort of unraveling the site, but they've just got less time to do so.
minute 30 that Overt have burnt, so I'd say mission accomplished there. They've been able to fall away with enough time to find themselves in some safety. That deployable shield is super dangerous on top. That gives you so much kind of extra area to play from. Those, well, my magnets are
and
going
the
to be
ADSs.
a nuisance. And the ADSs as well, Xenox. Ew.
Yeah, and the mute jammer.
Oh God! Oh man, you are not getting through games. There is no chance.
Well, that's a pretty clear little condition here for Overt. They're putting heavy emphasis on making sure that you're not going to be able to get into Aviator at all.
What?
And it also means that it's going to be a lot of utility expended on this one position, makes it very one-dimensional. Even if Rhythm don't want to be one-dimensional, they're going to end up having to be so. And Overt, this is basically playing into their hands.
I have no clue how that nade made it through then. 3 ADSs, I think my magnets must have been gone, but maybe it was just on the outside. Look at this from Noveix, trying to open something up, but it's a good trade from AFX, but goodness me, trades all around. It's Overt coming out on top, but maybe Drex, maybe he could make this work. That is an unbelievable C4 from Ed Pan. Hook, line, and sinker, AFX. You can try, you may, but Overt have taken their first round on the defensive half.
Yeah, and they looked very good while doing it as well. I mean, they did everything there basically perfectly. Wasted time at the start. They were eager to see if they could maybe get a bit of a run out with that black guy and get a bit of information. They fell off at the perfect time, didn't overcommit by staying around that trophy stat area, fell back to site, and then obviously they already had that big setup inside of Aviator, made it very difficult for Rhythm, and in the end, Rhythm are just trying, they're like 5 people trying to fit through a doorway. It's just never going to happen. So Rhythm's attack basically ended up becoming too one-dimensional, courtesy of the way that Overt ended up playing that round. Full credit, makes it 3 versus 4, and you know, this game is by all means not over at all.
I found that super interesting about where they had those ADSs. I genuinely thought they might have had an ADS across towards Stat and Troph to try and support those players hiding there, but the fact that they had all 3 there, I mean, that in itself could have just been the round done and dusted if they'd been able to do their job on those nades that were sent in. Not to be, and that's fine. And we'll see how Overt continue to kind of approach this. I would, you know, I'm going to hedge my bets and just say that we're probably going to see that that extension quite similar across toward the southern side of the map that will enable a bit of a time burn there. You can see it's Cairo that might try to do so, and Elements dropping those mute jammers are just going to buy them so much more time when Rhythm start to approach. But I guess the problem is as well, Xenox, they can just negate this side of the map and all that utility goes for nothing.
Yeah, they can, but I still like what I'm seeing from Overt because it just means that they're extending out a little bit more. They're getting in the face of Rhythm. They're being aggressive with what they're doing on the defense. They're not just, you know, bunkering down and waiting for Rhythm to push on them. Yeah, you're right. If you obviously don't come from the south side, then, yeah, you're going to lose a little bit of your utility. But it's not like they're committing that much anyway. And then the little bit of utility that they are committing can get them information, and it can also help them out. You see Edpen roaming down below inside of Dining at the moment too. So Overt playing this very differently to the way that Rhythm were when they were on the defense.
Oh, that's an early pick from Sawyer. You'd be very happy with that one. Rhythm looking to find their way in. I believe that... Oh no, Edpen! Oh, the timing... It just doesn't pay off there. Regardless, though, just continue to fall back. You're just buying so much time. Rhythm are down to 6 drones, and Rex is trying to make something happen, but they just cannot do enough.
Wow.
They're getting absolutely slapped. Everybody corner they go to. Before you blink, it's over, Xenox.
We didn't even end up seeing Stat Trophy. We just see Edpen down below and Dining pick up, what was that, 3 in the round?
Yeah.
Oh, that was marvelous. Yeah, Rhythm just got completely undone there, and suddenly all the pressure now is on the side of Rhythm, right? Yeah. Because Overt's defense is already proving, I think, to be tactically better than Rhythm's defense, and they only had a 4-2 half, right? So if Overt continue to play like this, if this becomes the norm, then they actually could very well run away with this game, 7-4, 7-5 kind of territory. And it's easy to sit back and say, well, Xenox, it's only been 2 rounds. But look at this, Rhythm already taking a tactical timeout, and it's the way that Overt have been playing. We're not just talking about scrappy little, you know, it's a 1v1, it's a 50-50 coin flip. Like, no, they are kind of taking a bit of a, you know, something on Rhythm.
This tactical timeout has been called by the coach. Now, it's probably worth mentioning. I'm sure you might have mentioned it last night, and if not, maybe people know, but you can now call a timeout as a captain or as a coach, which is pretty significant because prior to this, it was only coaches that could call that one tack throughout the entirety of the map, which, you know, if you're not in the trenches, I know the coaches are listening, you know, they're active in terms of what's happening, but it would be very hard to know whether to call that or not, you know, and trying to find the right time to do so. Yeah. I think this has to be it, right? We've seen how many times this has been impactful, having a tack timeout. It's come right smack bang on the 11th hour.
I 100% agree with the timing of this tactical timeout for a couple of reasons. Firstly, it's 4-4, right? So you don't want to take it too late. You also don't want to take it too early. We're at that position of the game there. Now where, you know, 2 wins and suddenly you've got match point. The other part of it, the other equation, is the fact that Avert have now won 3 of the last 4 rounds. So there's also momentum that is now on the side of Avert. You're going to obviously want to try and stall that out. And on top of that, you want to try and figure out, hey, what's going on? We know we're going to Kitchen Dining next because we've just lost AVG and we've lost that trophy. So we've also got a site-specific point that we know where we're going to. So there's like almost 3-4 points in there, Rob. That's the perfect time to take it. Hopefully they can actually adjust now Rhythm off the back of that because their attacks have looked a little bewildering at times.
Yeah, time to capitalize. Time to show us what you're made of. And, you know, no better time than now, especially with the site that we're approaching to for Overt. Just, you know, I don't know what the stats are, so I'm not just going to go making an outlandish claim, but this is generally the site that we see the least success on in terms of my recollection. So it's a good opportunity here for Rhythm to bounce back and kind of shut down Overt. There's a little bit of contact coming through from Art. Again, Overt not afraid to show face. And this would be incredibly frustrating for Rhythm, knowing that you really can't enter the map on any single side of the building without being contested.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like it's a lot, but even just being annoying around that main entrance area and buying time, it doesn't have to be much. It also means that Rhythm have to play the guessing game a little earlier than they would have liked. You can't just walk into the map. You can't just walk around here free of charge. It just means that by the time Rhythm actually get towards the kitchen dining area, there's maybe only a minute left on the clock, maybe even only sort of, you know, seconds. And that's obviously going to then be a win for Avert. Of course, the way that kitchen dining is, though, there are quick avenues onto site, but then Avert are going to be ready for that sort of rush on site if that does eventuate. Sawyer, I mean, this pretty much embodies everything. He can see at least already Novax and Ghoul. He may have even seen AFX earlier.
Yeah, it's such a dangerous site to have the pulse on as well, especially with the vertical presence that you kind of need as the attacking side. Now, I'm going to hedge a bet. Oh my god, 5 C4s.
He's going to swing that.
5 C4s on Avert. That is going to be absolutely outrageous if Rhythm decide to go above. If not, they're just going to have to play for those last-minute plants.
Rhythm, though, do find the opening pick onto Twent. Minute left, as I sort of touched on before. This is about the time where you expect Rhythm to start to get a little bit more site control, or at least close by to it, and that man advantage certainly is going to help the equation. Sawyer on the pulse has got that nitrous out of all of them. His is probably the most important because he can obviously play off of the heartbeat that he can see. Now, I think he already scanned AFX before. That's going to be another E1D. This is going to be the push.
Yeah, it certainly is. Drex has tried to open things up, and he's being successful in doing so. Sawyer tucked away in the corner. Can he find more than one? No. It's very quick trades, but Rhythm are coming out on top. Elements now has the diffuser in hand. He's in a dangerous position, but he's got no clue where Leb is. This would be an unbelievable nade if it hits. Elements, get out of there! Just makes it away in time. But surely he gets caught on the rotate, which he does. Leb secures it for Rhythm. And a much-needed round for them to bounce back on in this second half.
They would have lost this game had they lost that round. I will say it. That would have been 4 out of 5 rounds lost. That would have been 3 in a row to Avert. That would have been 5-4 to Avert. All of those sort of circumstances going in the way of Avert. Rhythm would have already taken their tactical timeout. That was a must-win round, and it came down to a 1 versus 1, and I think it says everything about the way this game going. I love the little positioning there of Sawyer. I think he's actually a little bit unlucky. I think he should have been able to get 2 from that spot, get the first one, then swing and kill, but obviously was already looking towards Sawyer. But really well played again from Avert, but fortunately this time for Rhythm, they were able to counter. Most importantly, I think it ended up just being the fact they got that opening pick. That opened things up. You got that man advantage, and when it comes down to being on site and those trades are going out and it's go time, it ended up being, I think, a 3 versus 4 when Rhythm finally pushed in and they were able to capitalize off that man advantage.
I think what's so funny is generally when you see the Kitchen defense, you know, most defenses will kind of extend above and try to hold the vert for as long as they can and then fall back, and it's a bit of a mini game in terms of Rhythm, or let's just say in terms of the especially when you do have someone like Leb on the sledge, you'd want to be getting that to use and trying to displace those anchor positions behind, let's just say, what's it called, Tetris? It's been that long since I've actually cast a game, but you know, you want to be trying to displace those members from Tetris and in Kitchen, even in China, which you can't really do without that vert. But the fact that Rhythm just went straight through horizontally, I think caught Overt off. They had 5 damn C4s. That, to me, makes me think they're going to be playing for that game like, go ahead, it's going to be a hot plate on top. And if you're willing to risk it, go for it, because it's so dangerous. It's such a dangerous dance that you have to do. But right now, Rhythm, I'm feeling pretty confident about this. If they can walk away with this round as well, that really just shows us what they're able to do in terms of their own resilience. Oh! No.
This could be a bit of a classic match between these two teams. Man advantage now for Avert. One thing I wanted to touch on as well was Edpan. He's playing the Capcan this round. Set up those booby traps, make it hard for Rhythm to really push onto site. By the time they get to that site, may have taken some damage along the way. You can see Avert this time have changed the approach a little bit, Rob. They've actually gone for a bit more of a huddle onto the site, but they've set up those sort of, you know, booby traps off site. They're still able to, of course, deny once Rhythm do get close to the site through the gas babes as well, and you've got the ADS and you've got the Wamai disc, so it's very much a sort of sit on site. Hopefully they trigger a few booby traps along the way, and then we win the fights. They also got that 1 kill. This is perfectly playing out for Avert.
Yeah, and the fact that Ghouls bought the IQ is kind of like the perfect counter to what Overt are doing. A heavy util setup, knowing what is in front of you. That is literally everything that you could ask for, and Ghoul has done an incredible job of kind of opening that up. It was unfortunate that Rhythm lost that player so early on because they couldn't do a damn thing about it. And just like that, you know, you click your fingers, and Rhythm have kind of dismantled that little area in and around games as they start to approach that minute mark. I think they're doing the right things. They're taking the right steps, but it's just going to be about how big of a difference this man count's going to make.
Yeah, and especially when you compare it to the last round where Rhythm actually had the one-man advantage, and you could see it as an attacking team pushing in, you can afford to lose one to then get one. They can't really do that now. If someone from Rhythm pushes onto site, they then go down to 5-3. Even if they've got that buddy system where you get the trade off of it, you basically can't really bait your teammates anymore. You need to try and create those 1v1 scenarios. Sawyer with a quick double, though, in the kill feed, and that's the round. It could even be a flawless. Indeed, it will be. Well, that was pretty quick in the end.
Yeah, really was. Really, really nicely done from Overt. I did think that Rhythm were kind of taking the right steps. They hadn't taken, you know, a whole round to kind of get into it. But it just kind of worked out right at the last second. We will just be waiting for the final member of Rhythm to rejoin.
It's just a tech timeout.
Poor FX. Come back. Baby, come back.
What's interesting, though, is I think that basically highlights almost what the first half was like, where Rhythm were kind of playing on site, hard to break down kind of defense. This time around, Avert actually played that kind of style. They played on site, made it very difficult to push in. Was quite similar as well to their first AVG that we saw earlier, you know, with all the ADSs, the mute jammers, the Wamai discs, the shield inside of Aviator. Whereas the way they play Stat Trophy and the way that they played Kitchen Dining was a bit more of that sort of roam game, and they were a little bit more aggressive off-site, even to a degree. At the very beginning in the AVG rounds, we saw Avert moving around, being aggressive, obviously got those booby traps.
Yeah.
Just compared to Rhythm, they were doing it a little bit more, but when it came to the crunch, when it came to that final minute, they're sitting on site, Rhythm hadn't really been able to do too much, and that made it way too difficult for them to break down the defense.
I'm really enjoying watching this right now from Avert, just kind of looking at the team dynamic of the conversation that's flowing. You know, Sawyer kind of kicked off the convo as the timeout showed us, and we got the face cams on, and you know, pretty much, I would say every player has had their say outside of Twent, but this is the kind of thing that we just don't get to see as viewers, as casters. We don't get to see how critical these conversations can actually be. And, you know, when we come back from this technical timeout, I wouldn't be surprised if Overt start to show us some promising signs. You know, it's just one of the many beautiful features of OCN.
And one thing that's obviously already been spoken about is that these two teams were expected to be around the same level, right? I think in the sort of maybe the first reload, we spoke about these two teams as being basically 8th and 7th. And I'm starting to think it might not actually be that scenario. I don't want to go too deep into saying it won't be, Rob, because I actually have not a clue who would then be in those spots. It would actually be kind of scary. You're talking about teams like Order, you're talking about teams like Wildcard, and maybe even Knights. But look, they're playing the kind of Siege that I like to see. And maybe above my expectations coming into Stage 3. I think both of these two teams are evenly matched, which is good news, because both of them took teams like Bliss and Knights to 7-5 in Playday 1. These are going to be teams you can't take lightly for Stage 3. And they're both teams that I think are more than capable of returning for next year.
Yeah, no, I 100% back that. And the stats do as well, you know, if they can continue to... I mean, both teams have played phenomenally right now. 5-5, and, you know, of course it's sad, but someone has to take the map win. But regardless, this is just such a great building block. And, you know, when it does come time to the end of this stage, let's just say, it could well be a situation where we're seeing it actually be so tightly contested once more. I think if we remember it, God, way back to the end of 2020 or even the start of 2021 with how close the leagues were, you know, really was unfortunate for Wildcard, the start that they had with Silex in the roster. Not a dig at Silex at all, it's just impossible to play with a coach that hasn't been actively playing for a long time. But, you know, it was kind of like Rhythm were looking pretty good, you know, three wins for them on the board, and they were looking pretty dangerous. And I think that, you know, they may be able to get back to that form, and it is going to mean teams like Knights, for example, Xenox, let them in, you know, because I think that's what we're talking about is the quote-unquote gatekeepers kind of open that door for them, and this is the stage to do it.
5-5, 11th round. One of my favorite sort of moments in Siege, Rob, where it's whoever wins this gets match point. Can they then capitalize and win it out? I will say this, the curse of Rhythm and 7-5s is still on play here for Avert to win the next 2 rounds. And yesterday was pretty heartbreaking for Rhythm to lose out to Bliss 7-5 after putting in a very good performance. This would also be pretty heartbreaking, even though Avert's a team closer to sort of their level. It's less kind of like, you know, the underdog just falls short. It's more like two evenly teams that are matched, but still, Rhythm have got a history of falling short at the final hurdle. Can they get over it in this match?
I hope so. You can see there our wonderful Flores now finally being shown. I feel like this is the first time tonight we've actually seen the impact of the Roteros. It's been few and far between, to be fair, and from an operator that saw so much play in Stage 2, that is unreal. That's going to deal with the deployable shield and any utility on that front side of Trophy. Rhythm are starting to look pretty good for this attack with 1:10 left on the clock.
It's a matter of who does this really suit right now. Probably Avert. I mean, Sawyer inside of Astro hasn't been cleared, but now gives away his position. Never mind, that was of course just the Gemini from AFX, and that does mean that Sawyer's position inside of Astro could be tenuous here. 50 seconds left, EE1D goes out. Even though they know he's in there, Rob, he still gets the kill onto AFX.
That's so gnarly as well, a clean headshot as he backs away behind the desk, and now he can just sit there and continue to, you know, play for the spoils, because that's what it's going to be at the end of the day. He can continue to waste his time, and he's doing so perfectly. Sawyer is lining them up one by one. Rhythm can't seem to deal with it, and 20 seconds left on the clock. Overt's going to match point. Ooh.
Should still happen, despite a little bit of a last stand here from Ghoul.
15 seconds remaining.
1 versus 3, absolutely no time either. Inside of Master Bedroom, has the player inside a shield as well to deal with. Avert are on match point. They are now 1 round away, Rob, from getting their first OCN victory.
Yeah, that's huge. First dub on the board in a T1 league, tournament, whatever you want to call it. Stage 3, this would be a great way to kind of kickstart. 7-5 loss against Knights, and then you come here and you find 3 points against a team like Rhythm, who have, you know, they can hold their own when they're firing on all cylinders. But right now, they are being kind of hit with a bit of a bat, to say, because, I mean, how frustrating would that be, trying to deal with Sawyer behind the desk of Astro? No matter what you do, he just keeps continuing to find kills and wasting time. We head to Dining, which could ultimately be the final piece of the puzzle for Avert. Oh,
no, Twent.
That's a re. Is it a re?
Yeah, it is.
I think. We'll
All
get
right.
confirmation in a second.
Lagged out.
Oh, Sawyer 10-3?
I don't know I've ever seen the term lagged out for a reason why someone's gone. Either way, wouldn't mind confirmation if this is a rehost. Yeah, okay, that is confirmation of the rehost. Just for a second there, I'm thinking, I don't know. Sometimes there's timing issues, Rob, when you can and when you can't. I don't know. Look, this probably helps out Rhythm, to be completely honest, more than anything. This is not ideal for Avert. They would have loved to have just taken all of that momentum into this match point round. This game probably deserves OT, though.
Yeah.
If I'm going to be completely honest. This is also the first opportunity we can actually have OT for the stage. And I know Vast is in for the call here, Rob, if you want to bring him in.
Yeah, I was just about to tell him to unmute because I saw the old microphone with a cross through it, but he's too sharp for me. Welcome back in, Vast. It's been a really tough fight for Overt to get back into this, but I don't know how much you've been able to see, but Sawyer has absolutely been popping off.
Yeah, he's been playing really well, especially the way he's playing behind utility and in power positions. Yeah, it doesn't really help that Rhythm are kind of peeking him one by one and not really putting pressure in other ways to deal with him. But yeah, he's doing very well.
And what's your take been so far? Because, you know, we came into this half thinking that Rhythm were looking the goods and were looking better than Overt. You know, is this a case of Rhythm have let the ball slip?
Yeah, I think so. I don't really know. Like, I've written so many things in my notes, and I can't really pinpoint what's exactly is going wrong for Rhythm. It just seems like every round there's just something different that I can say that, you know, is going wrong for them, and it just seems I don't know. It just seems overall they're just not really making the right choices.
It's just a strange one because Overt have really started looking the goods here, Xenox, and you know, I do in a way just, you know, I don't want to be too negative on the fact that, you know, Rhythm were up 4-2 and now they're looking at the fact that they're up against map point, but it does feel like they really have kind of allowed some of these rounds to fall by the wayside.
Yes and no. I think Avert has just been the better team. If I'm going to be honest, that's why they're up 6-5. Rhythm started really well, and I still think their biggest mistake was going Library Living. They were actually on a bit of momentum. They had just won Stat Trophy, AVG, and Kitchen Dining, so they had just done the World Tour. They had the opportunity to then go back to Stat Trophy, or to go... yeah, they could have definitely gone back to Stat Trophy if they really wanted to. They didn't, even though they had won it pretty well. Then you could have finished off with AVG. They could have had a 5-1 half and then played off of that. Instead, they went Library Living. That allowed Avert to get a 2-4 half and then show us their own defense here, which has been impeccable, even better than Rhythm's, right? So, really, I'm just going to say, I think Avert probably deserved the win, but maybe a 2-point win, if that makes sense, right? Like, I think 3 points is fine if Avert do close out and win 7-5. That's so unfortunate for Rhythm. But I think an OT win would be the best way to finish this one, and it would be in the side of Avert.
Do you think, Vast, you know, we were kind of theory crafting a little bit the fact that Stage 3 has started out pretty decently for both of these teams, considering the hopes that we had for them. Would you agree with that? Do you think that they've kind of performed above expectations?
I would say that for Avert. I wouldn't say that for Rhythm. It just feels, for me, it just feels like the same old Rhythm. You know, we've always said that they can, you know, keep up with, you know, strong teams, but I don't know, it just feels like they haven't really made any significant improvements in the off season. And yeah, if they keep going the way they're going, I'm not too sure what the future's gonna look like for this roster.
Is there anything in particular you can kind of point out from this matchup, in particular for Rhythm?
As I said before, every round it just seems like something completely different that pops up.
Yeah.
For me, I think a big part of it, I feel like, is their entry as well. It just seems like they've lost a bit of frag power. I don't know. That's kind of just what it feels like for me.
Yep. All right. Well, don't go too far, Vast, because we might be speaking to you in less than 3.5 minutes. So we'll chat to you in a bit. Xenox now. It's time to get underway with our 12th round, the ultimate decision for Overt. Are they going to walk away with the 3 points, or are they going to give Rhythm an opportunity to get back?
Yeah, it's a pressure-staked round, isn't it? Head down to Kitchen Dining. Match point for Overt. Can they get all 3? For Rhythm, though, that little technical timeout, which of course was Twent, so for Avert, it ended up actually helping Rhythm, is really going to help them out. That was a nice little break. They can sit back, they can discuss what they need to do here, and they only need to win the one round. So you win this round, you at least get 1 point, which ties their Stage 2 performance. And from there, you can, of course, bring things back in OT. You got a couple of rounds up your belt. So it's do or die. 12th round, Avert, can they close it out?
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
It's the big question. Last time we saw Rhythm approach this site, they really didn't put too much emphasis on the vertical play. And once more, Avert have brought an abundance of C4s. There's actually 4 C4s, not 5 C4s. Don't know what's going on with that there, but there is certainly only 4 on the board with 2 impacts on Cairo. But I do like seeing the cap can. It can be quite a nuisance if you're just, you know, all it takes is for you to not do your due diligence. However, seeing that IQ makes me think Rhythm are actually going to walk away with this round. That'll give them so much information on that pulse as well. It's quite dangerous.
It's more than just the pulse. This is an entirely information gathering lineup. You get info really from the Mozzie, the pulse, Capcan, even with the booby traps, can technically give you info. And then obviously the Valkyrie, right? So like you've got like 4 operators that are giving you quite a lot of information, which is good when you're obviously playing down below. And maybe you end up sort of turtling on site. You don't want to get sort of stuck in there. There's no windows, you can't see anything. You've at least got that sort of information here for Avert. The biggest downfall last time in the 9th round when we saw Kitchen Dining defense for Avert, they simply just lost the player early that was roaming around. So do need to be careful. Edpen over here in Living, he's going to get droned out, so we're going to see him fall back.
Nice timing. So you would imagine, hand's still going to hold firm, and there you go. Back down he goes as Rhythm start to continue with this clear. And this is super interesting from Rhythm. All 5 members are coming from the southern side. Not one is outside of the building, apart from Novakes now. But also, there's no pressure on the vertical lines. There's nothing coming in from laundry, nothing coming in from pantry. So Overt, if they have this information right now, this could be so damn dangerous as they're all just coming from that one dimension.
But they do have the information because Sawyer's been sitting on site and he's like, guys, I don't see anything right now. There's a minute left. So that does give them the clue as to where they're going to be coming from. That's why we're seeing Sawyer now just start to sort of push out a little bit here in Memorial and see if he can get a little bit closer towards where Rhythm are at. And this is very different to the way we saw Rhythm actually play this in the 9th round. And will that backfire? Time will tell.
This will be interesting. Sawyer, how much information has he been able to gain? You'd have to imagine a fair bit. He would have been able to spot Novakes as well as Drex on that cardiac sensor. So the second they try to force their way into sheets, oh, this is incredible. Elements has got the long line. Sawyer's going to find the C4 that'll stop the entrance from Drex. Look at this. It's an absolute massacre. It's a bloodbath in the final round.
Wow.
Rhythm have nothing. Overt are storming away with their first 3 points. Hold that thought, Xenox, because maybe, just maybe, Rhythm might be able to do this. Look at the position from Elements. Elements finds the kill, and there's the 3 points. The first 3 points for Overt in OCN, and a huge W on the board for them.
Oh, and once again, it's a 7-5 loss for Rhythm. How many 7-5 losses?
Edpan, what are you doing?
Oh, I wasn't even looking. I had my. Oh my god, he is pumped.
No, he was drinking out of a kettle.
Oh, I didn't see that one. I completely missed it. I had my hands covering my face in dismay. What a result for Supreme. Good old Supremacists. Avert pick up their first victory in OCN. All 3 points, and what a world of good that's going to do for these lads.
Certainly will, and Vast, what a performance in that last round. I mean, it really felt like Overt had Rhythm's number picked there.
Yeah, to be honest, I thought it was going to come back when Leb started getting those couple of kills. I think it was Level Gould, but to be honest, I don't think that was the best place to plant. I don't know who it was. I think it was Drex or someone was planning. I think it was best to kind of grab the kid and maybe hide behind Tetris or something, try to work with your other teammate. Just seemed a pretty careless spot to plant.
Yeah. Small mistakes? Small mistakes have cost Rhythm here, Vast?
Yeah, that's pretty much, I'd say the reason of they lost today is just small mistakes.
I guess it's probably easy to do, right? It's this would not have been an easy match by any means, and Overt have pushed them to their limits. Xenox, this is, I guess a really nice warm welcome for Overt. Not only have they, gone toe-to-toe with titans of the Oceanic Siege community, but now they've also found themselves 3 points on the board.
Yeah, and honestly, deserved 3 points as well. I mean, you have a 5-1 half like that on your defense, you've deserved it. They played really well. A little bit sloppy in the final round, but that's kind of what you would expect with Rhythm basically throwing everything they've got in that do or die kind of round. It's disappointing for Rhythm, but yeah, for Overt, all you can do is sit back and celebrate. The team from OCL coming into OCN, they took Knights to 7-5 and ultimately fell short there. Probably deserved a point, and then they've just been able to take care of Rhythm. And honestly, a Rhythm team that is improving. Remember yesterday, they took Rhythm ended up losing 7-5 to Bliss. They now lose 7-5 to Overt. And yeah, I don't know if Twent was having maybe internet issues all day because he did lag out earlier. He obviously didn't have the best showing technically, but you can see Sawyer, Edpen, Elements, Kyra as a team, Overt were on song.
Is this a team that could potentially, I mean, this is, this might be a bold statement, but they've still got some... not some freebies by any means, but they've still got some opportunities coming ahead of them, Vast. You look to the likes of maybe Roffle, depending on how Wildcard are going, Order even. Is this a roster that could potentially be a competitor to the playoffs?
It depends how the other teams treat Overt. If they kind of underestimate them, then I think they have a pretty good chance, but I'm not too sure how Overt's playstyle and experience will factor in against the games like Roffle and Order. But I mean, they're doing quite well. They're showing that they are not scared, and they're showing a lot of really good positives. So I think all the OCN teams should take these guys seriously.
Well, I mean, that's probably the question, Xenox, is have Overt been treated in a different manner to maybe what they should have been? Are they the threat?
It's hard to say. It's only the second Playday. And obviously for Rhythm's perspective as well, I would probably say Rhythm probably look at Overt and say, yeah, they're on the same level as us. So you don't want to give them, say, too much respect, but you also don't want to underestimate them. It's always a difficult sort of decision to look at there if you're Rhythm especially. I think, if anything, Knight's probably maybe yesterday could have actually been a little bit more cruel to them and tried to play a bit more aggressive. But nonetheless, look, Avert, their defense was great. I think Rhythm's 4-2 half, they probably should have had a 5-1 as well, to be honest, had they not gone Library Living. I know that Vast said there's a bit of history there with Rhythm on that site, but that was definitely the weak point for them.
Well, you know what? It's time for you to shut up, and it's time for us to bring Sawyer in. Let's have a chat with the mad lad from Overt. Mate, congratulations on your first 3 points in T1 Siege. How are you feeling after that one? It must be pretty good.
I am ecstatic. I'm so happy. I'm so happy we won. Our attacks were dreadful, but we learned, and I'm so happy we won. 3 points. What a dub.
Firstly, congratulations, Sawyer. It's amazing to already have a quick chat with you here for the interviews after we did the reload. I just have to ask, really, as a team, now that you've got these 3 points, what's the next goal? Because I'm sure that was probably the first goal, find a win. What's the next one?
Just clear up everything that we're wanting to clear up. We went today really wanting to think about our what we're doing in the moment. Yesterday we basically threw, to be honest with you. That's hindsight for you. But yesterday we threw because we just weren't thinking straight. Nerves, it happens. So today we really wanted to clear it up and think straight. We didn't do that on attacks one bit. We were calling one thing and then doing another. So yeah, our attacks were very disappointing. But we brought back on defense. We knew our defenses were strong. We made a small mistake on the kitchen one, but we adapted instantly, and yeah, easy fix. So just looking to continually learn and improve, and hopefully another 3 points or another interview at least.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to talk a bit more about your attacks. On the defense, you guys looked really confident, aggressive, weren't really making mistakes. But with your attacks, it did look a bit disconnected. Would you say maybe that's to do with your play style or maybe a confidence issue?
No, it was just simply calling one thing. One round we called that we're going to play plant, so I went and covered from skull, and then we ended up going deep for a kill execute. So it's just little things like that. We're just calling one thing, doing another, and we weren't just trusting the calls. We threw a 2v4, 4v2 because of that. So yeah, it's just really improving on that. Our attacks are pretty good. It's just really the communication. It's not even a trust issue. It's just simply just committing to what we call, and I guess it is trust. Yeah, I guess it is trust, in trusting your teammates and doing what they do call. So yeah.
Now, so you had a pretty phenomenal game yourself. You know, by the looks of the stats down here, you had a opening KD of the wonderful +5, which is pretty insane. How many wheat bix did you have this morning? What's going on?
Mate, I can't remember the last time I had breakfast in general, to be honest with you. I wake up pretty late these days, but but no, I was talking to my mates before the game, and they said, "Oh, you played pretty poor yesterday, and you played pretty poor in the final. It's about time you actually, start getting some kills, and that's the reason you'll start winning if you actually get kills." So I took that personally, as you could say, and yeah, wanted to just make sure that I could do the best to win. It's about time I had a good performance. I'm normally on support. That map I get a little bit more freedom, so yeah, I'm just happy to contribute.
It's fantastic to see, mate. Look, we'll let you have the floor here to speak to the OCN fans for the first time on this product. So the floor's yours, mate. Anyone you want to shout out?
Yeah, over our organisation, we're incredibly grateful for them. The fans, we've actually received a lot of support, which is generally humbling and really, what's the word I'm looking for? Exciting, really awesome for us. So yeah, we really appreciate that. We've got a fantastic support group, and we're just so grateful for them. Even though we don't tell them, we will give them a little bit of stick for it. But no, we're really supportive of that. We're so grateful, and I appreciate everyone that supports us, and hopefully they enjoy our games.
Well, we certainly enjoyed your game, that's for damn sure, mate. Look, go celebrate, enjoy your Saturday night, and look, who knows, we might be seeing you for another interview in a week's time.
Oh, mate, I'm so happy. The Dogs won, F1's on tonight. Oh, what a night, what a night.
We'll see you later, mate.
Hey.
Mate, never mind. Shut up. We don't want to hear from you anymore, Sawyer. But moving forward now, Xenox, I don't think that they could ever be upset with whatever happened for Stage 3. They come in, they get obliterated. Beautiful, I had experience. They come in, they win some games. Oh my God, better than expected. This is just a win-win all round for them this season.
There's a chance they could find another win-win next week as well, because they're playing Order, who's loss-loss. So honestly, we might be seeing Sawyer again. Who knows which order's going to show up. But look, their goal was to get a win. I'm pretty certain that's what Sawyer said on the reload, that was their goal, was to get a win. And they've done that. They've gotten 3 points. I think he also said it was like, do better than Rhythm did in the last stage, which was 1 point. That's also been accomplished. And they've beaten Rhythm, a team that would have been considered around their level. So overall, it's like tick, tick, tick everywhere for Avert. Yep. That doesn't mean, though, that they can just shut up shop, right? Like, they've still got another 5 play days to get through, and it's just all, I guess, uphill and a bonus from here.
Yep, certainly is. Well, that's the first entertaining game of the night, and it only came in our third matchup. We are going to go to a break, but on the other side, it's Ruffle taking on Bliss, so don't go anywhere.
At Livin, we are breaking the stigma of mental health. Everything we do is about empowering people to speak up, because it ain't weak to speak. Join us on the 14th of October as we host our first ever giving day, called Giving for Living. Over a 12-hour period, all donations will be matched through the generosity of our matching donors. This means that $20 transforms to $40, which can provide 2 conversations with a school-aged child about mental health. $100 transforms to $200, which can provide 10 conversations with a school-aged child about mental health, and so on. Donate and follow the campaign at livin.org/giving. Help us have more conversations with the youth of Australia so we can continue to break the stigma of mental health.
My name is Lachlan Boyd and I'm entry fagger for Wafflecopter GG. But what you don't know about me is that I grew up on a farm. I grew up on a cattle farm, 1,600 acres, just lived there for most of my life. We had roughly 800 to 1,000 cattle, depending on the time of the year. So I used to muster cattle, fence work, help feed out hay, anything that needed to be done. It was good in some aspects and challenging in others. A lot of empty space, riding motorbikes around, just chill. I was pretty reckless on the motorbike. I lost count of how many times I crashed my motorbike. The worst part was definitely the internet. I had to play Siege on 3G mobile hotspot for a year and a half, 2 years, I think. I was back on console in those days. I had roughly 400 abandons because of the internet by the time I moved to PC. I could handle the 1,600 acres easy enough and the mobs of cattle, but the internet, just nowhere. I think the best operator to be a farmer would be Fuse, because he's chunky. I would never go back to farming. I couldn't deal with the internet issues. In the end, I'm too reliant on YouTube.
My name is Marty Koshnum and I'm an entry fragger for Team Bliss. But what you don't know about me is I'm an actual athlete, unlike the rest of these guys. I play mainly 2 sports, being soccer and basketball. I used to play Division 3 at a professional club. I'd say I'm pretty much better than everyone that competes in soccer against me or basketball. I guess it was just watching a lot of Messi and just getting inspired by that, and I'll just take it on the field, and then from there I guess magic just happened. My biggest achievement in sport would have to be the MVP award back in 2015. My most memorable moment would have to be when it was overtime 3-3 and I scored the winning goal. Nothing too fancy, just a standard kick. The worst thing I've done would probably be when I slide tackled someone and I kind of injured him. He ended up breaking his ankle.
You mean you ended up breaking his ankle?
If you say it that way then. I definitely did stop the goal, that's for sure. The siege operator who would be the best soccer player would be Captel because he already shows off his skills in his elite skin. I definitely got the inspiration from my brother as well. I used to watch his games all the time. Unfortunately, he was a tier above me, so I never got the chance to verse him, but I'll definitely kick his ass in Siege.
Let's get into it. The final match of the night, Roffle and Bliss. That is what we've got up for you in store on the menu. A bit of medium rare, I reckon this one is. Xenox, what do you think?
Hey, don't. I'm so hungry, and you've come in here talking about medium rare and steaks and stuff like that. But look, this is hopefully going to be a really good game as well to sort of back up the Avert Rhythm game that we just had. That was 7-5 and. Look, this one's a very difficult one to call, not going to lie. I know we're paid to be here and say that we know what we're talking about, but off the back of Rufflecopter's performance yesterday, and even Bliss's performance yesterday, you know, Rhythm pushed them. I will say this though, Rufflecopter 7-2'd order, but apparently anyone can do that.
First and foremost, you get paid? What? Hang on, what? What's going on here?
I was meant to keep that a secret. Sorry,
Rob.
Rob.
God damn, I tell you what. Let's have a look at this roster and have a bit of a yarn here, Vast, because Ruffle is a team that I feel like has seen a lot of highs and lows, no pun intended, you know. I feel like sometimes they've got to refuel the chopper before they get back out there, but I think this new iteration with Kakin and Wettables is quite dangerous.
Yeah, I definitely had a lot of doubts, but from yesterday's performance, yeah, they look like they are synergizing well with the rest of the team. You know, sometimes when you pick up, you know, make roster changes, especially 2 roster changes, there is a bit of, you know, growing pains, and, you know, it does take a while to find your feet, but, you know, these guys came out kind of guns blazing, and, yeah.
Bunch of gamers. Bunch of gamers, Xenox. Let's have a look at their opponents. It is, what did you call them? I think I heard you call them at about 7 times. Is it King of Best of Ones? Is that
King of Best of Ones.
Best of One King, whatever you want to call them. Well, apparently, you know, it's a little bit up in the air about their Best of One incredible reign as they went 7-5 against Rhythm.
You want another fun fact with Xenox? I dished them out basically all night long, as Guz knows by now. The fun fact, although not so fun fact for Team Bliss fans, the last time they lost a Best of One, guess who their opponent was? Was it Ruffle? Oh no, never mind. It was Knights. I actually just misread it. That's
God, no.
Okay. The last time that
no.
I'll fix this. Fun fact with Xenox, the last time that Bliss lost to a team not named Chiefs was Rufflecopter, and that was in the Stage 1 playoffs. There you go. I fixed it. I saved it.
You've really scuffed that.
Saved that one.
No, you really didn't.
What do you
I
mean?
promise you.
The last time that Bliss lost to any other team besides Chiefs was back in Stage 1.
And that's a pretty damning stat, Vast. Do you think that holds any weight in Stage 3?
To be honest, I didn't even hear what the stat was. I was gonna. Xenox is just boring me with all these stats.
Please, by all means, give us your thoughts.
Yeah, look, I don't know. They're really consistent beer ones. There's not much else to say. It seems like Chiefs were the only team that could take them down. But I mean, there is kind of a bit of a rivalry with this team. I mean, we did see Ruffle, knock these guys out in Stage 1 playoffs. So I don't think it's going to be a walk in the park for Bliss by any means.
Quite a dangerous roster, all things considered. You think about the Jigsaws and the Repixes, and think about what they're capable of if they're all firing. But that's the real question. Maybe we'll go to the veto process for Xenox to dissect. Let me guess, you don't have the. Oh, we got Oregon. Thank God.
Close.
It was way too close. I don't think I could have done a third Villa tonight. I'll be honest with you, Xenox. I mean, I'm a fan.
I was ready for it. I was ready, and I was hoping for it. We were this close to another Villa. This is the thing. There's a bit of a misconception floating around, Rob, that I don't like Villa. I actually do like Villa. Just haven't been able to see too much of it. Fortunately, we're starting to see it a little bit more. Wasn't to be. Rufflecopter said no, and we head to Oregon instead.
Vars, please give me something more than what Xenox just did on Oregon. Please give me something that's worth listening
to. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I haven't seen Ruffle play Oregon in quite some time. But the last time I did see them play on it, they actually had some kind of weird strats, really off-meta picks, and kind of weird aggressive site executes. Bliss, I mean, this has always been a map that they've liked, so to be honest, I was expecting more of a kind of coast, maybe CAF, but it seems like Ruffle don't want to play CAF.
Yep. Well, I guess we can
I got one for you if you want to come back to me.
Is this another interesting fact?
This is another hot take.
Well, neither of these two teams have ever played Villa, so for it to have actually gotten it that close, actually they have. The stat's wrong.
Oh my God.
I got baited by Dev!
Please.
I got baited by Dev!
Alright, final thoughts from our main man Bars. What are we thinking in terms of predictions? Screw Dev Marta, screw your stat tracker. Give me some support here, Vars. What are we thinking before we head into this one?
I predict 8-6 win for Bliss, kind of in overtime. Yeah, I mean, not really much to say. I think that Ruffle, they have a good understanding about how Bliss play. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of boring, but I think it's going to be a back and forth game. And yeah, I think we are going to go to OT.
Cool. All right, well, let's see whether we do so or not. Let's get ready to rumble. It's time to get into it, the fly-throughs. Let's jump into it. Xenox, me and you, holding hands together, besties forever. Thanks, mate. You know what? I'm done with
awesome. Well done. Let's get into the game of the night, though. Rufflecopter versus Team Bliss. Our final matchup for Playday 2 of the Oceanic Nationals Stage 3. Fun fact with Xenox, though, the last time Rufflecopter played Oregon was back in March, which feels like a lifetime ago, as of course we are in September now.
Are you absolutely sure of that?
I am 120% sure of that. I've had a triple check. They won both of those two games, by the way, Rhythm and Knights. That was back in March, 21st of March, 22nd of March. Since then, Ruffle have not played Oregon until now.
All right, Xenox, Mr. Colorboy, let's take these bands and pick them to pieces.
Yeah,
Ying
Flores
and
off the board. Oregon, it's a staple. That is, for some reason, not showing up in the statistic down the bottom. Although it is 9%. Well, that's just going to keep rising and rising. Ying, we don't see Ying banned too often anymore. Could have been, I guess, maybe a target ban. But it also makes a little bit of sense as well, especially on Oregon and Valk and Wamai. I don't think there's any issues with either of those. Wamai doesn't get banned too much. It does mean, though, Mira and Kaida both still available, the two most banned operators usually on Oregon defense. There you go.
Jeez, that is next level.
Yeah.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Does help that I had the stats right on the screen in front of me, but hey, that's, I just work with what I got.
Oh, well, fair enough. You got a fair bit here on OCN. I'll tell you what, they put a bit into this bloody product.
They bloody do. Yep.
Yeah, they certainly do. They make it a grand old show. A great product to watch as a viewer. So, all right, a little bit of a cheeky front on the Clash before swapping out to the Mirror. Oh my God, I feel like I never see Capitao played anymore. I am so thankful that we are finally getting to see him again. I genuinely think he is the most underused and underrated operator there is in this game. Thank God.
certain we saw actually a little bit of Capitao yesterday. I can't recall if it was Rufflecopter themselves using it, but definitely saw a little bit of Capitao. Either way, the HP by Omen community vote, 50% split down the middle.
Wow, that's a hard split as well.
Yeah.
That's pretty confident. I guess, you know, we were all on the Bliss camp, I think, but we all still know that, like, Roffle, as much as we all predicted Bliss, I think this is the same conversation that we had with Chiefs and Knights, right? Like, we know that Chiefs are the more favoured in that just facing Knights in a best of one, and it's the same thing here for Bliss and Rufflecopter. However, there's a real aura around Rufflecopter that is very dangerous, and you don't want to give them the opportunity to come into this game because they will run away with it. But we'll wait and see whether that happens or not. First round underway, and we are down in thy basement.
I will be done. Thy basement will be attacked. Oh, God, completely awful. Yeah, you know what? You should just take my paycheck right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, this is going to be a very good game, though, and I think there's also going to be some ramifications for the long term in terms of this entire stage. Team Bliss, of course, you know, looking to get into the top 5 again, or at least, you know, let's be real, first place probably, or at least second at minimum. And for Rufflecopter, with this new look Rufflecopter, that already has 3 points banked up. If they win this game, not only would they, of course, be the first team to beat Bliss in a long while that's not Chiefs in a best of 1, but it would mean they're on 6 points after just 2 play days. I mean, seriously, they're almost like halfway there, but with 5 play days to go.
Pretty crazy. When you take into consideration, you know, you look back at stage 2 and the benchmark for playoffs. Let's just take a very quick look. Was 10 points. So smack bang on. If they do walk away with this, it would be pretty much, I mean, a sure thing. You wouldn't imagine they'd be able to do anything else. Boydie, hello. It's a nice little pick onto Jigsaw, one of the top fraggers, not only on Bliss, but in the wider OCN league. So nice little opening to start things off.
So it looks like it's going to be a blue bunker push. They'll try and get a bit of backstairs control. Already got the meeting hatch open, minute left. Actually thinking Rufflecopter are doing very well here for time, and they've got the opening pick. We've actually seen Laundry Supply going the way of the attackers so far here for stage 3, and it's shaping up to be that way again. Todd's the big play, though, over towards Elbow. If he can hold on, maybe find a pick, and then get back on site. Real. What an angle and a whole line. Hello, Shade.
That's
Thanks for me a Coke.
God damn. That is a ridiculous haircut. And Todd's going to be able to get away from Elbow. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Todd just manages to make that work. And now it's all up to Rufflecopter to make their decision. And that decision is go time. What kind of utility do they have to use? Looks like OJ is going to make up a line as Repix finds another one for the road.
OJ, yeah, I mean, they've lost both their hard breaches, Kaken and Hotshot, out for the count. Shay making some big plays from Breezer. 3 for the round. Oda to finish it off. When I thought Rufflecopter were looking pretty good, Rob, Shay just says, nah.
Disgusting. 3 kills in the round, and all of them are as gnarly as the other. That's ridiculous. And now, well, that's a bloody start for Bliss, because we're headed to kids and dorms. Oh, Xenox. Xenox.
Yes.
What is it about this site, mate? What makes this site so intriguing?
Here's the thing. Now, be honest with me. Did you watch yesterday at all? You gotta answer the question. Did you watch yesterday at all? The Knights Avert match, which was on Oregon.
I watched bits and pieces of it, but nowhere near. Oh no,
okay.
No, I was in a meeting. I couldn't even watch it.
Right.
I was watching the scoreboard.
Okay, well that's fine. I'll take that. Fun fact for you: in that match yesterday, last night, the only site that Knights won was basically dorms. There was only one other site that Knights won. They won 1 defense down below in basement. I kid you not, every other site, dorms, and dorms. That was the only site they basically won. Me and Cuz at the end of the broadcast at the 7-5 conclusion said, well, yeah, for once, dorms really was the difference.
You don't want to tell any new viewers about your...
Okay, well, look, dorms is going to be the difference maker in this matchup. It usually is on Oregon. For whatever reason, it always comes down to dorms being the difference. And as I said, and as I pointed out yesterday, it was the difference.
Attackers must locate.
Well, I haven't told you I love you, mate.
I think you did a couple
genuinely-
of hours ago.
Yeah, I do tend to.
8:50
show the
p.m.
love.
What was that? 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I do tend to show the love around. That's all right. Gotta love thy homies, you know.
Yep.
By the way, speaking of homies, Rappel, Mandy has done an absolute bang-on job on the obs tonight. Seriously, like, this is not an easy game to observe. There's no doubt about it, but pretty much caught every little piece of the action that we've needed.
Oh, I definitely agree with you there.
Thanks, Zelx, for agreeing with me. Oh no, it's getting to that stage of the night. I've got the giggles.
Come on, mate. One game to go. And a good one at that as well. Oh, no! I thought he had him. I legitimately thought he had Shade's head on a platter.
Oh.
But you know what? Shade is feeling it right now, Rob. He's 4-0.
This is a dangerous person to watch, I'll tell you that much. Weddable's making little to no noise and coming through to blue, but it won't make a damn difference. There's no one from Bliss underneath. There's no one to hear that, and no one to receive it either. So I guess now, with the man up, this puts them in an incredible position on the defense. You know, Rafflecopter are just getting to start to put pressure on that vertical line from underneath in Kitchen, and maybe they might be able to extend a little bit further and find themselves one.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? That they've gone more so for this vert control, really trying to establish position inside of Kitchen. I don't think I've seen too much, say, over towards Attic or Big Window. So it's like, I don't even know. What's the end goal here right now for Rafflecopter's attack? Wedables is just sitting inside a freezer.
Yeah. This is such an awkward decision for Rafflecopter to make now because, well, that's really gnarly from Repix just sitting on freezer, waiting for that call to come in. And I mean, like this, you do see like the vertical play come through every so often, but generally it's after you've put pressure on Addict or, you know, on Game's wall. It's not generally the very first point of contention, especially for a whole team. You got to think nearly every player from Rafflecopter has contested that vertical line or has been down in the basement. It's pretty absurd.
Yeah, I'll just take one from Guz here, who'd probably sit back and say, I just don't know how to analyze this right now. And I'm going to just basically repeat that. It looks like now, with 30 seconds left, they're going to draw their attention over towards Attic. But what'll end up happening here is OJ's just going to file in, and both of them should just get eliminated by Jigsaw.
What? What? Jigsaw? What
Easy.
the?
What? Did he have anything?
There was no ping.
Was there nothing?
There was no ping.
Can we see that one again? I don't know if we've got the technology, but like a cross. Did he have a bullet hole? Was there a call out?
He had to have either had a call out or he must have seen him cross.
A Sixth Sense?
From the pit. He had to have seen him cross from the pit or there's been a call out because otherwise it's just a spray through the wall, smack bang on his head.
Oh, no.
Oh, God. It's disgusting.
Wow.
It's disgusting. Oh, Jigsaw.
There has to have been maybe a call out. There's a player in pit and he's just thinking he's gone to the corner, like the back corner, and he's just taken it. Did he shoot first?
Yeah. Okay. The other player didn't even shoot. Jigsaw was the first player to shoot.
So Jigsaw didn't even have a shot audible call, like it's nothing. Wow. Okay.
No, and I don't think there was anyone in trophy either. I think the only player there was in game. So that's like it could just be a bit of pre-fire shooting through the wall to try and. I mean, regardless, that is all fun and games. Now let's talk about this round because I hate Jigsaw. I tell you what,
you hate Jigsaw.
Yes, completely, well and truly. I will admit that. But I do like this extension into Shower. It's quite fruitful if you can play it correctly. You'll see they've got all the ADSs in there as well. And I don't know if they... okay, so they've actually got a Banshee just next to the Showers wall as well. So we'll wait and see how Rafflecopter decide to deal with that. You can put pressure from multiple different angles, but it can be a bit of a trick trying to open things up. Holy Jesus. What?
Wait, where was that?
I don't even know. How
was that
do
out,
you
like,
get us... Was it over
the
bus?
Make his way to like bot white? Did he jump in through the window? I can't see it. I'm sure Mandy's showing me, but I'm just blind.
No.
Can you see
I can't see
anything?
the hologram. No, I can't see.
Is he above? I don't just...
I feel
feel like we're both just missing it, like, completely.
Just smack bang in the middle of our screen.
Either way, it's big, though, and especially on a, kitchen dining defense where Rufflecopter's going to have to adapt on the fly. Now down a player. They've lost those adrenal surges from Boydie. This is going to be very difficult. Fortunately, the only good thing here is they've still got both their hard breaches available.
Guess that's something to work with. And by the looks of it, K-Ken already using some of those X-Kairos across to that shower wall. Don't mind this, opening up the lounge. Might look for a cheeky little plant. Using a lot of utility across that further wall. And no one's actually in shit. They don't have a single body on that western side.
Is it like a fake, like, Showers defense where you commit the utility but you're not in there, so we're not going to lose any players?
Has to be, I guess. Like, this is the problem. This is why we don't have two play-by-plays ever.
Well, the other thing is we also don't see kitchen dining that often either, right? So anytime you do see it, you hope to see some sort of innovation. Shade, though, makes his way in. Does have the Evil Eye protecting him as well. Should get this kill. Doesn't. Now he tries to pull the pistol out. What a pulls. Nice headshot. Wins that 1v1. And now they can maybe play off of this. 4 versus 4 minute left. But why is he swinging shower corridor? Bliss just throwing manpower at this.
Well, the thing is, they've taken control of showers and they can go for the plant, so they need to try and get in there and put some bodies on the line, start to put Rufflecopter back on their heels, but it's just not happening. Jigsaw, this could be absolutely... I can see Jigsaw winning this. No. Hot Shot shuts him down, but a very strange round, Xenox. There's no doubt about it. Expected that shower extension, and then there's no one there.
So Shade pushes up, loses his 1, right?
Yeah.
And that's basically then entry for Rufflecopter. That's the big one, because if Shade gets the kill onto Wettables, it now makes it a 5 versus 3. Ruffle don't have entry... Well, I mean, technically could still have entry into showers, but they wouldn't have it into dining. All they would basically have is a foothold sort of like small tower and shower corridor, and then into showers. And there wouldn't have been that much time, down 2 players. So that 1v1 was definitely the critical point. Shade loses it. I think he makes a good play. I still don't quite understand sort of the game plan for that entire round. What was the sort of goal? Because I don't think we really saw it play out the way it was supposed to. We didn't even see the first kill.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Mind blown. But we do head back down to the basement now, Xenox. Push that one aside. This was incredibly successful for Bliss, and on the back of Shade hitting a pretty gnarly 3K. First started on the shot all the way out by the blue barrels and kind of continued with a nice little spray transfer on site. You're not really going to want to rely on that, but very much enjoyable to... it's soft on the eyes, as we say, Xenox. It's a pleasure to watch. Now, just depending on how Rufflecopter decide to approach this one, hopefully we'll see a little bit more success. Hopefully.
Out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I think for Rufflecopter, the main thing here is just don't run into Shade, because it wasn't going too bad last time on the basement attack for Rufflecopter. It wasn't awful. They were going for blue bunker control, backstairs, and eventually looking for pillar. And then Shade just ended up with a nice couple of shots and basically put that round to bed. No fix on the room in attic at the moment, but don't suspect Bliss are going to go too heavy on any sort of roam. I'll keep it very much down below.
For the plate now, Wettables going to be approaching with the live droning in front of him, giving him the space to move and the information to do so as well as OJ starts to take control of kitchen. Latest from Ruffle, not wasting too much time, Xenox, and I think that's really important, ensuring that well and truly there's no roam and there's also no ability for that flank early on. See OJ just not completely confident in what he's got right now, but now they'll have the backstage stairs pretty much trapped and ready to lock and load should Bliss decide to go for a flank. This is looking good. I'm really liking this so far.
And still a minute and a half as well, so good timing right now for Rufflecopter. Team Bliss, I mean, they basically can't do anything right now. They're set up in their stations as to where they're going to defend. Basically one in every single room, which is fine. Will this shape up to be laundry and freezer push for Ruffle? No, never mind. It's very much going to be blue bunker once again. There's Shade. Has he got that sideline? No. That's the player to watch for sure.
Notables using util. Really nice work on the concussion to make his way back in. They fall back behind the gate. A little bit frustrating right now for Wettables. Found himself a little bit, but not enough.
Okay, so pillar control established now for Ruffle, and almost even got the kill onto Shade, who's now very critically low inside of Freezer. They got elbow control and blue. Jigsaw finds a kill onto Boydie. That was through one of the holes inside of the Rio. So 35 seconds left. Down a player. Again, you lose those adrenal surges, and they know that the Maverick hot shot over towards elbow. They know exactly where this push is coming from. Bliss can adapt.
Certainly can. That's exactly what they're going to do. My God, Jigsaw is so sharp. Look at this flank shade. My God. You're embodying a bit too much of Spruce there as Ruffle now try to force their way onto the site, but Jigsaw and Repic stand strong. Kaken, you'll be able to find a kill, maybe two, but there's no more allowed. No nonsense in this round. And Bliss continue their storm.
And talk about the ability to adapt there from Bliss on the fly. Once they get the information that it's going to be a blue push, along with pillar control being established from Wettables, Shade plays it perfectly. There's no point really holding in that freezer position anymore. You may as well use it to rotate, and he does that to eventually find his way over towards backstairs and try and get that flanking opportunity. The big pickup was that kill onto Boydie. You get that kill, slows things down. They don't get those adrenal surges either. Hot shot ends up kind of being stuck a little bit in elbow, because if he tries to open anything up, he doesn't have anyone there to cover him. So suddenly the attack from Ruffle ends up stalling out, and Team Bliss can then, of course, bring players from like Laundry. Obviously, you get the flanking Shade, and you collapse in, and you pretty much snuff out that entire Ruffle attack. Really well played from Bliss.
Certainly is. You know what, I won't lie, I did not expect to see so much Thunderbird, you know? I expected bits and pieces throughout, you know, kind of sprinkled, but I think we've seen more than I did expect, that's for sure. The Kona Station obviously coming in great use if you are going to be anchoring down. Now, who was it in the interviews that... Was it APAC South that we had an interview with? And someone was explaining why it was... Oh, it was Specker. Of course, Specker was, you know, kind of explaining what the use of... You know, how useful it is in a competitive format, and especially on sites where you're required to anchor down. This is the perfect example, Xenox. You know, how long do you see defenders hold pit for? If you have that Kona Station there, you've got that comfort to kind of anchor for a little bit longer. In pit, it's the same when you look across toward the back of kids' dorms. You've got that kind of little, you know, top left nook, and it looks like they're even going to have it right in the doorway of the B bomb site. It's just a fantastic help when, I guess, you're probably going to be taking not so much sustained fights, but more so just little bits and bobs throughout as the attack starts to open things up.
Yeah, and the other part of it as well is it can actually allow you to roam too, because you roam, you get maybe a couple of shots, you get a bit hurt, and then you come back and you get healed up as well from the Kona Station. So, yeah, it's kind of twofold in its approach, and I mean, I wouldn't say we've seen an abundance of Thunderbird, but we've definitely seen quite a bit of it. Boydie, though, nice headshot into Oda.
Bang, bang.
Yeah, bang, bang, indeed. And that's a nice opening pick for Rufflecopter, especially considering a bit of the momentum and tide has been on Bliss's side. That should help out. Now, Kaken's already inside a trophy. Jigsaw, I thought was going to get droned out, but that goes actually into Classroom instead. He ends up shooting it from behind, goes for a bit of a random Nitrocell above. It just misses Kaken. He is able to escape with his life, and now he can get to work on this game's wall.
That's going to pay dividends in the end, and you know, Oda falling down. There goes the use of those Evil Eyes, so that's not really fantastic. This is much, much better from Rufflecopter, right? Last time was so stunted in their approach. It was all about that vertical control. They got absolutely rinsed. Now we are seeing the full effect of what happens when you start to spread out, start to utilize the utility that you have on those hard breaches, of course, being Habana and Maverick. It allows you to open up both sides and really put the pressure back onto Team Bliss, who, for all intents and purposes, are sitting pretty comfortable back on site.
Yeah, and time's not an issue either due to the nature of dorms too. Once you've got control and get this game's wall opened up, a lot of it then is just buying time for those in Attic to eventually push through, get control of pit, and then you can get that plant down. And as you do all of that, you end up finding a lot of kills along the way. Hot Shot gets one onto Todd. There was the knockdown onto Wettables, but he's going to be actually brought back up by the Adrenal Surge. Oh, Boydie! Shade those on another level right now. 45 seconds left, 3 versus 3.
That's so well played from Roffle there to try, well, from Boydie in particular, to try and grab the teammate up without having to, commit to sticking to whatever it is, the 4 seconds. But that is so crisp and such a great moment in time. But Shade's just too quick to the answer, and so was Jigsaw. Look at this from Repix. The flank is just all over for Rafflecopter. What are they going to be able to achieve right now? Kakin finding one. Boydie, that's a great shot. And now Jigsaw back on that flank. This could be it.
Kakin's low. He definitely would be backing in Jigsaw from this position. He knows that there are, but Boydie just pre-fires the doorway. I'm almost certain of it. As he comes around here, no, he doesn't actually. He just already had a quick reaction time, and wow, that one kind of goes begging a little bit for Team Bliss because they almost brought it back courtesy of Shade. That play over towards Attic, he picked up the double. I really thought at that point, I think you even said it, what's Roffle going to be able to do from there? Well, Kakin able to find a few shots. And yeah, this is the play here from Shade inside of Attic. Even with that adrenal surge, he gets both Wettables and Hot Shot.
Very, very gnarly. But honestly, this is Boydie through and through toward the end then. Essentially, the 1v1, he loses that. It's round over. It's done. But that pivotal moment from Boydie, very, very important to note his performance. And really, Rafflecopter with a round that I'm going to say they shouldn't have had. That should have been Team Bliss through and through, but it kind of just turned into too many isolated one-on-ones. They are going to reattempt, which I love to see, making sure that they know that they can fix up any of the issues that they may have had. But I think that the key point here, Xenox, is to talk about the approach that Rafflecopter had in their first attack on Dorms versus their second. Polar opposite, and you see it in the proof is in the pudding almost.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that again it brings us back to the why as to how Dorms is so important, right? Like it comes down to Dorms in a way, simply because despite the fact that attackers are getting better at laundry supply, and this is something that me and Guz sort of spoke about yesterday, and it is becoming a reality. A lot of the attackers are being able to open up this basement site. You're still kind of back in the defenders, and therefore that's exactly what happened. Bliss won laundry supply twice. They get you get your site wins there, but it's Dorms where you need to actually win consistently because you're going to end up in this situation where you're playing it the most, right? This is going to be the third time we see Dorms in this first half out of 6 rounds. That's 50% of the time in the first half we're on Dorms. So if you're not winning it the majority of the times, then you're going to lose the game.
Slow and steady wins the race here for Rafflecopter. Don't want to go running out into any lines of sight that, let's be honest, Bliss have been able to readily deal with. They've found themselves quite a few opening picks, but it's kind of slowed down in that last 2 rounds. Rafflecopter making the most of what they've got. This could be interesting from Repix. He could come all the way through basement, and he's either got the ability to flank up main stairs, laundry, or he can go all the way to rear stage, and that could be equally as devastating. Again, it's only if Rafflecopter aren't doing their due diligence on those drones.
I don't think Rafflecopter really care about clearing out security down below, though, and kitchen to boot. It seems like they're pretty content with just opening up games wall, and they're making the push through attic, and then if need be, you can also push up white stairs later on in the round. Obviously, that's a little bit harder if you don't clear out security. So bot white becomes a bit more contested, which you don't really want to be contesting it with, like, say, 30 seconds left. But, oh, the timing. Boy, Oda's tilted, surely, over these last 2 rounds.
Just outrageous. Outrageous. Just the Boydie effect, I guess. If we've got a Jigsaw effect, we've got to have a Boydie effect at this point. May not be as common as the Jigsaw, but, still punching well and truly at the weight he needs to be. 2 players now making their way into attic. They're going to be careful on how they approach this. Shade again. My God, he is having an absolute banger, a perler of a night, and it may just get better for him.
And there is a player as well for Ruffle repelling outside of Kids at the moment. Nice swing from Wettables. Now they've got Attic pick control. They've even got that player repelling on Kids as well. 30 seconds left. They've got the man advantage. Boydie's watching. This should go the way of Ruffle, but Rapix with a big kill.
That's a huge trade from Kakin, though. Wettables finding more. My goodness, Todd. 1v3. No kills on the board yet. That C4 might hit the mark. It does too. Wettables goes down. Todd. slowing his approach. Needs to be careful. Boydie's going to be watching that cross. Really well played here. Finds himself into the back of a corner. Can't find the kill. That really needed to be confirmed there, because in a 2v1, Roffelkopter are going to play this perfectly. They're just going to be able to take fights and back away. Oh my god, rips the head off of Boydie. Kakin is all that remains here.
Should he maybe rotate? And that question probably should have been done 5 seconds ago, because I was going to say he had 30 seconds. He ends up committing through white stairs. He is low, and he is particularly low enough that Kakin can finish it off. That was absolutely dicey, but what a way to close out the first half.
There we go. Just like that, Roffelkopter have found their way back into this game. And this is what we were saying at the start, Xanox. You just can't count out Roffelkopter, and I think that that was evident in the HP Omen community vote.
Yeah, split down the middle, and well, obviously the first half is split down the middle as well, 3-3, but that, you know, probably doesn't paint the picture here. I think Roffel are actually ahead. To get 3 rounds on the attack here on Oregon puts them in good stead. Obviously, now they've got to get the job done on their defense, but they are right up to this with a big opportunity to get 3 points against Team Bliss, a team that's notoriously good at best of ones through Stage 2 and even Stage 1 before that. This could, as we've already said, set them up for the entire stage, Roffelkopter, and even if it doesn't, even if it maybe falls apart here in the second half, if it goes to OT, the addition of Kakin and Wettables has just quietly been probably the 2 best additions any team has had this off-season. Like, this team just looks miles better than the old iteration.
I don't know, I think Ethan in for Vast was a good decision.
Yeah, well, geez, they're definitely looking better there as well.
No, I couldn't agree more with you. I think Kakin and Wettables are both kind of slotted in just perfectly, as clean as you would have liked. And now they've got an opportunity to take down, as you said, one of the best. And to be the best, you've got to beat the best. So they are well and truly making a pretty decent stake to that claim.
So what's the play here for Team Bliss on the attack, looking at their operator lineup? They're going for your ever-lovable Capitao. Nomad as well for Oda, bit of that flank watch. They've got the Yana. They can obviously put a lot of stock into Shade because he's the only hard breacher on basement site. It's not impossible to win if he does go down, but it will put them at a bit of a hindrance. And I would say simply because he's on the Thermite, I would imagine this is eventually going to be trying to get blue bunker, pillar control, try and open up that wall maybe. That's my guess, especially with the way that they are positioning at the moment.
And one thing you've got to be careful of is Ella, right? Like, not very often that we actually get to see Ella played, but down in the basement, down here is... What? Not Christmas. Confuse the crap out of me then. But no, seriously, it's such a dangerous piece of utility. I think they'll be aware of it now, but it is just one of those things that can catch you off guard. And even if it doesn't, the last couple of seconds, oh my god. I'm just going to shut up because Repix is going to open up the round. And further than that, Bliss are going to continue to push. They've now got elbow control. This is so dangerous. Oh my god. Bliss, as clean as you like it.
Well, I wanted to say that this almost had the makeup of a bit of a rush, and it ended up playing out that way. Now, you don't have to necessarily, to have a rush, it doesn't have to be in the first 30 seconds, Rob, but it's the act of the play style of it, and that's basically what Bliss have done. They've played off the line, the Capitao as well to deny a lot of the area. This Jigsaw gets the kill onto Hotshot after he got Shade. Nice little trade. OJ left over at backstairs. They know where he is now. They've got the information. Bliss have got site control. They'll get the diffuser down. This was executed perfectly, and you can see it with the operator lineup. You rush in, then you've got the Nomad as well for that flank watch once you're on site. This is perfectly played from Team Bliss.
Bit of a showcase from a team that we talk about as being heavy fraggers. Repix, Jigsaw, and now apparently Shade, who's making his own claim. but definitely looking as clean as ever on the old sticks. And this is nothing but good signs. If you're a Bliss fan, which I'm sure there's many of them out there, this may be the start of a dominant half on their attack. And I guess for me, really keen to see how Roth will adapt to this and how they try to tame Bliss, because I think that's probably been the conversation for the last two stages, is how do you tame Bliss, right? It's all good and well to play them and to have a close game, but there is something about them that is just unattainable. It is so hard to control, and Rafflecopter are going to have to do so here on their defense.
Well, the thing is, are they going to be able to repeat, right? This is more so about Bliss rather than Rafflecopter. Because for Rafflecopter, it's pretty easy, right? Maybe you make Elbow that little bit more difficult. You can see the Sawyer Gate as well and that blue bunker doorway. So you're obviously going to commit a little bit more utility here. You're going to know that, okay, this is probably what they're going to want to try and do again. But if I'm Team Bliss, I actually say, all right, we've got the same lineup, but why don't we go from, like, say, Laundry, for instance, or go from a different sort of angle of attack, a different sort of approach, try and overwhelm a site, maybe even try and fake another blue bunker rush, but actually then come in from, say, Freezer or something like that. That's what I'm going to be looking at here. Or they could just try and do it again. If they do that, though, I think that's a little silly, right? Because you've already done it once. It's hard to surprise them again 2 rounds in a row.
But in saying that, is it what they expect? Maybe expect the unexpected, mate. I'm telling you, there's something to this idea. There is this beautiful
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Yep. Fool me 3 times.
Well, we'll see if it plays out that way. If it does mean, though, that I don't think Bliss are going to do too much else elsewhere, which does give Roffle the indication that they then will actually be trying to do this rush through blue bunker again. So technically, Bliss, by doing nothing, are actually giving Roffle quite a lot of information.
Oh, that's such a gnarly line from Jigsaw. Just on the cheeky little beam all the way through to pit. I don't think I've really seen that many times before, but certainly nice to take into your casual and ranked matches. I've already noted that one down. Now, it's all about Rafflecopter. How are they going to be holding this against an ever-aggressive Bliss?
So they've left this wall soft this time. I swear they double Rio'd last time, but this time by keeping it soft, you can peek over towards blue bunker a little easier. I could be wrong. Maybe I just missed it in the previous round. I was also going to say a little bit more emphasis from Bliss.
Last round, by the way.
Okay, cool. I was going to say a little bit more emphasis from Bliss, though, above, but not for too long. It already seems like they're going to want to go for this rush. The only difference here will be the fact that Rafflecopter have already given up Elbow. They're not going to lose a player this time, right? Last round they lost a player. That then meant Raffle were playing from behind.
Now, they will start to make their approach to the site, start to span out a little bit more, take space around Pillar. That starts to suffocate Rafflecopter at the backside of Laundry. All 4 players are pretty much stuck back there. I'm sure there's one flanking around somewhere. Unreal C4 from Boydie, and that should kickstart things. I mean, Wettables is down, but not for much longer. My God, Boydie is just a one-man army right now. Oda will shut him down, but that trade from OJ is so damn gnarly. This is just falling to pieces for Bliss, as Repix is the only one alone.
Yeah, and it's the downside to this sort of attack from Bliss. It's so one-dimensional. They don't have to worry about anyone coming from Freezer. They don't have to worry about anyone coming from Laundry. You know what they're doing is what they did in the last round, so play off of that information. That makes what Boydie did with the Nitrocell possible. He knows where they're going to be. That's why he's able to find a kill with it, and then from there, Rafflecopter can play off of that. Full credit to Raffle, but I do question Bliss trying to do it 2 times in a row. It just didn't work out. Raffle saw it coming. They closed off Elbow immediately, kept their player alive, and therefore Bliss couldn't actually sort of snowball the round the way they did in the prior round.
You know, there's always 2 points to that talking, isn't there? Like to that talking point. My God, I'm really starting to lose it now. But you know, the fact is, if they manage to win that, that is completely demoralizing for Rafflecopter. You end up 5-3. Not only that, then Rafflecopter start questioning themselves. And if you lose it, you kind of just move on to the next site. So, you know, I always like to play a little bit of devil's advocate, especially with you, Xenox, you know? I like to like to put a little pin in the backside of you, but at the end of the day, not this site necessarily, but how Bliss find these rounds on their attack are going to be incredibly crucial. The fact that they've already started off with one basement attack, I think sets them up with good stead.
Yeah, obviously. Dorms is susceptible to attacks, probably a little bit better than some of the other sites, at least until teams sort of figure out laundry supply on a more consistent basis. But this is obviously going to set the tone again. I know we kind of repeat it over and over again, and there's a reason for it. It's just the fact that the stats kind of back it up, and we'll see whether or not Bliss and how, I was going to say, I'm very curious to see how Bliss are going to try and take this. Whether they're going to try and get the security control and kitchen control a little bit earlier so that they can use white stairs, or if they're just going to play it the same way as Bliss did, Ruffle did. Games, wall, and attic.
Now, it's like a pretty default setup, taking control of... well, Jigsaw didn't know you could go through walls. You know, taking into that bedroom control, forcing back the player in trophy. That then allows you into closet to open up that wall and put pressure into games. However, it is proving a little bit more difficult than maybe they had originally anticipated. Just like that, Jigsaw's going to start to take control. I really like the use of this unreinforced wall toward Pit. That's going to make Jigsaw's job so much more difficult.
Yeah, and especially considering you're not going to be using that little corner to sit in to defend Attic, for instance, either, right? So the position that you're holding in that pit spot, you're able to now watch Attic and obviously watch through that doorway. So it's a two-pronged attack. OJ, I think, is going to get caught here. Oh, the timing. As he got droned as well, Oda was literally just moments away from maybe finding the opening pick, but OJ's able to sort of fall off there. Now they could get to work on pushing through Attic. Minute 20 on the clock, keep an eye on that. It's going to be crucial.
All right, got a decent spread right now. We've still got a player in toward Pit. Bliss starting to mount their attack across into trophy, bedroom, closet, games. We surely will have at least one player looking to push from a different angle, but for now, it is a lot of their attention. Vrepix finding the kill onto Wettables. Rufflecopter is starting to get suffocated on side.
Yeah, that's now Pit with no player in it for Rufflecopter. Of course, you've still got the player holding inside of Kids, watching now with that shield. Hotshot's able to get the kill onto Repix. Still man advantage though for Team Bliss. 40 seconds left, but that push is now eventuating.
Oh, I think Shay just found Hotshot through the smoke. Jigsaw's going to hard hold. He actually pulls off for just a second. They're starting to gain the control that they need, and just like that, convincing round from Bliss. Just what we wanted to see. And Rufflecopter now, they're left with a decision. Are they going to go back, or are they going to go to reattempt a different site?
Yeah, Dorms right now, I'm pretty sure it's a 50-50 split. Yeah, it is. It's now 2-2 between the two teams on Dorms. So by heading back to it, you're still kind of backing yourselves in because it's only a 50% split. So it's not as if they're getting beaten on this site extensively. If anything, Laundry Supply has probably been in favor of Bliss, more so than Rufflecopter. On top of that, they can't go back there yet, and I'm not sure how comfortable they would be going down to, say, kitchen meeting. I don't think they would attempt kitchen dining. So Dorms is definitely the play. Repeat it again. You lose this, then you go back Laundry Supply.
All right. Small little break is over for me. Take a little quick breather when you can, Xenox, you know. The oxygen as much as you can, but I am impressed with Bliss's ability to deal with that flank as well. It's, you know, half of the game right now, especially in the earlier rounds, is having the ability to, as a team, live drone and ensure that those flanks aren't going to be coming through. The roams are cleared out effectively. So far, Bliss have been really good at kind of forcing Rufflecopter back to site. Now, it's when it kind of comes down to that 4v4, 3v3 area that Rufflecopter, you know, a hit and miss. So it's working for Bliss, but certainly their early rounds have been phenomenal.
And the pressure, though, starts to mount as well on Ruffle too, right? And how they're going to be able to deal with that. is paramount. There's a ping here, so Repix, he gets a little bit impatient, I think. Obviously not expecting that player from Ruffle to probably peek that. Now you can use the Gemini to get a little bit more information through bedroom. EE1D goes out. That is a weird bug.
Yep.
Man was floating through the roof.
Yeah, twice now. It's just, I think it's just as the...
It must be that one window or something.
As the observer swaps. Devastating, absolutely devastating, twice in a row. But again, important to note, within 2 minutes, they've been able to take control of bedroom and force back the players in trophy. Now, how long that remains, we'll see whether it's more effective this time around for Rafflecopter with that player in pit. But it's so important that they do put the pressure. It's actually reinforced now, so they're not going to be able to play through that. But it also means they're more defended in that pit attic area, and they've actually shoved a whole lot of utility there as well, Xenox.
Yeah, and Boydie, obviously, the way he's sort of positioned is looking for that trade on Wettables if he does get eliminated by, say, Jigsaw, for instance. Don't think it's going to happen, though, not at least just yet. Minute 20 remaining on the clock, but Rafflecopter certainly positioned a little bit better than the prior round, and obviously still going for a pretty similar strategy. Team Bliss, though, that plays into their hands because they kind of know what they need to do here.
Just finding the time as OJ is coming around the corner as he has to be a drone on him. There has to be some kind of information that there is. Oda's hard watching the line. OJ a little bit lucky that he was kind of crouching around the corner, crab walking, if you will. Keeps his life intact. Now with those smokes starting to play effect, Shade's got to be careful from pit, and this is where things get interesting. The dynamic of not finding that pick now opens things up for Rafflecopter.
There's no attic, there's no big window, there's no white stairs though, so this is just going to be a swarm onto site here for Team Bliss.
It's exactly what it is, mate, and it's an absolute bloodbath in the favour of Rafflecopter. Can they find the trades? Oda and Jigsaw come together to find two, just like that. A 2 versus 2. Hot shot now holding backwards as OJ is caught on site. Jigsaw, what can he get done? He's got to try to isolate the ones. He's going to find at least the first kill. That's OJ falling down. Hot shot stands strong. And Jigsaw crosses unaware of his position.
For some reason, I thought he knew that he was at the top of white stairs. The way he was sort of running over there, beelining obviously for the diffuser, but for that brief second in time, Rob, I'm sitting back like, oh, he knows he's there. He's just going to swing him, but obviously had no idea. Yeah, I was a little bit late to catch on to sort of what was happening, but nothing really from Big Window, nothing from Attic, and obviously didn't have White Stairs control at all. So it ended up just being that sort of swarm onto site, which is obviously going to always factor in as being a positive for Rafflecopter, and boy did they play off of that perfectly. And this has kind of turned into a little bit of a back and forth since basically the last round of the first half. It's 5-5 now, and whoever gets this next round, it's match point.
Do I dare say a barn burner, my friend? Do I dare say it? Is it going to light the barn on fire? Or more accurately, the shed in Australia. It's certainly turning out to be one of the better matches. And after our earlier games this evening, I am very much welcoming this with open arms. Of course, for those of you who weren't here earlier on, we saw a bit of a shellacking in game 1 and 2. We saw Wildcard defeat Order 7-2 and Chiefs defeating Knight 7-1. It wasn't even the fact that that was the scoreline. It was the way that both of those teams did it. Absolute insanity, I will say that much. And of course, you know what, while I'm doing a recap, just to top things off, Overt with their first 3 points on the board, taking down Rhythm in a 7-5 matchup. So, been a bit of a strange night, Xenox. We've had 2 stomps and 2 very close games.
Yeah, probably expected at least 2 close games, but the other 2 stomps were the surprising ones, to be honest. I was kind of expecting maybe 4 close games, but nonetheless. Now, if Rafflecopter do win this game from here and get all 3 points, they will not be in first place. They'll be still in second, which is where they currently are. But if Team Bliss win, they will also take that second spot. At the moment, Chiefs with the round differential being the separator. I know it's all fancy talk considering it's only Playday 2, but still, it's always fun to have a look and see which teams are pulling ahead early and which teams are maybe lagging behind.
Yep. This is dangerous from OJ. Does he have any pre-prepped melee holes or anything? I think he's just playing, yeah, it's just completely solid. So, I mean, hey, that flank could be absolutely disgusting if it was pre-prepped or if there was an ability. I guess he can punch his way through that position, and he can also fight the players down in meeting if that's what they decide to go for. Oh, hello, Bliss.
Depends on how much information he can get, even when they're inside a meeting as well, because that hatch is obviously still closed. Kaken does not get the down there into Jigsaw. Now, he doesn't go for the Rio.
Kaken, run!
I was going to say he doesn't go for the Rio. Now he does. Yeah, he will be. Will he? Yeah.
Rio?
No?
Hello? What? They've got no Rios left. Oh, what's happened here? They've got no Rios left.
No! Oh, we're sitting here puzzled.
No way!
They can still play off of this. Obviously, they know that that is still going to be soft, and it's an entry point, so Boydie has to hold it close. But I have never seen this before.
No.
Someone's made a boo-boo.
Someone's either made a boo-boo or they're playing into it. I don't know. They're playing a lot from the back of laundry and supply room, so they might be able to try and cut that off and just force them down the line of electric, which I guess paid dividends the last time. They've only got one C4 to try and deny the plan. And look at this from OJ. He's trying to find the timing, but he's going to be caught by Oda. We said that it wasn't pre-placed, it wasn't pre-prepped, it was going to be too hard, and that it was. Boydie now holds firm. What can the four players do on site?
Boydie's got to be careful because he can get swung from elbow and from pillar now. So he's in a bit of a predicament. I think he's almost tempted to actually push through elbow. Gets a bit of information with that peak, but so does Todd. It goes both ways. 15 seconds left, Rob.
The plant's coming in. Shade is all but safe as houses. Oh no, he's not! Kaken, my goodness, nearly finds a double, but Hotshot will be caught. And Bliss, my goodness, they punish any little mistake.
Wow. I would definitely love to know if that was pre-planned. I highly doubt it, simply because we don't really see that happen too often. We know that it's pretty stock standard that you're going to go back and you're going to Rio elbow off once you get pushed out of it. And I think for a brief second, we might have seen Kaken kind of go back to it and then run away from it. So it seems like,
too.
Yeah, it seemed like he wanted to Rio it and they've gone, whoopsie, we've made a mistake. Bit of a tech pause, I think, here coming for Rafflecopter. Perfectly timed. They definitely need it off the back of what just sort of transpired there. It's hard to speculate, Rob. Was it sort of a comms issue or was it just simply a mistake? But nonetheless, Bliss with match point.
I'd like to know what Boyd is leaving for. Obviously, must be game-related issue. But nevertheless, it comes at a convenient time because if that was a mistake, right? That gives them the ability to go, what the hell did we just do, right? Okay, so we've just got confirmation. It's a HUD bug. Now, regardless of the timing of that, that does give them the ability to talk about this because that is a huge mistake that has been made.
Yeah, I would definitely actually like to ask Vast. I'm not sure if he's here with us or not. I feel like a psychic medium trying to talk to the dead. Vast, are you with us? But like, you know, I've never seen it before. Maybe Vast could, you know, provide insight if we can get him, which apparently he is here. Vast, have you ever seen that done on purpose before, or are you going to agree with us that it was an oopsie?
Yeah, I think it was a mistake. It seems like their setup was based around falling off and reinforcing that. It just seemed like not reinforcing that rotation allowed Bliss to just go for the plant straight away.
Yikes. That's a feels bad. How have you felt so far, Vast? I know we're probably going to talk about this more in depth as the game is almost at its conclusion. But headed into this last round of regulation, how have you been feeling about this game overall? It's been very back and forth.
Yep. It's been very back and forth. It's hard to say who is going to come out on top. Small mistakes like that, Ruffle can't really be making right now.
Yeah.
Because it will give Bliss the lead. This next round is, I think, they'll probably go to kids' dorms or something like that, kids' dorms. I think Ruffle have a good chance on winning that. They've been playing it quite well.
And I mean, look, if you were to make a bold statement, we going to OT or not?
I think we're going to OT. I'm still confident in the 8-6 for Bliss.
Yep. Okay, that's fair enough. Any final thoughts before you leave us, my friend?
Yeah, I just think Ruffle, they are wanting to play these power positions, util, crossfires. I think Bliss Bliss will catch on. I think Bliss will. They seem like the more aggressive team, the team that's kind of dictating the game a bit more.
Yeah. Well, you know what? We're actually in a little bit more of a rehost than what we thought. We're just going to see him hop back in, but it is going to be a full rehost. So Xenox, join the conversation again, my friend. Are you happy with how we've seen Rafflecopter bounce back in some of these rounds?
Well, it's been back and forth, right? I mean, obviously, we're just sort of off the back of a Bliss win, but literally since the last round of the first half, it's gone Ruffle, Bliss, Ruffle, Bliss, Ruffle, Bliss, and so therefore you would kind of expect Ruffle to then take the next one and keep that trend going. But there's always, I guess, a different mental aspect. Maybe Vast would actually be the one to sort of confirm it, but when you're down a match point, is there any sort of difference in the way that you're feeling going into that round, say, compared to a 5-5 kind of round?
Depends the team, how good their mental is. If you have a good mental, then it shouldn't impact you. You shouldn't really even realize that it's on match point. I know that, there'd be a lot of games where I just kind of forget that you're even on match point, and I know a lot of players have said the same. But, that whole not reinforcing that rotation could have really tilted them. I think right now they do have a break, which is good for them to kind of reset and kind of forget about the last round.
That's fair enough. It's I find this game to have been incredibly interesting in the fact that it has gone back and forth, because I guess I probably expected Bliss to be running away with this a little bit more. How have you felt like Kakin and Wettables have kind of slotted in at the moment? Because in this game in particular, I think it's kind of highlighted how this team's come together so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, they don't look like they're struggling. It is a tough game, so they're not doing as well as maybe they did yesterday. But I still think all of Ruffle's doing really well. Like they're playing well together.
Yeah.
You can see that they're holding the crossfires. You can see that they are communicating with each other.
That's fair enough. Xenox, my friend. This is there's only so many ways you can
refrain how the match is going.
No, seriously, there is only so many ways, I guess. Actually, you know what? One thing I am surprised about is how well Shade's been playing. He has.
Yeah, he's been good.
Not to knock Shade as a player, but he's really popping off this game.
Well, we said it yesterday, because yesterday was Oda's day, right?
Yep.
And one thing that I mentioned was that that's the benefit of this Bliss lineup, is that any of these players can all have their kind of day. If it's not Jigsaw, it's Repix. If it's not Repix, it's Oda. If it's not Oda, it's Shade. If it's not Shade, it's Todd. So that's what makes them such a formidable lineup as a team across all 5 spots. Whether it's support, whether it's hard bridge, whatever it's frag, it doesn't really make a difference on this team. These guys are all nutty. But the other thing as well, fun fact, and this will probably cast a cursor, but if this ends up being a 7-5 victory, that'll be our 4th 7-5 in the first 2 playdays with no OTs. So it's been a bit of a curse so far for Stage 3. We haven't had a single overtime. I'm kind of expecting Ruffle to break that. It's time to break the curse, time to get us into an OT, which would then get us away from everyone being on either 3 points or no points or 6 points.
Actually, speaking of, the implications of OT and the point distribution, Vast, as a player, you got to kind of, experience that over the past 2 stages. How have you felt that was integrated? Did you find that it was a good way to reward teams for either being able to bring it back and still not winning, or how did you feel like it affected the league?
I don't really know too much. It was something that I didn't really think about. I guess it does reward the teams that do get more convincing wins, are more dominant. If you're going to, OT every single game, then, you're not getting maximum points. So I guess it does put an emphasis to be more dominant, I guess.
Yep. And there's a couple of teams I'm sure that be happy to utilize that. Now, Vast, we'll let you go. We've used up all your talking points, so I can't wait for this desk afterwards. But we will chat to you in just a little bit, mate. Thank you once again for joining us. Xenox, we are going back to basement, actually. We're not going to be seeing the Dorms defense. Vast was just trying to theorize on what we might be able to see there. Now, one massive change that's just come into this roster for Rafflecopter is the Warden. Now, with the way that Bliss were kind of utilizing those smokes, cutting off the lines of sight from, let's say, things like Freezer and the long haul, this could actually turn the tide of this fight.
Mm.
Oh, actually, no smokes. Never mind. But there are flashes.
Well, one thing to keep an eye on is the top left corner. More than anything, how many reinforcements Ruffle have got. They're sitting on 2, now they're sitting on 1. They need to keep it at 1. I'm sure that call has gone out. No more. Let's make sure Kaken can get back from elbow onto site and Rio off, and that looks like that's going to be the play here. So obviously already going to be better off here for Ruffle. But Laundry Supply is a site, Rob, that has over the last few months gotten a little bit better for the attackers and being able to take it. We did see Bliss defend it really well, and obviously most teams, I think, are still going to defend it really well. But just slowly, as we see it more and more, and we've seen a lot of Oregon, teams are working it out on the attack quite a bit better.
It's just the nature of the beast, I guess. The more it's played, the more it's played. It's a pretty simple equation.
Well, the more it's played, the better that you're going to get at it in terms of breaking it down.
Spot on.
Yeah.
And there we go. Finally, the pre-prepped hole from OJ that we were talking about in that previous round. The one thing that kind of punished them a little bit was OJ dying trying to rotate to the back of rear stage unnoticed. Fortunately enough, Bliss were quite active in doing so. Once again, a lot of presence toward the blue area. Now, I do find it really funny because this was, you know, if you think about the old meta, we saw this so often. Teams just flushing all their utility to force this player back, but you know, it's not so much happening nowadays. However, it still is impactful, sorry, once you take control.
Yeah, and obviously one thing to note here is the Thatcher, right? We don't see Thatcher make it through too often, typically banned out, and so this is going to make opening up elbow very easy. Minute and a half. I think if Ruffle win this, it's going to be through Boydie on the Warden, and because at some point Blitz are going to throw everything in and swarm the site. They'll need him to be able to see through everything being thrown at them and find a few kills.
Really like the decision just to leave that murder hole for Todd to play around now.
Yeah.
You know, obviously destroying that second Selma that pops down, it makes sure that you can't vault through it. It's not low, so you can't prone through it. It's just a fantastic area to try and contest the player who's looking to impact from freezer or even down the corridor. It just cuts off the entire half site. Now, how many pieces of util can they deny with? They've still got 3 smoke babes, they've got the C4, so they've still got a bit to use now before they have to throw bodies at it, but they've got to be so careful.
I think there's one downside to it, and it's probably not that big of a downside, but it does mean that Ruffle know no one's really going to be able to swing out of the elbow position, so that may as well still be completely re-out off.
Good decision. Again, it's all about how long you can bait for. Oh, that's really cheeky from Shade, but had they found the timing on that second smoke babe, is the damage being done? It's not being stuck, so he must have run away from it. Actually, was Shade just killed then? Am I just going crazy?
Yeah, Shade's dead. Shade's dead.
Geez, okay, so that's not good, Xenox. This is really detrimental to this push.
They need to rush right now, and that's exactly what they're going to do with the E1D, but Ruffle Copter have just opened them up with a firing squadron. The round's over, and we're heading OT.
Hot damn. How convincing was that? I did not even see the kill feed on Shade. I just assumed that he'd been able to get away with that diffuser, but this is the problem, right? You've still got that line from Freezer that you can try and take fights on that aren't necessarily hard forcing the line from the blue elbow. You've still got so many pieces of util left that Rufflecopter used to absolute perfection, might I add. The smokes and the C4 that never needed to be used. Well, it's just beautiful.
I think the biggest detriment for that sort of push is that the player in Freezer has absolutely nothing to worry about behind it because no push is coming. If you at least send 1 or 2 over, try and clear out Freezer a little bit, put some pressure there, try and force him out of Freezer at some point, whether you kill him or just force him over to, say, Laundry or Site. Do something to maybe try and pinch that player out, and then you can get maybe a little bit more comfortable there. I guess, obviously, yeah, you got the player in elbow watching it, but you can still find an angle from Freezer towards that pillar side without technically peeking the guy over at elbow. I just think that Ruffle had pretty much no pressure on them at all. Either way, we go to dorms now, we head to OT.
Yeah. Good whipping. Rufflecopter have risen to the top. And now there's an uneven balance of points. Got to be decided here. Each have 1 at the moment, and it will also kind of ensure that the balance of the ladder is a little bit skewed here, Xenox.
Yeah, and it also means Chiefs will be the only team on 6 points, so they'll be sole top spot, which is awesome to see for the back-to-back OCN champions in their rightful spot. It does mean, because now we're into OT, both Ruffle and Bliss will get 1 point each, which does mean our top 3 actually stays as Chiefs, Ruffle, and then Bliss, which is nice for now, at least 2 play days in. And who knows, 1 point can be a big difference maker when it comes down to, you know, play day 7, for the good or for the worse, right? Like, maybe you sit back and this could be something that either of these 2 teams will look back and say, oh, if we had have actually got the 3 points, or if we had have got the 2 points, we would have made it over. Or it could be, hey, we got that 1 extra point, that got us through to the playoffs.
Yeah, well, I mean, you want to talk about that. You look at Wildcard as an example, 9 points, and also LFO, both on 9 points last stage, and the limit was 10 points. Rufflecopter and Knight scraped through to playoffs into the gauntlet on 10 points. That is the difference, right? We are talking about 1 overtime win or loss, the difference between making sure you get all 3 points and just having 2 points. It is a huge impact at the end of the day. So, you know, by all means, you really can't afford to let points roll. Especially when it is coming into stage 3 and you're trying to secure things. Epic's nerves getting to the best of us.
And this is where I kind of go back to when we were filling for that HUD bug. This has been back and forth literally since the first half, 1 for 1. Now it's time for Bliss. If Ruffle win this round, they break that streak, then they go on the attack themselves. Minute and a half remaining. And Team Bliss getting a little antsy here and looking like they still want to bring that sort of forward aggression that we saw from Basement, but now up to Dorms with the Lion, the Capitao, and the Nomad sort of lineup.
Already on somewhat of an adventure. Not really going to have too much of an impact until Bliss do start to push. Now, it's up to him whether he decides he wants to continue flanking or whether he will just fall back. But Bliss look like they're ready to go, and they're just going to send it in. So they've got the smoke to do so. Repix can't find the kill. Incredible from Wettables to stand strong on both players. And that should pretty much be it for Bliss. They are getting absolutely massacred right now.
Well, it's because of the way they're playing it. No pressure from Attic, no pressure from White Stairs, no pressure from Window. I mean, this is as one-dimensional as it can be.
Oh my god!
I'm sure, I literally know Vast is sitting there shaking his head right now at that attack, because that was not great. That was strange. Ruffle literally just sat on site and just watched them walk in 1 by 1.
Taking a town. I feel like if that's going to happen, you know, like I saw a smoke come out toward games to kind of nullify the player in White Stairs, but the smoke could easily have been used for Attic as well to put the pressure there. There's just so many pieces of that puzzle that just don't fit, and I'm sure Bliss will be sitting there thinking that is an opportunity that's gone absolutely begging. Also, remember, it is getting late, you know.
That is true. Yeah,
I'm not going to say.
We are approaching midnight.
Yeah. I'm not trying to make excuses or anything like that. I don't know everyone's situations at home. I don't know who, you know, wakes up early, who's got work, etc., etc. But it is getting to the later part of the night on a Saturday night, so I'm sure that that's starting to impact some of the decisions that are being made. But I would back you up there. You know, I generally try to stray away from those kind of conversations, but certainly big questions have to be asked from Bliss's decision, as this is overtime. This is the big moneymaker right here. You need that start so that you've got that room to breathe in the later rounds. But having said that, Xenox, they do go to the defense, so a little bit of hope still.
Team Bliss, the last time they lost to a team in a best-of-1 not named the Chiefs was the 12th of April. It was against the Knights in Stage 1 of OCN. It was a 7-4 loss on Clubhouse. That was obviously a long time ago. The last time they actually did lose to any team besides the Chiefs, it was actually Rufflecopter in the Stage 1 playoffs. And so Vast said there was history between these two teams. There certainly has been. And well, this continues that sort of history, doesn't it, with another big match between Ruffle and Bliss. Right now, shaping up, it may go the way of Ruffle yet again.
Imagine that. Imagine that. Now,
also, I hate to say it, but there was another title that Bliss may have lost in today, so it's not going to be a good day if Bliss lose. This one as well.
What do you mean other title?
It was another Rainbow Six title. I don't know.
There's no other title. I don't know what you're talking about, mate. You've lost the plot here.
There's no other games that exist. That's right. I forgot.
No. Come on, man. You got to know these things. Well, certainly someone who has to know these things is Bliss, because they are struggle city right now. This is an incredible chance. They are on the defense in the most favored position, on the most favored site. I would say nearly of any site across the competitive pool right now. They just need to push this to a 15th round.
Slow and steady wins the race right now for Roffle, and you can maybe take a little bit into what they're going to do this round, and you can then apply that and see the difference between them and Bliss. Just that tiny little bit more of a presence, say, over towards Freezer, just keeps that thought in the back of the mind of Repix. You can just see it, even the way that he's positioning himself right now. But outside of that, it's probably still going to be pretty stock standard, pretty simple. Did switch up the Rio, actually, between the two teams, left side versus right side. That's one noticeable little difference right now. But a minute left, and Roffle haven't achieved too much, though, to be fair.
I guess that's something that they can hold on to. And also, you know, something to note, only 2 drones left for Rafflecopter. So they're going to be going into this absolutely blind. Yes, they do have the use of the Gemini, but, you know, is it going to be enough? Is that going to be enough to give them the information? Todd has not been flushed out of blue either. He's still got smokes left in his pocket. And things just continue to get a little bit worse here for Rafflecopter. 30 seconds.
Oh, big damage onto Kaken as well. He's looking to try and get this plant. Shade's going to try and cut him off, and it looks like that might be successful, Rob.
Just getting out alive for now. Team Bliss looking to send us to yet another round. They've doubled up in toward blue. It's falling apart for Rafflecopter. They're getting absolutely picked to pieces. And that should be it. It's Wettables left in a 1 versus 5. I can't even get the words out of my mouth. And Bliss have forced us to the 15th round.
Well, we said tonight was going to be action-packed in these matches, and we've saved the best until last. We go to the 15th. It's 7-7. One of these two teams will walk away with 2 points and the victory. The other, just the 1 point and the loss. Team Bliss will be on the attack. Ruffle on the defense. We head back downstairs to basement. Obviously can't go dorms. This definitely is going to work out, I think, in favor of Bliss. They've had more success down in basement, more so than Rafflecopter. That's not to say that Ruffle haven't defended it. They obviously did so in that final round of regulation, but if I had to pick a team to favor, to back Manic, it would probably be Team Bliss.
Boydie once again on the Warden, and they've also got the Mirror this time around. I think that's the 2 big changes. Obviously, Boydie brought that in the last round of regulation to force this to OT. Now, keeping in mind, that was actually a flawless round. Bliss got absolutely torn to shreds. There was nothing left of them afterwards. Like a good family dinner on a bloody Sunday night with a roast pork sitting there, mate. It was nothing left.
Salivating.
I know, don't do it to me. Don't do it to me.
You're doing it to me.
I know, but I'm doing it to myself as well. But in all honesty, this, you know, as much as I would favour Team Bliss in this situation, the way that Rafflecopter closed out regulation does concern me a little bit. Oh, I like this.
What concerns me the most is that both teams still have their tactical timeouts, which now can't be used because we're in the final round. It's an interesting one. In fairness, because it has been so back and forth, it's not really that, like, no team was ever, like, you know, lost 3 rounds in a row or in some weird spot. It was a pretty even affair. I don't think there was a point ever where you were like, oh, we should have taken a tactical timeout. Maybe you would look at, like, Ruffle when they were down match point, but they ended up winning the round anyway.
They did. There was the HUD bug, I guess, that gave them the opportunity to have a quick chat. So, you know, potato kind of thing. This really does come down to the approach that Team Bliss take. Last time you criticised them for their one-dimensional attack, and has anything changed? That's the question.
Well, you don't really expect too much. The main thing here is the mirror obviously coming in from Hot Shot and using that over towards Elbow. That's something that has been a bit different. Shade as well on the Ace. There's a slight little change up here for Team Bliss. So off of the Thermite onto the Ace. They do lose those smokes. Minute and a half. Boydie, though, has just taken a big chunk of damage, by the way, in supply. That's not ideal. Another E1D is going to be deployed. Only one left now for Jigsaw.
Like this, you can see how actively Team Bliss are droning this. You can see 2 drones that have gone either side of Pillow. Oh my goodness, I'm about to hit the pillow, I tell you what. Pillar, and one toward the Elbow. With a minute 10 left on the clock, they've got so much time to work with here, Team Bliss. This is where we need to see that next level kind of come out, and that's fantastic from Todd to go ahead and ensure that that mirror window has no effect.
It's under a minute left. There's been a bit of tit for tat from both teams. Of course, Todd's taken damage, Boydie. They've still got to get him out of freezer. He's got that shield as well. But it seems like pillar control has been established for Bliss. Blue bunker. Wettables, though, over towards meeting along with OJ. This is a thorn in the side of Bliss, and they don't know it yet, Rob.
Oh, Wettables! Goodness me, that's so lucky he gets that information, but bang! It just goes. Bliss go ahead and absolutely demolish Rafflecopter. Wettables and Hotshot looking to retake, clawing back anything they can, but it's into the open arms, open jaws of Jigsaw, and he might as well just take a chunk. It's Shade to close things out, but Team Bliss, they pulled through in the end, and they win in overtime.
Talk about match of the night, probably match of the stage so far. Team Bliss edge it out. They win yet another best of one. They keep that streak going alive and well. Unfortunately for Roffle, just falling short, Rob, but they don't lose any admirers. They played amazing, and both of these two teams, I think, are going to have a very good stage 3.
I would agree with you. You know what's funny? I'm looking at the teams right now, and you know, the teams that we're really talking about, where we're like, what on earth is going on, is Order and Knights. Bliss looked good. Overt looked good. Rafflecopter looked good. Hell, even Rhythm looked good. This is really going to turn out to be one of those stages where it's going to come down to the wire. It's going to come down to that 1 point here that was lost for Rafflecopter. It's going to come down to the fact that, you know, maybe Bliss had that opportunity to take all 3 points and they weren't able to. Vast, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed watching that matchup. You got to see 4 more rounds before coming back to have a chat with us now. So, any thoughts have changed since then?
Yes. It was kind of going pretty back and forth, even towards the end. I think the final round, though, I honestly just think Ruffle made a poor decision to flank in the end. Bliss, you know, they've been bringing Nomad throughout the entire game. They've showed that, you know, they are holding flanks. I think Ruffle probably should have stuck to just all sticking on site, holding the crossfires. Yeah, they had the hatch Rio'd, and it just didn't seem like the right decision to have that many people flanking.
Yeah. Ultimately, that one decision could be the deal breaker for them there. Outside of that, what are you thinking of Bliss? You know, do we expect them to perform a little bit better here, Vast?
Yeah, I mean, they're Oregon. I mean, they kind of played to their game plan. There was still, you know, a few aggressive moments where they had some really good coordination on their attacks, but yeah, it's hard to say because, you know, I was kind of picking apart a lot of kind of small errors that Ruffle were able to capitalize on.
Yep. Any errors you want to talk about in specific? Name and Shane?
I think more so, like maybe the op lineup were the op lineups were pretty weird for both teams. I think as well Bliss sometimes were like funneling too much and kind of not spreading out a bit.
Yep, that's fair enough. Xenox, looking at the scoreboard right now, anything sticking out?
Not really. The only thing I will say, considering this was an 8-7, you can actually see the stats on the side of Team Bliss are almost the kind of stats you would expect in a sort of one-sided affair, but That's mainly just Jigsaw, Repix, and Shade, and that's not really too surprising. Thing to note as well, that's the first time Rufflecopter have lost on Oregon this calendar year.
There you go. And Boydie also with the +5, you know. There are some takeaways for Rufflecopter, no doubt, but I mean, that's a pretty crazy result, all things considered. You know, how it played out with the back and forth game, I think, is quite telling as to how close this was. I think anyone would look at this game, you know, again, you look at the results from tonight, and sometimes in Siege, it's not really reflective of the scoreboard, but I think tonight has been well and truly across the board, Vast. You know, it's been indicative of how the teams have performed.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would agree. Not really much else to say. Like, it was, you know, it was a tough loss for Ruffle. You know, making that small mistake in the end just costed them the whole game. They played really well. You know, they were synergizing really well, coordinating really well. I really liked their attacks in particular. Like, you could see what their goals were. They were kind of working through their checklist to ultimately, you know, accomplish their goal. I think when they weren't kind of dying early to Bliss's aggression, their attacks looked really good.
Yep, pretty strong. There's no doubt about it. But we got Oda standing in the rafters, if you will, back behind the curtain. Let's unveil it and welcoming the absolute mad lad. Congratulations on the victory, mate. Look, I'm going to keep my question relatively simple and easy for you to answer. Did you expect Ruffle to push you that far?
Nah, not really, to be honest. I expected us to, you know, pretty much slam them, but they actually bring a good fight to us, and it was actually a good match.
I have to ask, obviously, you could have a pessimist that sits back and say, oh, Bliss aren't quite demolishing teams the way they did in Stage 2, but I would actually say this actually might make you guys even better, right? A little bit of adversity, yet you're still pulling through in the regular stage. Do you think that this is exactly what maybe you guys need? A bit more of these sort of closer matches heading towards what will be most likely another playoffs performance?
I think we do. Every time we play Oregon, it comes down to like an OT 7-7, and then just whatever team wins the last round wins the game. So it just shows our weaker maps and that teams can compete against us on them. So we need to work on those maps, and then it will help us in our best of threes.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with all that. I guess I want to talk about, I noticed that you guys weren't really bringing as much Zofia. Usually would see Repix or Jigsaw kind of playing that role. Is there any kind of change or any like reason behind you guys maybe bring more Lion, more Capital?
Yeah, I was changing it up a bit. We used to play a lot of Zofia, and I say we don't clear as much util anymore. We kind of just look for gunfights and bring like the Capital to change it, I guess, to change our attacks. So we're just clearing stuff in like other ways instead of bringing the Zof. And the Lion helps with like aggressiveness and stuff like that.
I'll very quickly, Xenox or Vast, any final questions?
Yeah, I got one. How good was Spruce's halftime message? Apparently, he's already in chat saying he's basically won you guys the game.
Spruce's halftime message? I didn't get one. Where's my message, Spruce?
You know what? That's a better question. Spruce has always been the problem on his previous rosters. So what is he bringing to the team?
I don't know. Maybe these close games with Spruce are us because of Spruce. You know, we were slamming teams, and then Spruce comes in, and it's all these 7-5s, OTs. Nah, I love Spruce. He's put in a lot of work every day, so I'm enjoying him.
No, he's a mad lad, that's for sure. But look, I won't keep you any longer, mate. It's already past the strike of midnight. I think we're all about to turn into some pumpkins. So any final thoughts or messages you want to leave us with?
Shout out to the chat, the support, and shout out to Bliss.
Well, that was simple and nice and easy and quick, unlike your game that took bloody forever, mate. Look, congratulations on the 2 points, and no doubt we're going to see you again next week.
Yeah, we'll see you next week.
Pretty confident in coming back around to see us next week, and I think that's warranted, Xenox. They have certainly proven to us that they will be back and back and back, and they will not stop with these best of ones.
Yeah, obviously, I think they're a team that's got high expectations on them for Stage 3. In my opinion, I think the Sky is basically to win the whole thing, right? Like, we're looking at them to be a team that's going to contest with the likes of Chiefs, the likes of Knights. They're a team that their goal is to make APAC South next year or whatever that looks like. So, to get over these sort of wins, and I think, yesterday was all about expanding the map pool. Oregon's a map they haven't had a whole lot of success on. And some adversity, I think, actually breeds success in the long run. So all of it right now is pointing good signs for Bliss. They're in second place, 2 play days gone. It's all thumbs up.
All right, well, let's have a look at the results of tonight. Of course, 4 matches down. We've had some close matches. We've had some absolute stomps. Vast, do you want to give us a quick overview of what we've seen?
Yeah, so we, the first game, Wildcard, had a really dominant performance against Order. Following that up, we saw Chiefs kind of mirror that performance, and then we started to see some, more back and forth, close, tight games with Over versus Rhythm and Ruffle versus Bliss. I don't know. Tonight was a really interesting night. I mean, obviously, I got all my predictions right. Not trying to flex, but I guess
we both did. Let's go.
Oh yes, high five.
Yes, and Mandy. Let's go.
How's Xerox going? It's all right. I think Dev's kind of we won't talk about that anyway.
Well, can I just say the two new people at the top, 7-1, Mandy and Vast. Look at that.
Yeah, geez, that's
where's Dev Mata? Jeez, 4-4. Wow,
that's not very good. And you know what? I'm kind of happy that we're all on par as well. And speaking of on par, this man performed well above the par, that's for sure. Sawyer had an unreal night, MVP. I think that's more than warranted. And Vast, we talk about it sometimes on the desk, but we don't always get to highlight it. The support players don't get enough love.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there were a lot of plays tonight that really stood out. But I just think, Sawyer on the support role, +5 opening KD, he's one of the primary IGLs of that. So he has a lot of responsibility, and, fragging's definitely not one of those responsibilities for him. But, it's good to see, a player like himself have such a dominant performance.
He is leading Xenox. That is a very good point. He's leaning in with the fight as well. He's a fully immersed experience of watching this.
He's one of those gamers. There's a couple of them I know in my time of casting the old esports. Some of them like to duck and move, like, he's, and then others just sit completely still. I'm more of the sit completely still kind of guys, but unless I get completely shot at, and then if you're ever running around and you don't know a player's there and he shoots you, oh geez, but no, look, great player, great team. What a great night overall.
Yeah. I feel like flashes is what gets me the most, See a flashbang coming, you quickly turn your head into it. But let's have a look at the standings now. It is 6 points for the Chiefs out on top. They really are showing some pretty good dominance in OCN. Is this to be expected, Vast?
In OCN, yes. I think they've proven throughout the few stages that they can be really consistent in this league. That being said, I think kind of the rest of the table's not as I would expect. I would expect kind of Bliss to be up there, Ruffle to be not so far behind, but I think the lower part is a bit unexpected. It is Playday 2, of course.
Call it out. Call it out, Vast. Don't be afraid, mate. It's okay. You can.
Knights, look. You gotta get back on top.
To be fair, they're tied for 4th.
Look, let's call apples apples. It is absolutely atrocious from Knights and Order. That is honestly just, it's not something you want to see in your National League. You really expect these teams to be absolutely storming away. And, we can give them all of the excuses in the world in terms of prep. And right now, look, I think we can all put our hand up and say 3 competitive matches a week is not easy. There is no 2 ways about it. However, the big problem is tonight, Chiefs and, Wildcard have both had good performances. they've got the exact same amount of prep as the other two. So there's no real excuses on tonight's performances. But anyway, that's my spiel done. That was a bit of a Xenox spiel then. I don't know how I feel about that. I felt a bit too brutal then. Sorry, boys. I'll tell you what, Xenox, take it away.
Yeah.
God, look at that bob. That is literally
Do we want to
a
release
bob.
it?
No. Oh, God. Oh! You know what? You haven't had a cut, but worse than that, you haven't actually washed it in 3 bloody months past. Final thoughts on tonight before we
3
close
months.
things out. 3 months.
Yeah, I mean, not really much to say. I'm excited to kind of track the progression of teams like Overt. I want to see what teams do this next following week to really, iron out those issues. I think there are, quite a few teams that, it is early in the season, but this is the time that they need to be fixing them. You can't, you can't wait until it's too late, and there's no chance for them to, avoid relegations or whatnot.
Xenox.
Yeah, look, it ended up being actually a really good night. The final 2 games, the Vert Rhythm, I thought was really fascinating to watch, and of course, Raffle Bliss was a bit of a classic. The first 2 very disappointing, especially Chiefs and Knights, but ultimately, that's the first weekend of Stage 3 done, and things are very exciting. Honestly, for the rest of the stage, you've got teams like Avert, Rhythm that I think have shown good signs. Avert's, of course, got a couple of points under their belt. Rafflecopter's new look lineup, I think, is looking amazing. Bliss continues to be good. Chiefs as well. And Wildcard are they going to be back? It's hard to say. Next week, they play the Knights.
Yeah, there's a lot of and ifs or buts, and that's to be unfolded in the coming weeks. But for now, that is our first week of Playdays done. There's actually Playday 1 and 2 in the books. We've still got 5 more to go. We'll be back next Friday. So until then, take care, stay safe. Oh, that is absolutely massive from Nico. The double C4.
Shaping up again, Wildcard. This is where usually they strike and they find their skills. Geo gets the heads on it. Oh my God! It's old Geo that's shown up. 2 quick kills.
This is where go time initiates, and that's beautiful. That is Nico opening things up, but he can't find his second. Pat's now given an opportunity to Milo. It comes down to the 1v1. Jack Daddy to stick the diffuser, and now he's given an opportunity. That's unreal from him. A crisp shot
to Bailey. That's going to give Wildcard the man advantage. 12 seconds left. Pat gets the job done. Robert,
what can he get done? Plant's going down. I don't know if they can deny it. Underneath! It's God Legion! And it's 4 on the trot for the Chiefs. And AFX, he just sticks this here. He absolutely sticks this. Headpan. This makes things interesting. AFX gets off it for half a second, and all Headpan has to do is sit and wait. What a play.
Now, with 30 seconds left, they're going to draw their attention over towards Attic, but what will end up happening here is OJ's just going to file in, and both of them should just get eliminated by Jigsaw.
What? They do some pretty incredible things in Tier 1 Siege once they start to get comfortable. No babes! Anything you can do, I can do better. Knights are a team that'll certainly do some damage to you. What is worthy going for you? Surely not. No, not to begin with. That's true! Oh, what a way to kickstart the match. Good night, Knights.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out of feeling so. I'm running out of time.
my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I wrote it all along on your way right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now for you, for you. Carolina skies in the night, floating by your side. I fell up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself, cause I know that I can't